Chapter 249. Just like Yi Chen had expected, Teng Mo had lost. Instead of saying that he lost to Gao Feng, it would be more accurate to say that he lost to himself. From the very beginning he had underestimated Gao Feng. He did not bring out all of his power and his peak condition for the competition. By the time he realized what had happened, the situation had already gone out of his control. After beating Teng Mo, Gao Feng's popularity had skyrocketed. No one could compete with him in Group 3. Contestants from other groups could not help but pay attention to Gao Feng as well. It was not that they did not have powerful young warriors in their groups, it was actually the exact opposite. It was because the powerful warriors in their groups were too powerful that the competition had no suspense at all. One could even guess the result with one's butt. Battles like this between Teng Mo and Gao Feng, where both of them were equally powerful, had rarely happened before. That Gao Feng is pretty powerful and he is quite lucky as well. He is in Group 3 which does not have any powerful warriors. Out of the 12 groups, 5 of them are known as the death groups. There are a lot of powerful warriors and Group 3 is the safest group. The contestants in that group also have the highest chance of making it to the next round. No matter what, one's own power is the most important thing. In the first stage of the elimination competition, 12 people from each group will make it to the next round. Then, any 2 groups will be combined into one group, and the second stage of the elimination competition will begin. By then, out of the 24 people, 12 people will be eliminated. Being able to stand out from the group competition, who doesn't have a few ace attacks? I can already imagine how cruel the second stage of the elimination competition will be. None of the battles will be easy. The battles started one after another and ended one after another. The speed was surprisingly fast. Many of the battles were finished within 10 attacks, and some people even gave up right away. Of course, it was a very rare situation after all. Most of the battles would take around 100 attacks to decide the winner. During the battles, Yi Chen would occasionally pay attention to some familiar people such as Su Jing, Zhu Mei, and Lynch. Su Jing indeed did not need anyone to worry about her. Up until now, no one had been able to last more than 10 attacks from her. She was just like a female warrior from the ancient times. Her movements were fast and her power was fast. Every movement she made contained the power of a thunderbolt, which made people scared. This situation lasted for about 3 or 4 rounds and finally someone chose to admit defeat, and it was a young master who was neither too old nor too young. Regarding this, the others did not show a look of disdain. Su Jing's strength was obvious to all, and there was not the slightest bit of falsehood. Moreover, what gave them a headache was that Su Jing's moves were big and wide, and she liked to force her opponents to fight her head-on. As a result, under repeated head-on clashes, no matter how strong one's body was, they would not be able to bear it. Their bones and muscles would be sore, and it would inevitably affect the later rounds. What surprised them was that Su Jing, who had a graceful figure and slender arms, did not even blush nor was she out of breath, as if the previous battle was just a drizzle. Compared to Su Jing, Zhu Mei was having a much harder time. After 4 rounds of battles, she had lost 2 and won 2, which was considered average. She could not blame herself for losing the 2 battles. Her opponents were way more powerful than her. Even if she had tried her best, she would not have been able to win. As for the 2 battles that she had won, it was not easy at all. The first battle was over 200 rounds and the second battle was even. No, Zhu Mei was slightly weaker than her opponent. Since the beginning of the battle, she had been at a disadvantage. After 400 rounds, Zhu Mei had caught onto her opponent's flaws and launched a thunderous counterattack. She had completely turned the situation around and won the battle. Needless to say, in terms of disciples, the North Snow Martial Academy had already completely surpassed the Emerald Martial Palace. Judging on the number of disciples, only the Emerald Child from the Emerald Martial Palace had the right to participate in the knockout competitions. Ji Shuiyin and Lu Wuxiang had both been knocked out in the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, there were 2 disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy who had the right to participate in the knockout competitions, namely the North Snow Child Su Wen and the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch. Judging on the quality, Su Wen might be a bit weaker than Zhuang Fei, but Lynch was definitely better than Zhuang Fei in every aspect. In the 4 rounds of battles, Su Wen was the same as Zhuang Fei. He had lost 1 and won 3. There were 1 or 2 that he barely managed to win and he had almost lost. As for Lynch, who had mastered the blade intent, he seemed to be much more relaxed. Without using all of his power, he had already won 4 battles in a row. Without any surprises, he should be able to smoothly advance to the next stage of the knockout competitions. The last one was the head disciple of the South Rudra Martial School, Qin Yulian. Her power was not to be underestimated, and she had trained the Sky First Holy Water spell, which was quite a high rank. She had lost 1 and won 3 out of the 4 rounds, so there was still hope for her to advance to the next stage. This year is not only the peak of the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, it is also the peak of our Windy Nation's young generation. Sitting in the first row of the audience, Luo Xinglia said emotionally. The headmaster nodded, not to mention Zhuang Fei and Su Wen, the 2 famous young warriors, Su Jing, Zhu Mei, Qin Yulian, and Lynch have all grown up. Plus, Yi Qin, this rare martial genius, it is indeed the peak of the Windy Nation. Among the 7 of them, if Yi Qin is not the second one, then out of the other 6, who do you think has a higher chance of making it to the next stage? The headmaster thought for a while. First would be Su Jing, then Lynch. The rest of them are almost at the same power level, so it is hard to say. About the same as I thought. Let's wait and see. Yi Qin's battle has started. The 2 stopped talking and looked towards the Group 3 battling platform. On the battling platform, Yi Qin was standing 50 meters away from his opponent, and his opponent was indeed the head disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle, Yuan Hengying. Yi Qin, don't think that you can beat me easily just because you are 1 rank higher than me. For this Hidden Dragon rank competition, I have prepared quite a lot of ace attacks. Yuan Hengying was very scared of Yi Qin. If it were any other contestant, he would not even bother to tell his opponent about the ace attacks that he had prepared. However, facing Yi Qin, Yuan Hengying did not dare to be careless at all. He hoped that Yi Qin would know that he had hidden his ace attacks, and that he would not be able to do anything during the battle. Yi Qin secretly laughed. How could he not know what Yuan Hengying was thinking? Of course, this method seemed simple, but it was actually quite practical. Unfortunately, he had used it on the wrong person. Alright, what's the point of talking so much? The battle will be over soon. Let's do it. Yi Qin decided to finish the battle as soon as possible. He was not interested in wasting time with Yuan Hengying at all, because Yuan Hengying was not at the same level as him at all. Yuan Hengying's face turned red. Yi Qin's impatient tone had pissed him off. Since when could he, Yuan Hengying, be looked down upon? Demon Eagle World. Growling, Yuan Hengying pushed his Zhen Qi to its limit. The dark cyan-colored Zhen Qi spread out from his body like the wings of an eagle. After that, an incomparably huge Zhen Qi eagle claw swooshed across the sky, releasing an ancient evil power. Pop. The sword light flashed, and the Zhen Qi eagle claw was shattered. Yi Qin walked towards Yuan Hengying step by step. Damn. Yuan Hengying was shocked. Although he knew that his ace attack, Demon Eagle World, would not be able to stop Yi Qin's counterattack, it was still out of his expectation that it would be broken within a second. His heart was beating intensely. Yuan Hengying was a bit panicked. However, when he saw Yi Qin walking towards him step by step, his panic was replaced by anger. So arrogant. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Demon Eagle Revealing Fist. Taking a heavy step forward with his right foot, Yuan Hengying clenched both of his fists and threw out a punch from the middle. That crazy dark blue Zhen Qi was arranged in a weird pattern, and all of it was poured into his fist. In the next second, a horrifying eagle screech was heard. A slightly blurry demon eagle flew out. Before, Yuan Hengying had only thrown out the claws of the demon eagle. But now, under his anger, he had created the entire demon eagle, which had increased the power by at least 50%. No wonder he was a bit confident. Let's see how you are going to block. Before he finished his sentence, Yuan Hengying's face froze. In his sight, that extremely aggressive demon eagle had been cut in half by Yi Qin's sword before, and turned into nothingness. Then a bright sword light filled his sight, and he could not see anything anymore. Swoosh. His protective Zhen Qi was broken, and Yuan Hengying was blown away, crashing into the dark blue light wall. One sword attack. Instant kill. Seeing this, people from the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School did not look good. Yuan Hengying had lost way too fast, which caught them off guard. However, Yi Qin's improvement had shocked them even more. Back in the scorching ancient desert, Yi Qin could only fight against the outer masters of the multiple mountain martial school, and was not an opponent for any of the inner masters. But in just 1 year, his cultivation had not only reached the late clasping Yuan realm, but his attacking power had also increased drastically. Among all the people from the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, besides the leader of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School who was an early astral-reaching realm warrior, no one dared to say that they could beat Yi Qin. In fact, they were all very clear that Yi Qin had not used all of his power yet. Yuan Hengying did not lose for nothing. They are not at the same level at all. The leader of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School frowned as he glanced at Yi Qin, who had just walked off the stage. Yi Chen wins. After announcing the result, the judge of the group 3 touched his chin and smiled. He thought that he had seen through Yi Chen, but it seemed like he was far from it. Yuan Hingying, who had a great chance of making it to the top 72, could not even handle one sword attack from him. Seriously speaking, there was no such thing as handling the attack because Yuan Hingying did not even see how the sword got there. It seems like he should be the number 1 in the group 3. The fact that there were not many powerful young warriors in the group 3 was already known to everyone. Otherwise, the judge of the group 3 would not dare to make such a claim. Off the stage, on the audience seating, everyone who had seen this battle was very surprised. They started to discuss it passionately. Another one who has hidden his strength. That sword was so fast. I thought that there were only Ting Yimo and Gao Feng in the group 3, but now I do not dare to think like that anymore. At least this guy named Yi Chen is not weaker than Ting Yimo. He might even be stronger than him. Yeah, I think so too. His sword art was way too fast. Even I was shocked. I wonder how much of his power he had used. Maybe only 70 to 80%. Hearing everyone's words, Gao Feng shook his head. He did not think that Yi Chen had used 70 to 80% of his power. He might not even have used 60% of his power. He was a horrifying opponent. Of course, if he had used 60% of his power, Gao Feng would still have 30% chance of winning against Yi Chen. What he was afraid of was that his opponent did not even use 60% of his power. That would be horrifying. I don't think he would be that powerful. Gao Feng shook his head again. He looked at Yi Chen seriously. He might be a contestant that he would have to face in the group competition. Zhu Mei had also watched Yi Chen's battle. She could not help but ask, Yi Chen, how much of his power did you use? Half of half. Chapter 250. Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian looked at each other. They both knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, but they did not expect him to be this powerful. Half of half. That meant that he had not even used 30% of his power. His opponent was Yuan Henjing, who was ranked 59 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Right then Yi Chen had become a stranger in their eyes. It was not a stranger in terms of friendship, but a stranger in terms of power. There was a kind of strangeness called gap. Glancing at Lin Chen Zhuang Fei, Qin Yulian forced a smile and thought to herself, you have set Yi Chen as your goal. Unfortunately, you do not know how tiring and desperate it is to catch up with him. From the moment he surpassed us, the gap between us had already been decided. Su Jing's 5th battle had ended with her victory. She walked down from the stage and saw Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian's expressions. She knew what was going on, but she shook her head silently. In her mind, Yi Chen was a monster. He had a calmness and willpower that did not match his age. Even she, who was always calm, felt ashamed of herself. With her sharp observation, she had never seen such horrifying qualities in any young man. Sometimes she wondered if there was anything that could make him lose his mind. Unfortunately, besides Yi Chen himself, no one really knew him. In fact, Yi Chen sometimes did not know himself too well. Because Yi Chen was an orphan in the other world, he had to work hard and improve himself. Therefore, when other kids were playing around, he was already very mature. In some aspects, he was even more mature than an adult. After he became an adult, his mind was even more outstanding and nothing could shake him. Of course, not every orphan was like Yi Chen. After all, everyone had a different way of growing up. However, after coming to this world, Yi Chen, who was seen as a piece of trash by others, was actually very smart. When he was bullied by his cousin Yi Chen, he knew how to be patient and think about the big picture. He didn't want to make his father feel bad, so he worked even harder behind the scenes, using 10 times the effort in exchange for a little reward. Otherwise, with his talent, it would be almost impossible for him to become an outer disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. However, everything has its pros and cons. Years of forbearance had caused the Yi Chen of this world to lose his sharpness, a sharpness that allowed him to advance bravely. Sometimes, losing one's sharpness was even more terrifying than having no talent. If everything had developed normally, and the current Yi Chen had not appeared, the chances of him becoming an inner disciple would have been extremely small, let alone becoming a core disciple or even his current position. Everything was like smoke in the past. After merging with Yi Chen's soul from this world, Yi Chen's weaknesses were infinitely reduced, while his strengths were infinitely magnified, creating a monster in the eyes of others. The 5th round, Yi Chen vs. Cui Chang. I admit defeat. Yi Chen's power was obvious to everyone. He was the first contestant to admit defeat. To this, Zhu Mei laughed and said, you will have it easy from now on. Except for a few people in Group 3, basically no one would be able to compete with you. Instead of wasting time and being killed by you within a second, it would be better for you to save up your energy and spirit to fight against other contestants that you can handle. Yichen did not really care if there were people who had admitted defeat or not, since all he needed to do was wave his sword once on the stage, and it would consume almost no energy at all. On the other hand, Zhu Mei's battle would not be easy at all, so he reminded her, with my estimation in your group, there would be around 3 to 7 people who would get the full score. In the following battles, if you do not lose a single one, you would have a 100% chance of making it to the next round. If you lose one, you would have 50% chance of making it to the next round. If you lose two, you would have less than 10% chance. Although Yi Chen's words were not accurate to a certain degree, it was still very close. It should be known that in terms of vision, even astral-reaching realm warriors might not be better than him. All the information of every contestant in Zhu Mei's group was in Yi Chen's head. Even if they were hiding their power, he could still see through most of them. Then, he added the probability and statistics and finally came up with this number. Zhu Mei did not doubt him at all, so she said, "Then in the next 5 battles I would have to lose one. It would be a bit difficult, but I will try my best." She had just won the 5th battle and now she had won 3 battles and lost 2. The first stage of the competition could be a bit lucky. As long as you are lucky enough, it should not be a problem for you to make it to the second stage. In the first stage of the competition, there would be more than 50 contestants in each group, and everyone would have to go through 10 battles. At most, they would run into 10 people, and the remaining 40 or so people would not have a chance at all. Therefore, even the weakest contestants would be able to get into the top few of their group if they were lucky enough. With Zhu Mei's power, it would not be a miracle for her to make it to the next round. Looks like Lynch has met his opponent. Right at that moment, the two's attention was attracted by the battle of the 11th group. The 2 people on the stage were none other than the North Snow Quick Blade Lynch, and the other was Wei Renjie, who was ranked 37th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. On the stage, the blade light was flying everywhere, and the human shadows were moving in a blur. Both of them were young warriors who had made great achievements in their blade arts, and it was hard to tell who they were. Yi Chen shook his head. Lynch was a bit unlucky. No matter cultivation or blade intent, Wei Renjie was way more powerful than Lynch. The reason why they were evenly matched right now was because Wei Renjie had not used all of his power yet. Obviously he was just excited about the result. Good, not bad. Even if I give you another 1 or 2 years, I might not be able to beat you. Wei Renjie laughed out loud. His blade aura suddenly became even more powerful, pushing Lynch into an absolute disadvantage. Snow Dance Sky. Lynch did not have any expression on his face. He held his air-shattering blade with both of his hands, and his blade aura started to roll up. All of a sudden, it was like a snowstorm had started to fall on the stage and the blade light was everywhere. Break. Without any technique, Wei Renjie held his blade with only one hand, jumped into the air, and threw out a blade attack. Boom. The snow-like blade light was shattered one after another, and Lynch crashed into the dark blue light wall. Thank you. Wei Renjie held his fists together as he put away his great blade and jumped off the stage. Off the stage, a lot of people were watching this battle and discussing it. Wei Renjie is indeed a blade art master of the young generation. His blade intent has at least reached the entry level. Lynch is not bad either. His blade art skills are no weaker than Wei Renjie's. The only thing he is lacking is his cultivation and blade intent. With enough time, it would not be impossible for him to catch up with Wei Renjie. Indeed. Normal blade artists are nothing in Wei Renjie's eyes. He obviously likes Lynch. Alright, can Lynch make it into the top 10 new stars this year? It would be a bit difficult. Even if he could make it, he would probably be at the bottom. There are too many new warriors this year, and it would not be easy to stand out from the rest. Plus, there are also insane martial geniuses like Tua Baku and Shen Yun. There would be 2 less spots for no reason. Do not forget that Xikong Sheng's disciple sister, Gu Yuyun, is also not to be underestimated. Back in the day, the life and death realm king of the Floating Mountain Martial School, the Stone King, had offended too many people, which led to his whole family being killed. His bloodline had been cut off. But no one knew that the Stone King had an illegitimate daughter outside, and Gu Yuyun was indeed the descendant of that illegitimate daughter. She has the king bloodline of the Stone King. Adding Gu Yuyun, the top 3 of the top 10 new stars have already been decided. The rest of the 7 new stars still need to be discovered. The top 10 new stars were not a regular title, because there would always be some extremely talented martial geniuses appearing in every Hidden Dragon rank competition. If they were bright enough, they would all be ranked. After the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank had finished, Those warriors who did not come to watch the competitions would be able to know how powerful those young warriors were through their understanding of the top 10 new stars. That way they would be able to have a better understanding of them. Otherwise, with so many contestants in the competition, it would be really hard to understand all of them. The sixth battle, Yichen against Shuechuyan. I give up. The pretty-looking young lady raised up her hand, indicating that she had given up. The seventh battle, Yichen against Guohang. I give up. The eighth battle, Yichen. The ninth battle, Yichen. No one knew if it was because Yichen had killed Yuan Henging with only one sword attack, but from the fifth battle onwards, all of the contestants who were going against Yichen had given up, not wanting to waste any more time. As for the other people from the Windy Nation, they seemed to be having a hard time. Out of the 9 battles, Su Jing had won 8 and lost 1. It was not a bad loss, as her opponent was a young warrior who was ranked 22 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, who was extremely powerful. Even so, Su Jing did not lose immediately. She had fought for hundreds of attacks before the winner was decided, which had surprised a lot of people and made her into the top 10 new stars. After Lynch had lost to Wei Renjie, he had lost another battle. His opponent was also a young warrior who was ranked at the top of the last Hidden Dragon rank. Zhuang Fei had won 7 and lost 2. Su Wen had won 6 and lost 3. Qin Yulian had won 6 and lost 3. Zhu Mei's luck seemed to have run out. From the 8th battle onwards, she had lost all the way to the 9th battle. Without any surprises, there was no chance for her to make it to the next round. It would be a lie if Zhu Mei said that she was not disappointed. But she also understood that it was rare for her to be able to make it this far. She still had one last battle, and no matter if she won or lost, she would have to use all of her energy and make a breakthrough from there. Only then would she not waste this opportunity. The 10th battle, Yi Chen against Chen Jie. Chen Jie did not choose to give up. He was not a nobody. In the last Hidden Dragon rank he was ranked 43, so he did not think that he would lose to Yi Chen. Take my most powerful attack, Tiger Break Kill. His aura was like that of a lion or a tiger. Chen Jie had crossed dozens of meters, throwing out a punch towards Yi Chen. Driven by that aura, the air in front of him seemed to have been sucked out instantly. Chen. 2 beams of sword light flashed through. The first one had broken the aura, while the second one had torn apart Chen Jie's protective Jinqi layer. The sword pressure had blown his opponent away. Yi Chen wins. The Group 3 judge was not surprised at all. He raised his hand, indicating that Yi Chen had won the last battle. Impressive. Once he makes his move, the battle would be over instantly. Top 10 new stars, he could be ranked 5th. That Su Jing would be ranked 8th and Gao Feng would be 9th. Lynch's cultivation is a bit weaker, so it would not be his turn to be in the top 10 new stars. In everyone's mind, Tua Baku would be ranked 1st without a doubt. Chen Yun, a disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Sunset Martial School, and Gu Yuyun, a disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Floating Mountain Martial School, would definitely be ranked 2nd and 3rd. The 4th would be a rare martial genius from a rank 7 martial institution from the Ice Crystal Empire, and the 5th would be Yi Chen. The 6th and 7th would still be the top disciples from other rank 6 martial institutions. The 8th would be Su Jing, the 9th would be Gao Feng, and the 10th would be a top disciple from another rank 6 martial institution. This ranking might not be accurate, but judging from the battles right now, it should be about right. After all, some of the people had been hiding their power and no one would be able to tell. Chapter 251. The first stage of the competition had officially ended. There were 4 people who had gotten full marks in the 3rd group, Yi Chen, Gao Feng, and 2 other famous young warriors from the last Hidden Dragon rank. The 4 of them had not run into each other in the past 10 rounds of competition, or else there would be 1 or 2 less people with full marks. The other groups had almost the same number of people with full marks as the 3rd group. The group with the highest number of full marks only had 8 people. After all, sometimes when 2 powerful warriors were fighting, one of them would definitely lose. It was not like the group with the most powerful warriors would have more people with full marks, it was a completely different concept. Unfortunately, except for Yi Chen, Su Jing and Lynch, the other 4 people from the Windy Nation had all been eliminated. Qin Yulian's competition was a bit unfair. The Sky Holy Water spell from the Rudra Martial School was at least a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, but the lack of Jinqi was its biggest weakness. She had the upper hand in the beginning, but after hundreds of rounds, Qin Yulian still lost, because her Jinqi was not as dense as her opponent's. The leader of the Rudra Martial School, Long Bai, smiled lightly. She did not seem to care much about it. She mumbled to herself, "It's time to teach her the real martial art." The reason why she did not teach her martial arts before was because the hidden dragon rank competition was just around the corner, and it would be hard to improve her power in a short period of time. If she was too impatient, it would actually lower her power. Martial arts were different from martial arts. Martial arts were the foundation and could not be changed easily. Leader, it seems like using the small blue dragon tag to help the Sky Cloud Martial School was a wise move. This brat is not simple. The headmaster of the Rudra Martial School, the mature lady, smiled. Long Bai nodded. As long as he can get into the top 10, he will be qualified to be noticed by my great-grandpa. I will tell him when the time is right. I believe he will be interested. Telling the leader after getting into the top 10? Isn't it too early? No, I think it's too late. Didn't you notice the time of his rise? He has only used 3 years to get to where he is now. This is not something that normal people can do. That's true, I almost forgot. The two were talking through their Jinqi so people around them could not hear what they were talking about. In the Sky Cloud Martial School's formation, the fourth elder said happily, Yi Qin and Su Jing have both advanced. Below the rank 7 martial schools, the Sky Cloud Martial School is definitely one of the best. The great elder smiled. Don't be too happy yet. The second stage of the elimination competition is about to begin. That will be the most brutal competition. Half of the 24 people will be eliminated. Wait and see. I can't wait anymore. Luo Xinglia was so excited. Luo Hanshan, who was standing aside, let out a bitter smile. He was happy for Yi Qin and Su Jing, but at the same time he was also very envious of them. If only he could join the match, even one match would be worth it. After resting for about an hour, the second stage of the knockout stage began. According to the rules of the competition, any 2 groups would be combined into one group, which would be the 12th group. However, the number of the group would not be 3 or 12, but 7 because these 2 groups would be the 7th group to be combined. Different from the previous groups, each group now had 24 people. Out of the 24 people, only 12 of them would make it to the next stage while the other 12 would be eliminated. As for the 12 people who made it to the next stage, no matter what their results in the ranking competitions were, they would all be the top warriors in this year's Hidden Dragon rank. 24 people fighting for 12 places. It seemed like there was only a 50% chance, but for the contestants, it was extremely cruel. Being able to stand out from all the groups was already a symbol of glory and power. Without exaggerating, they would be the elites among the young warriors of the South Rudra region. However, in the second stage of the knockout competition, half of the elite warriors would be eliminated. The pressure would be huge, more than 2 times more than what they had experienced before. There were quite a lot of powerful warriors in the 7th group. Not to mention Yi Qin, Gao Feng, Ting Mo, and the 2 famous young warriors from the last Hidden Dragon rank, the 12th group would not be less powerful than the 3rd group. They might even have more powerful warriors than the 3rd group. For example, the head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, who was ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, Gu Qing, who was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, Wu Liangyu, who was ranked 25th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, Tang Xiaoshan, who was ranked 4th in the top 10 new stars, and Gu Tingfang, who was ranked 10th in the top 10 new stars. The first battle, Ting Mo against Gu Tingfang. The first battle of the first round had begun. Both of the contestants were not unknown warriors, they were all powerful warriors from their groups. In the 3rd group, Ting Mo had only lost to Gao Feng, and was ranked 5th in terms of points. Gu Tingfang, who was ranked 10th in the top 10 new stars, had only lost 1 battle as well, which was against Gu Qin, who was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Ting Mo did not dare to underestimate Gu Tingfang. Ever since he had lost to the unknown Gao Feng, he did not dare to underestimate any of the young warriors anymore. Shoo. Taking out his thin sword, Ting Mo did not attack right away. Instead, he stared at Gu Tingfang. Gu Tingfang's weapons were 2 light red short blades. They were 2 feet and 8 inches long, and the back of the blades was curved like a snake. The edges of the blades shone with a cold light, drawing out beams of light under the sunlight. Please teach me. Stomping on the ground, Gu Tingfang attacked first. Her whole body seemed to have become weightless as she traveled dozens of meters and appeared in front of Ting Mo within a second. Dang 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 dang. The sound of the dagger colliding with the thin sword was endless. Blazing sparks flew in all directions. It was exceptionally gorgeous and ostentatious, filled with the beauty of violence. Wild goose attack. Gu Tingfang yelled with a low voice. The 2 short blades were thrown out at an unimaginable speed, attacking towards Ting Mo, who was trying his best to defend. Chin. Countless sparks flew out, turning into two beautiful light bands that looked like the wings of wild geese. This was the horrifying power of the wild goose attack. Even the direction of the sparks would be affected. Teng Yimo kept backing out. It seemed like he could not stop Gutingfang's attack at all. Teng Yimo is going to lose. Although Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian had lost the right to participate in the second stage of the knockout competition, since they had participated in the first stage of the knockout competition, Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian could still watch from below the stage. They did not need to return to the audience seating. Yi Chen shook his head. Within 10 attacks, Gutingfang is going to lose. What do you mean? Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian looked at Yi Chen curiously. Yi Chen said, the first round of attack, the second round of attack, the third round of attack. This is the unchanging truth. Gutingfang's attacks seemed to be very aggressive, but she had used too much power. She did not save any power. She might be able to win against a weaker contestant, but Teng Mo's power is not weaker than Gutingfang's, and he is even more experienced than her. It would be impossible for her to win with one attack. Once she loses her momentum, it will be Teng Mo's time to fight back. At that time, it would be almost impossible for her to win. Zhu Mei asked, is it not a good thing to attack too aggressively? Not necessarily. What I mean is that Gutingfang's battle experience is a bit lacking. When facing an opponent at the same level, she should never let her opponent control the rhythm. Right now, the situation seems to be in Gutingfang's favor, but the rhythm is already in Teng Mo's hands. If I were her, I would change my fighting style before my momentum is exhausted, and I would disrupt the rhythm. That way I would have a higher chance of winning. After all, she already had the upper hand. As soon as Yi Chen finished talking, the situation on the stage changed. Gutingfang, who had the upper hand since the beginning, was forced to step back. Just as Yi Chen had expected, the momentum could not keep rising without falling. When it reached a certain level, Gutingfang's momentum and blade finally started to fall back. Right at that moment, Teng Yimo found a small flaw and launched a fierce counterattack. His thin sword, which was only as thick as 2 fingers, was like the autumn wind, like the flowing water. It was aimed at Gutingfang's weakness, completely disrupting her rhythm and mind. Gutingfang was in a hurry, and she had lost all of her previous elegance. Right now she just wanted to win. Unfortunately, Teng Yimo would not let her do that. His thin sword maintained a stable rhythm, continuously stabbing out. In this way he did not have the weakness of having too much momentum, and he could always suppress Gutingfang, who did not have enough time to adjust herself. Dang. With a horizontal slash, the short blade in Gutingfang's right hand flew out. I lost. Gutingfang stopped moving and said with a bitter smile. Teng Yimo was shocked. This time he had won by luck. In the situation where they were at the same power level, the battle experience had decided the result. If they were to compete again, he would not have any confidence to win. Luckily, he had won and he would not have to worry about running into her in the next 9 rounds. Both of them left the stage and the second battle of the first round began. Just like what you said. Yi Chen, it is such a waste that you did not become a martial skill master. Zhu Mei's face was full of admiration. There were masters in the Sky Cloud Martial School who taught them martial skills. Besides teaching them martial skills, they would also teach them battling experiences. However, those experiences were obviously not as advanced as Yi Chen's, because Yi Chen was always able to get to the point and come up with countermeasures. Yi Chen smiled. Some of the powerful warriors would teach their disciples and some would not. Although his eyes and experience were very advanced, he might not be able to teach his disciple well. Teaching a disciple was not about holding his hand, but about letting his disciple learn by himself. In Yi Chen's world there was a saying, the master leads the way, but the training depends on the disciple himself. Of course, in a short period of time, Yi Chen could indeed teach someone a great battling experience. But in the long run he would not be so sure anymore. After all, there was nothing that could be more practical than learning by oneself. Other people's knowledge would always be separated by a layer, and it would not be easy to break it. The battles of the 7th group were not too fast or too slow. In the next few battles, Bing Ling, Gu Qin, Tang Xiaoshan and a couple of other powerful young warriors had all won their battles. Bing Ling was indeed the head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Her opponent had not even attacked before he was blown away by a punch. Gu Qin, as a warrior ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, was also extremely powerful. He had blown away his opponent within a second. As for Tang Xiaoshan, besides Yi Chen, who was a hidden rank 9 martial institution martial genius, he was without a doubt the brightest one among all the new stars. He was only second to Tua Baku, and even Qin Yun and Gu Yuyun, who were ranked above him, could not compete with him. The martial institution he came from was only a normal rank 7 martial institution in the Ice Crystal Empire, which was not as powerful as the older rank 7 martial institutions, not to mention the top rank 7 martial institutions. But somehow he had appeared, a martial genius who was thought to be one of the most powerful martial institutions. He had the chance to compete for the top 10, and even if he did not make it, he would still be able to make it to the top 20. Without any effort, Tang Xiaoshan had won the battle. His powerful power had even made Gu Qin, who was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, frown. The 8th battle of the first round, Yi Chen against Gao Feng. After a couple of powerful warriors had appeared, it was Yi Chen's turn. His opponent was the popular warrior from the third group, Gao Feng. Even Ting Mo was not his opponent. Tang Xiaoshan was very confident in his observation. He said to the few people next to him, Gao Feng is still not quite there yet. He has about 30% chance of winning. But if Yi Chen wants to win against him, it would not be that easy. Chapter 252. Hearing his own name, Gao Feng jumped onto the battling platform with a serious face. Yi Chen did not hesitate. He tapped his foot on the ground and appeared on the battling platform almost at the same time as Gao Feng. The two stood 50 meters apart. You are very powerful. But if you want to win 1 point from me, it will not be that easy. With his right hand holding onto his sword handle, Gao Feng said word by word. Yi Chen smiled lightly. It will be easy. Gao Feng frowned. According to his estimation, he should have 30% chance of beating Yi Chen, and it was not like he did not have any chance at all. But somehow, seeing that calm expression on Yi Chen's face, he did not have any confidence at all. For the first time he felt like he did not know where to start. Shocked, Gao Feng thought to himself, perhaps he still has more power? On the judge's seat, the Group 3 judge and the Group 12 judge sat together. The Group 12 judge said, Gao Feng is a good seed. I can tell that he has been hiding part of his power. His sword intent should be close to completion. The Group 3 judge nodded. What I am curious about is that up until now, Yi Chen has not shown any trace of sword intent. I guess he has not learned it yet. Although the sword intent is a benchmark for sword artists, not every powerful sword artist has it. So who can tell for sure? You are right. But it is a pity. If he had the sword intent, it would not be impossible for him to get into the top 10. The Group 3 judge had been watching Yi Chen win every single battle, so he was more or less looking forward to it. He hoped that Yi Chen would be able to shine, and that there would be more to watch. But of course he knew that the sword intent was not that easy to learn. It was related to the comprehensive ability, but it was also related to the talent in the sword arts. But it did not mean that just because one was talented in the sword arts, they would be able to learn the sword intent. There were a lot of astral-reaching realm sword artists in this true spirit continent who had not learned the sword intent yet. And some of the warriors who did not have the comprehensive ability and the sword art talent, and did not have a high cultivation, had somehow learned the sword intent. There were some rumors about the sword intent in the true spirit continent. It was said that in order to learn the sword intent, one would need to have a pure spirit or reach the Sea of Souls realm. These two conditions were the easiest to learn the sword intent. The rest would depend on the situation, since there would always be exceptions. Senior brother Gao, if you defeat him, it will be your 11th consecutive victory. At this moment, a young woman's voice came from the audience stands. Gao Feng's expression changed. He looked over and shook his head with a bitter smile. Defeating Yi Chen was easier said than done. He could only hope that Yi Chen's strength was not beyond his imagination. The Star Scar sword appeared in his left hand. Without taking it out of the scabbard, Yi Chen said, "It seems like your sister disciple really wants you to win. Unfortunately, I will not go easy on you. You better not go easy on me. I will beat you fair and square." Gao Feng clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The person who spoke was his junior martial sister, who was also his childhood sweetheart. This time he had promised her that he would definitely achieve 12 consecutive victories to commemorate the 12 years they had known each other. Chin. Gao Feng's sword was taken out of the scabbard. The sword light flashed once, and an invisible sword pressure attacked toward Yi Chen. The calm air suddenly started to ripple like water, being pulled to an extreme. Pop. The sword pressure and the watery air had been cut open. Yi Chen's sword was only halfway out of the scabbard. Such a powerful sword aura. The judges of the 3rd and 12th group were shocked. Right then Yi Chen seemed to be a little bit more serious. Over at the 2nd group, the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian, had accidentally noticed this. He shook his head lightly, knowing that it would be useless to not learn the sword intent. Sword explosion. The sword pressure was only the beginning. Gao Feng performed the ace attack that he had used to beat Ting Mo. He threw out a sword attack, bringing up the sword wind and the sword qi. Pop. Another crisp sound was heard. The sword wind and the sword qi had been shattered, and the tip of Yi Chen's sword was finally revealed from the scabbard. The sword light that was as deep as the stars shone. Impressive. Gao Feng took a deep breath. He had never seen a sword artist at the same level as him who could break his ultimate move with only sword momentum. However, this was just the beginning. He was a sword artist who had comprehended the sword intent. Unfortunately, 2 months ago, his sword intent had officially entered the entry level. Pushing his sword intent, Gao Feng's sword aura was extremely condensed. It was indestructible and nothing could shake it, including Yi Chen's sword aura. In the next second, Gao Feng suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen. The sound of metal clashing and the burning sparks spread out in all directions. Below the stage in the spectator seats, many of the younger generation and the spectating martial artists could only see 2 blurry figures, one blue and one green, crisscrossing and flashing. The most eye-catching thing was the sword light that was everywhere. Every single one of them was breathtaking. After which they saw numerous shallow scratches appearing on the stage. The scratches were incomparably sharp. With a glance, even one's mind would be pierced through. Judging from the current situation, Gao Feng and Yi Chen's power were almost the same. One had learned the entry-level sword intent, while the other had unparalleled sword art skills. His sword aura was horrifying. On the huge battling platform, the long sword in Gao Feng's hand kept moving. The sword light was extremely sharp, and every time he waved it out, it would be extremely threatening. Sometimes, when his Jin Qi was extremely powerful, before the tip of the sword even reached its target, there would already be burning sparks shooting out between the two, which was quite shocking. Compared to Gao Feng's unpredictable sword light, Yi Chen was like an enhanced version of his opponent. His Star Scar sword was unrestrained and untraceable. Every time he attacked, it was flawless, which was out of everyone's expectation. It made Gao Feng unable to gain the upper hand even with his sword intent. Of course, Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. Without using his sword intent, he would still have to use the poetic perspective of his sky-shattering clouds. He did not plan to use the poetic perspective of his lone peak kill yet. It was not because the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill was not as powerful as the sky-shattering clouds. In fact, once the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill was completed, it would be even more powerful than the sky-shattering clouds. However, without the help of the sword intent, the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill would not be able to reach its peak. The poetic perspective of the lone peak 13 swords was the origin of Yi Chen's sword intent. After it had been completely combined, the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill would also be closely related to the sword intent. If he did not have the sword intent, Yi Chen would not be able to completely combine the lone peak 13 swords and create his most powerful sword movement, the completed lone peak kill. As for the sky-shattering clouds, it would also need the sword intent to reach its peak. However, it was less dependent on the sword intent than the lone peak kill. Plus, the sky-shattering clouds was a frontal attack while the lone peak kill was different. The poetic perspective of the lone peak kill was the essence of the lone peak kill. Without the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill, the power of the lone peak kill would drop by at least 1 level. On the stage, human figures flashed everywhere. The sword light flew everywhere. Beams of sword qi occasionally leaked out from the affected area, creating ripples on the dark blue light wall. How is this possible? I am older than him and I have also learned the sword intent. How could I not have the upper hand at all? Just how powerful is his sword art? The long sword in his hand was waved out like lightning. Gao Feng was getting more and more shocked. Towards the end, he had already been convinced by Yi Chen's sword art. As the battle entered the most intense stage, Gao Feng's face looked extremely serious. His eyes had almost stopped blinking. Together with his mental power, he watched every single movement of Yi Chen, hoping to find a tiny flaw. As long as there was a tiny flaw, he would be able to fight back aggressively. After a while, Gao Feng finally gave up. Yi Chen did not have a single flaw. At least for him, Yi Chen was flawless. Even if there was a flaw, that kind of weird flaw could have been purposely made by his opponent to disrupt his rhythm. Taking a step back, Gao Feng held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. Ghost Wind. Since there is no flaw, then I will create one myself. Gao Feng had used all of his power for this sword attack. His sword intent had been completely condensed into the sword wind. A ghostly cry was heard. That horrifying sword wind turned into sword chi from time to time, then disappeared from time to time. The sword intent is not bad, but the poetic perspective of the sword art is not that high. The reason why Yi Chen was able to fight on par with his opponent without using his sword intent was not only because of his powerful sword techniques and sword aura, but also because of his powerful poetic perspective. With the two combined, even Gao Feng, who had learned the entry-level sword intent, could not force him to use his sword intent. As Gao Feng took a step back, Yi Chen also took a step back. He held up his Star Scar sword with both of his hands and threw it down vertically with an aura of thunder and lightning. Sky-shattering clouds. Swoosh, swoosh, there was a light sparkle in the air. Gao Feng's sword wind had been shattered immediately, splashing everywhere like water. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's attack had disappeared as well. Gao Feng's expression changed suddenly as his eyes looked determined. I was planning to save this attack for the last moment. But now you have what it takes for me to use it. His entry-level sword intent spread out, surrounding Gao Feng. He held the sword handle tightly with his right hand, while his left hand was on the end of the handle. In the next second, an extremely sharp sword aura exploded. Together with his slim body, his whole body looked like a great sword that was about to be taken out of its scabbard. This Gao Feng is not bad. I did not expect that he would have an even more powerful ace attack. Yi Chen is going to lose. Tang Xiaoshan crossed his arms in front of his chest, a smile appearing on his face. Facing Gao Feng, who had an extremely sharp aura, Yi Chen shook his head. Sword intent. I know it too. I was planning to fight more. As for Gao Feng's sword art skills, Yi Chen was a bit impressed. It was just like how Wei Renjie felt about Lynch. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to waste so much time. He could have taken care of his opponent as soon as he got on the stage. With his power, it was not impossible. What? He has also learned the sword intent? The judge of the third group was shocked. A horrifying sharp intent burst out, and Yi Chen's aura was completely different from before. His blue robe danced in the air, and an invisible sword aura that had been infused with sword intent had pierced through Gao Feng's sword aura without any mercy. Gao Feng's sword aura, which had been rising up, seemed like a child's joke under this attack. It was like a balloon that had been deflated, and it started to deflate. Gao Feng was terrified. Is this his real power? Only Gao Feng himself knew how powerful the ace attack that he had prepared so carefully was. As long as he threw out the sword attack, even those who were slightly more powerful than him would have a hard time. However, he had not expected that Yi Chen had not only learned the sword intent, but also used it to a higher level than him. A sword light flashed across in the air. Gao Feng did not even have the chance to attack. His Zhen Qi layer had been shattered and he was thrown into the dark blue light wall. Chapter 253. One sword attack. Gao Feng had lost. Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked. The whole place was dead silent. Before this, no one would have thought that Yi Chen had hidden his sword intent, which was the pride of a sword artist. He had only used his sword art to compete on the stage and beat all the top young warriors, winning 11 battles in a row. What was even more unexpected was that once Yi Chen had released his sword intent, Gao Feng did not even have the chance to attack. He had lost right away and in such a straightforward manner. If Gao Feng were only a normal young warrior, people would not be so shocked. But in the first stage of the competition, he had beaten Ting Mo, who was ranked 19 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. And just like Yi Chen, he had won all the battles. Therefore, no matter how you looked at it, Gao Feng was not a normal warrior. He was definitely one of the top warriors among the young generation. However, a powerful warrior like him could not even handle one attack from Yi Chen. The huge contrast had shocked a lot of people. Amateurs would just watch for fun, but the experts would see for themselves. Most of the clasping Yuan Realm warriors only knew that Yi Chen had the sword intent, but they did not know what had happened in that second. However, the powerful clasping Yuan Realm warriors and astral reaching realm warriors had seen some of the details. For example, Yi Chen's sword intent flashed once and then disappeared, and it was hard to tell exactly what kind of realm he had reached. Also, right now they could finally feel how fast Yi Chen's sword was. It had already surpassed the reaction speed of warriors at the same cultivation level. Most importantly, the second he threw out his sword, Yi Chen had shown the elegance of a sword artist. Not only did his sword art move as he wished, but it was also very fast. So impressive. Is this the power of the fifth in the top 10 new stars? Why do I feel like he could be the second? Some of the warriors who were watching the battle could not help but say. Someone next to him said, I have the same feeling. Gao Feng is the 9th in the top 10 new stars after all. but he still could not handle one serious sword attack from Yi Qin. It is not certain whether he is serious or not. Haven't you noticed? Until now, has Yi Qin tried his best? Only Gao Feng was able to force out his sword intent. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions are indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Before, there were top young warriors like Xikong Sheng, and now there are the top 10 new stars. All of them are hiding their powers. Before the most crucial moment, no one would know what kind of realm they have reached. Now that's hot-blooded. What's the point of a match that can be seen through at a glance? Aha, this is really exciting. I really want to see who among the younger generation can laugh until the end, and who can be ranked in the top 10. There were way too many people who were paying attention to this battle, since there were only 6 groups left. It was obvious which group would be more interesting to watch. The battle between Yi Qin and Gao Feng was very exciting. In the beginning, it was clear that they were evenly matched, but in the end the situation changed drastically. First, Gao Feng was forced to use his ace attack, and his momentum increased drastically. It seemed like he was going to win, but who would have thought that Yi Qin would have even more attacks, which exposed the fact that he had comprehended the sword intent and killed Gao Feng with one sword attack, showing off the power of a sword artist. Such an exciting battle had made people's blood boil. Their faces turned red, and they could not help but want to scream out loud. The Group 12 judge froze for a while before he said, "A real sword artist needs both a powerful attacking power and the power to kill with one attack. This kid has both, which is very rare." The Group 3 judge nodded. It is easy to become a warrior, but it is hard to become a sword artist. Most people only have the talent to be a sword artist, but not the qualities that a sword artist should have. As astral reaching realm warriors, the two had seen a lot of powerful sword artists. They knew how hard it was to deal with a sword artist, since they did not seem to have too big of a weakness because they were experts in finding weaknesses. That sword attack of Yi Qin seemed to be very fast and casual, but it had actually landed on Gao Feng's weakest spot, which gave Gao Feng no chance to fight back at all. A light flashed through the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian. Yi Qin, who had learned the sword intent, had piqued his interest. As for how long this interest could last, it would depend on how powerful Yi Qin really was. If it was only this much, then it would only take 3 sword attacks to finish him off. Xikong Sheng and the other top young warriors did not have any expression on their faces. The power that Yi Qin had shown so far was nothing special to them. Reaching their level, the gap between them was huge. If one's power could not be ranked in the top 5 or top 10, then he would not even be worth their attention. There are too many people who have not shown their real power yet. He is only a clown. The head disciple of the Sky Fall Martial School, Lin Yun, sneered. The head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Mo Yen, used his Sky Demon eyes. A dark red light flashed through his eyes as he said lightly, "He will not be in the top 10. Murong Qingqing frowned slightly. This head disciple of hers looked very calm and collected on the surface, but he was actually very prideful. As one of the top 2 martial arts of the Sky Flying Demon Martial School, the Sky Demon art was indeed very powerful. The Sky Demon eyes that came with it could see through a person's aura. However, martial arts were not omnipotent. Moreover, his Sky Demon art was only at the 10th realm, so how could he see through a person's power? On the battling platform, putting his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Qin said, "Thank you," before flying off the platform. Gao Feng covered his chest with his left hand, but he was not hurt at all. He knew that Yi Qin had held back. Yi Qin's control of his power was just like his sword art, which had already reached the realm of being able to do whatever he wanted. It was not a shame to lose to him. Plus, he had learned something from this battle. Getting off the platform, Gao Feng sent a Zhenqi message to his sister disciple. "Sorry. I have lost. It's okay. He is just too powerful. I just want to watch your battle. I don't care about anything else." "You are right. He is indeed too powerful. I think his power is even more powerful than what everyone thinks," Gao Feng said in shock. Unfortunately, besides his sister disciple, no one else heard what he said. The iron ball in his hand had been crushed. Tang Xiaoshan's face froze. He had just said that Yi Qin was going to lose, but the result was completely different from what he had expected. He had been humiliated. His power is not bad. It seems like I have underestimated him. Tang Xiaoshan twitched the corner of his mouth. The battle continued. The next contestant was the 3rd disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Wu Liangyu. His opponent was the young warrior who had made it to the next round with all his wins. The two had exchanged 3 rounds of attacks. Wu Liangyu won. The Sky Demon Martial School is slightly more powerful in terms of the number of top disciples. In addition to the top 3 disciples, there are also 3 disciples who have made it to the second stage of the knockout competition, adding up to 6 disciples. As for the other 6th grade sects, the most disciples who have made it to the second stage of the knockout competition are no more than 5, and at least 3. Of course, the Sky Demon Martial School has the advantage in terms of quantity. But in terms of quality, no one can compete with the Floating Mountain Martial School. There is no other way. The Floating Mountain Martial School has Sikong Sheng. Besides the Fire Spirit Prince, no one else would be able to compete with him. Not necessarily. That Lin Yun's chi is not weaker than the Fire Spirit Prince's. In some aspects he is even more powerful. The fight for the first place should be between the 3 of them. Not necessarily. Chua Baku should be counted in. The last Hidden Dragon rank 9 young warrior had been blown away by him with only 1 punch. Is this kind of power not enough to compete for the top 3? Although Wu Liangyu had performed very well, unfortunately with Yi Chen's performance in front of him, Wu Liangyu was definitely not as good as him. Therefore, with his status, the crowd started to discuss about the battle between the top young warriors and the Sky Demon Martial School. They all had their own opinions. Yi Chen and Su Jing stood together. Next to them were Zhu Mei and Qin Yulian, who had lost the right to compete. Qin Yulian watched the matches of each group and sighed. This year's competition is too intense. Many of the contestants from last year's ranking have been eliminated. I wonder how many of the contestants from last year's ranking will remain after the second round of elimination. Zhu Mei said, looking at the current situation, at least 30 to 40% will be eliminated. 30 or 40% was more than 20 people. This was a shocking number. Yi Chen did not say anything. The first stage of the competition had indeed eliminated a lot of contestants from the last Hidden Dragon rank, such as Lin Yu, who was ranked 70th, Zhuang Fei, who was ranked 68th, Wei Dongxi, who was ranked 66th, Kai Yueyao, who was ranked 61st, Lu Zhao, who was ranked 61st, and Yuan Hingying, who was ranked 59th. These were all powerful warriors from the Hidden Dragon rank that Yi Chen had met in the scorching ancient desert, but now they had all been eliminated. These were only the Hidden Dragon rank warriors from the 9 nations, including the Windy Nation. Including the other nations, up until now, there had already been 20 people who had been eliminated. Therefore, the 30 to 40% that Zhu Mei said was still an understatement. After the second round of elimination, the total number of people who had been eliminated from the last Hidden Dragon rank should be around 25 to 30. Of course, there were also a couple of people from the 9 nations who had not been eliminated, such as Mo Wuxue, who was ranked 54th, and Xue Hen, who was ranked 57th. The 2 of them used to be the top warriors in the Heaven Dream Ancient region, but unfortunately when they arrived at the Hidden Dragon Ancient City, they had barely managed to struggle on the edge of being eliminated. Whether they could make it to the next round or not would depend on the luck that they usually did not care about. The new generation had replaced the old generation. How many old warriors had been eliminated meant how many new young warriors had been replaced. Not to mention the other nations, just the Windy Nation alone had Yi Chen, Su Jing and Lynch, which was 3 times better than the last Hidden Dragon rank, when only Zhuang Fei was in the Hidden Dragon rank. Therefore, the Windy Nation had not only not declined but had actually become a lot stronger. The 12th battle of the second group had begun, and the contestant was indeed Su Jing. Seeing that Su Jing had easily suppressed her opponent, Yi Chen had realized something. He thought to himself, it turns out that Su Jing's martial arts and martial skills have not been trained to a very high level. It seems that she has not trained for a long time after all. Give her 1 more year and she might be able to compete for the top 10. Yi Chen had figured out that Su Jing had changed her martial art. If he had guessed it right, Su Jing had changed her martial art after she came back from the Heaven Dream Ancient region, and it was an extremely high-level body-strengthening martial art. However, it was only a year before the Hidden Dragon rank competition, and body-strengthening martial arts were extremely hard to train. It would be impossible for Su Jing to train her body-strengthening martial art to a very high level within a year, which was her weakness. After all, those old generation young warriors had all trained a martial art for 3 years or even more. If Su Jing had 3 years to train, even Yi Chen could not be sure what level Su Jing could reach, because Su Jing's current power was already horrifying. With a thunderous punch, she had broken her opponent's protective Zhen Qi layer. Su Jing had easily won the first point in the second stage of the competition. Yi Chen chuckled as he turned his attention to his own group. The second round of the competition was about to begin. Who would be his opponent? Chapter 254. The first battle of the second round, Bing Ling against Gu Qing. As the judge's voice faded, the huge audience suddenly quieted down. Warriors who had the right to participate in the second round of the competition were not weak warriors. If the Hidden Dragon rank could be expanded to 144 people, then all of the contestants in the audience would be on the rank. They would all be the elites of the elites, the top warriors of the young generation. And Bing Ling and Gu Qing were undoubtedly the top warriors. Bing Ling, the head disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, a rank 6 institution in the Ice Crystal Empire. She was ranked 7th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and was one of the most popular contestants for the top 5 this time. Gu Qing, the head disciple of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, a rank 7 institution in the Grey Mystery Nation. He was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and was one of the most popular contestants for the top 10 this time. Judging from the surface, Gu Qing was obviously slightly weaker than Bing Ling. His martial institution was 1 rank lower, and his Hidden Dragon rank was 3 ranks lower. Do not underestimate the rank of a martial institution. The higher the rank of a martial institution, the higher the rank of the martial arts they collected would be. If the rank of a martial institution was low, then the rank of the martial arts would naturally be low. There were very few rank 7 martial institutions in the South Rudra region that could compete with rank 6 martial institutions. However, coincidentally, the Clear Cloud Pavilion was one of those rare rank 7 martial institutions. They did not lack high-rank Earthrealm martial arts, and they even had a top-rank Earthrealm martial art. With this top-rank Earthrealm martial art, the Clear Cloud Pavilion was able to sit firmly as the number 1 rank 7 martial institution in the Black Dragon Empire. If the leader of the Blue Cloud Pavilion was not stupid, he would have taught the top-rank Earthrealm martial art to Gu Qing for sure. In order for a rank 7 institution to become a rank 6 institution, besides having enough top battling power, they would also need a Sea of Souls realm warrior. With Gu Qing's talent and comprehensive ability, he would have a great chance to become a Sea of Souls realm warrior in the future. The two would meet in the first battle of the second round, which would definitely be the highlight of the battle. In everyone's eyes, no matter how powerful Bing Ling was, she would not be able to beat Gu Qing with only a couple of attacks. And Gu Qing would not just sit there and let Bing Ling beat him easily. He would definitely try his best to beat her, which would be a great treat for the audience. Who do you think will win this battle? Some people could not help but ask their friends. Isn't that obvious? Of course it's Bing Ling. It's easy to surpass the younger generation that's ranked at the bottom, but to be able to enter the top 10, their talent and comprehension are all top-notch. Coupled with the top-notch martial arts, it's almost impossible to surpass them. Not necessarily. Gu Qing was ranked 10th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, only 3 ranks behind Bing Ling. His martial arts are almost the same as well. It would not be that easy for Bing Ling to beat him. Might be very hard. 3 years can bring the Hidden Dragon rank competition to its peak. There must be a lot of changes happening to Bing Ling and Gu Qing. No matter how we argue, it will be useless. Let's just wait and see. While everyone was talking, Bing Ling and Gu Qing went on stage. It's been 3 years, but you're still as cold as ever. Gu Qing smiled faintly, and a dark blue iron rod appeared in his hand. The iron rod was 4 feet and 8 inches long, and as thick as a child's arm. Its surface was engraved with circles of simple spiral patterns, and in the center of the spiral patterns, there was a dot. 3 spiral patterns made up 3 dots, making the iron rod look heavy and a little strange. Bing Ling said, "Bring out all of your power. Otherwise you will lose to me just like last time." "Of course I will use all of my power." The two exchanged a few words, then stopped talking and stared at each other. The first one to attack was Gu Qing. His body flashed, and when he was still 10 meters away from Bing Ling, the iron stick in his hand smashed down. The heavy air-breaking sound was like a mountain, giving people the feeling that it was not an iron stick, but a huge mountain, a sky-reaching stone pillar. Bing Ling stood where she was without moving at all. Only when the iron stick was smashed down did she throw out a punch. Bang! Ice shards scattered all over the sky. Gu Qing's heavy and powerful strike, which was enough to split a mountain, was actually broken by Bing Ling with her bare hands. Not only that, the dark blue iron stick was covered in a layer of frost, emitting cold air. Amazing, not only does this punch contain a large amount of Jin Qi, it also has the power to shatter ice. Yi Chen recalled the scene just now. When Gu Qing's iron stick smashed down, Bing Ling's right fist had already gathered a large amount of ice Jin Qi. When the two collided, the ice Jin Qi turned into solid ice and exploded, easily shattering the mountain-like power. Su Jing said, This should be one of the secret skills of the Ice Extreme Martial School, Ice-Breaking Fist. On the stage, Gu Qing's eyes looked serious. Zhen Qi flowed through his palm and into the iron stick. Suddenly, the 3 round dots on the iron stick lit up, and the blue halo rippled, shattering the ice. Take my attack, Blue Cloud, 9 consecutive strikes. Gu Qing yelled out as his body flashed randomly. Within the space of dozens of meters, his figure was everywhere, and it was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Immediately after, pieces of ice shards suddenly exploded around Bing Ling's body. It turned out that Gu Qing had already arrived at Bing Ling's side, and kept smashing down with his iron stick. Unfortunately, Bing Ling's defense was just as terrifying as her fist art. Before the iron stick that was covered by the blue halo could even land, it had already been weakened by layers of ice. Zhen Qi. Ice shards flew everywhere, looking extremely beautiful but also extremely shocking. 1 hit, 2 hits, 7 hits. It hits. It was not until the 9th hit that Gu Qing suddenly jumped up and split into 3. 3 Gu Qings held the iron stick and smashed it onto Bing Ling's protective Zhen Qi. Under Gu Qing's storm-like attacks, it was not easy for Bing Ling to block out the first 8 hits. However, the 9th hit had thrown away all the techniques, and all it had was an unparalleled power and momentum. With 1 hit, all the air had been sucked out and all that was left was a vacuum. Crossing her arms in front of her chest, pieces of oval-shaped ice frost appeared in front of Bing Ling's body. Boom. The ice frost exploded and Bing Ling backed out 9 steps. With every step, she would leave behind some ice shards on the stage. Kalala. Seeing that Gu Qing had the upper hand, a lot of people did not even have the time to catch their breath before Bing Ling's counterattack came. This attack was even more violent than Gu Qing's 9th hit. With 1 punch, the water yuan qi in the air had been sucked over, and was thrown out along with the extremely cold fist power. His protective Zhen Qi was frozen, and Gu Qing's whole body was sealed in a few meters wide ice block. He was smashed heavily onto the dark blue light wall. The ice block shattered and Gu Qing's black hair danced in the air as he yelled, "If you can take this hit, I will admit defeat." Bring it on. Bing Ling still looked cold. Her aura kept increasing, and a bright blue qi flow exploded around Gu Qing's body. The blue qi flow spun around Gu Qing once and then dove into the iron stick. The next second, the iron stick vibrated intensely, and the blue light started to change, eventually forming into a stone pillar shadow. It was 3 meters long and half a meter thick. Blue stone great art. Lose. After throwing out that stick attack, half of the battling platform had changed color. The powerful and heavy stone column shadow was like a real sky-piercing stone column, ferociously smashing towards Bing Ling, who was dozens of meters away. That kind of power that could crush a mountain and crack a river was unimaginable. It was hard to connect it with the handsome Gu Qing. Right then someone yelled out, "It is the blue stone great art of the Blue Cloud Martial School." I heard that an inner master of the Blue Cloud Martial School had killed 2 warriors at the same cultivation level with 1 hammer attack, and was famous in the South Rudra region for its heavy power. People who trained the blue stone great art would usually choose heavy weapons like iron sticks or hammers. Only then would they be able to bring out the full power of the blue stone great art. Gu Qing's power is indeed not to be underestimated. I wonder how Bing Ling is going to handle it? Bing Ling should have some ace attacks as well, right? Yi Chen squeezed his eyes. Bing Ling's ace attack was about to come. All of the water yuan qi on the battling stage suddenly gathered towards that elegant fist. Ice break. Bing Ling groaned as she threw out a punch with a horrifying aura. At that moment, a lot of people felt like they could hear the sound of ice breaking. Boom. The battling stage shook a little and the air twisted. That blue-colored qi flow and freezing frost filled up everyone's vision. If it were not for the dark blue light wall, it would have spread out in all directions. Oh. The stone column shadow had been shattered, and Gu Qing's hand, which was holding the iron stick, had cracked open. His chest felt like it had been struck by lightning as he puked out a mouthful of blood while his body was blown away. Bing Ling was not feeling any better either. Her face was slightly pale, and there was blood dripping down from the corner of her mouth. The result of the exchange of ace attacks was that Gu Qing had lost completely, while Bing Ling was slightly wounded. Bing Ling wins. The judge came back to his senses and announced the result immediately. It was not the time to be amazed by the two's power. In the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, even the slightest injury could affect the rest of the battles. Even the leaders of the Ice Extreme Martial School and the Blue Cloud Martial School looked very anxious. Bing Ling had just gotten off the stage when she was taken away by the leader of the Ice Extreme Martial School. Without any surprises, she would be using her Seas of Souls realm cultivation to heal Bing Ling, so that she would be able to recover to her peak condition when she encountered a powerful opponent. That way, she would be able to avoid further injuries and possibly losing the competition. The people from the Blue Cloud Martial School were not slow either. They brought Gu Qing, who looked very tired, into the training room nearby. Although the Blue Cloud Martial School did not have any Seas of Souls realm warriors, Gu Qing's injury was not that serious. With the help of a couple of astral-reaching realm warriors, plus the top healing medicine, it would not be a big problem for him to recover within a short period of time. Compared to that, the ranking of the Hidden Dragon rank was what they cared about. The departure of the two did not cool down the atmosphere. Instead, it got even more heated. I did not expect Gu Qing to be able to fight with Bing Ling like that. It would be hard for those young warriors to surpass him. Yeah. Bing Ling could be counted as one of the top young warriors. There were not many people who could injure her. Although it was just a small injury, if there were no competitions, she would not need to rest at all. She would be able to recover completely after a couple of days of rest. In the group 5, the top 4 are almost out. They are Bing Ling, Gu Qing, Tang Xiaoshan and Yi Qin. I wonder if the 4 of them will run into each other. If they do, it would be another intense battle. Everyone was full of anticipation for the upcoming battles. Of course, it was not just the group 5, the other group's battles would be exciting as well. After all, there were only 24 people in each group, and in 10 rounds of battles they would run into 10 people. There would be scenes where the top 2 would run into each other. When Bing Ling and Gu Qing were battling, Lynch was also battling. Because the 2 of them were not as eye-catching as the 2 on the other side, not many people were paying attention to them. Right now the battle had ended and Lynch had won. Time passed slowly, and 5 battles had already ended in the group 5. The 6th battle was Yi Chen's, and his opponent was the 3rd disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Wu Liangyu. Everyone who had not calmed down yet suddenly became excited. On the surface, Wu Liangyu was indeed not as powerful as Yi Chen, but he would not be weaker than Gao Feng and might even be more powerful. What they were looking forward to was how would Yi Chen beat Wu Liangyu. Chapter 255. A huge pair of black wings appeared on his back as Wu Liangyu floated above the battling platform, looking down at Yi Chen. As long as I can keep the distance, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Being considered weaker than Yi Chen and many of the people before him was a huge blow to Wu Liangyu. He did not know how the others thought about him, but in his opinion, the reason why Yi Chen could beat Yi Chen with one sword attack was because of the close distance and the sudden attack. Plus, Yi Chen had just finished preparing his most powerful ace attack, so he was a bit relaxed. That was why Yi Chen was able to take advantage of him. Right now, he was in the air, maintaining 100 meters distance from his opponent. As long as Yi Chen made any move with the speed-increasing effect of the Black Crow Great Art, Wu Liangyu would have enough time to react, and would not let Yi Chen get close to him easily. On the first row of the audience seating, the Black Crow man nodded satisfyingly. What Wu Liangyu did was the best way to deal with Yi Chen. Only with enough distance would he be able to maximize the advantage of the Black Crow Great Art. As for Wu Liangyu trying to increase the distance, Yi Chen did not care too much about it. The gap between them was not just a little bit, so it did not matter if there was a distance or not. Death Tornado. Wu Liangyu attacked. As the 3rd disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, ranked 25 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, his power was still very powerful. Both of his wings flapped intensely, and the pitch-black light shone brightly. Countless arc-shaped cutting waves accumulated in the air, forming into a tornado-like black light wave, attacking towards Yi Chen. It covered the whole sky, making it impossible for Yi Chen to dodge. Swoosh! A weird sound of cloth tearing was heard. A scratch appeared in the sky full of black light, expanding quickly. Yi Chen walked out from it with his sword in his hand, completely unharmed. Wu Liangyu's pupils shrank. He subconsciously flapped his wings, backing out quickly. A beam of sword chi brushed past his protective Jin Chi layer and landed heavily on the dark blue light wall, bringing up circles of patterns. I will see how you are going to break it this time. Death Storm. The wings on his back combined with the 2 scimitars in his hands, the Death Tornado had been upgraded into an even more horrifying Death Tornado. Countless arc-shaped chopping waves interweaved together, attacking towards Yi Chen with a destructive aura. Wu Liangyu believed that under this attack, as long as Yi Chen showed even the slightest flaw, he would be badly wounded. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Yi Chen took 3 steps forward, then lifted up his Star Scar sword and attacked back. Whoosh! There were light blue electric sparks flashing in the midair, and the black tornado was split in half like a curtain being pulled open. Wu Liangyu, who was behind the curtain, did not even have the time to react before his protective Jinqi layer was sliced open. He flipped 4 times in the air before sliding down from the dark blue light wall. This sword attack contains both the poetic perspectives of cloud and thunder. How is this possible? An inner master of the Sky Demon Martial School said with surprise. Before, although Yi Qin had used his sky-shattering cloud's poetic perspective a couple of times, he was still not eye-catching at that time. Plus, he was still holding back his poetic perspective. Therefore not many people had noticed it. But now that his opponent was Wu Liangyu, it had naturally attracted everyone's attention. Another inner master sighed. Although poetic perspectives are not as hard to understand as sword intent, it is still a test of one's comprehensive ability and talent. Compared to him, Liangyu is still way too weak. The Crow Man forced a smile. He could not help but look at Yi Qin a couple more times. He had seen Yi Qin 3 times and his power had been completely different each time. To be honest, he had never seen such a horrifying speed of improvement from any young man before. Even Xikong Sheng was not as fast as him. What a little monster. The Crow Man's love for talent was aroused. Yi Qin's win was not out of the judge's expectation, so he announced the result immediately. They all more or less had the same thought. They wanted to see how long Yi Qin's winning streak would last, and whether it would stop at the second stage of the competition. It was definitely a crazy idea. 12 wins in a row. Why do I feel like watching Yi Qin's battles is so exciting? It seems to give people a sense of anticipation, and I can't wait for him to keep winning. Me too. I was just wondering. Logically speaking, the power he has shown so far has not reached the top 10 yet. Maybe it is because he knows everything about the others, but only he is a stranger. He belongs to the real nameless warriors. In the martial world, a nameless warrior beating a powerful warrior who had been famous for a long time would be the most sensational and widely spread news. Someone pointed out the key point. The others heard him and were all enlightened. Indeed, among the young generation, Yi Qin was indeed a nameless warrior, and he had been hiding his power all this time. He was not like Tua Baku, who had shown his power that was enough to compete with the top young warriors from the very beginning. It had reduced the expectation that the crowd had for him, since he only had a few opponents, and the battles before were obviously just child's play. Wu Liangyu, who had just crawled up from the ground, puked out a mouthful of blood. His chest felt a lot better, but his mind was not. He remembered that when he met Yi Qin in the Gold Tripod City, his power was almost the same as his. The reason why he was able to escape from the Wind Wolf's attack was not because of the difference in power, but because of the difference in perception, which allowed him to avoid the Wind Wolf's sound wave attack in advance. It had only been a couple of months, and Yi Qin had not only reached the late clasping Yuan realm, but his attacking power had also increased drastically. It was like 1,000 miles in a day, leaving Yi Qin, who had only made some progress, far behind him. Right now Yi Qin was thinking, how did Yi Qin train? Is the gap between us really that big? His 3 years of hard work could not even compare to Yi Qin's 1 year, or even a couple of months. All of a sudden Wu Liangyu looked depressed. Before, he was so arrogant because he was confident that he had made more progress than the others. But now it seemed like it was not the case at all. The people in front of him had made more progress than him, and the people behind him had also caught up with him, which put him in an awkward situation. Could it be that he, Wu Liangyu, could not be one of the top martial geniuses? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and all of Wu Liangyu's ambition had disappeared. He felt that he was a bit ridiculous before, like a clown. Yi Qin did not know what Wu Liangyu was thinking and he did not care. But if it happened to him, he would not be as negative as Wu Liangyu. A real powerful warrior would first have to have a strong will and a strong heart. Even if the sky fell and the ground cracked, even if there were thousands of obstacles, they would face it with a smile. Only with a strong heart would one have the essence of a powerful warrior. The 6th battle had finished and the 7th battle had begun. The 2 contestants were Tang Xiaoshan and a young warrior from the last Hidden Dragon rank. It seemed like he was fighting against Yi Qin. Tang Xiaoshan only threw out 1 blade attack and beat the powerful opponent, winning the 12th battle. A lot of people were talking about Tang Xiaoshan and Yi Qin. Among the top 10 new stars, Tang Xiaoshan was ranked 4th, while Yi Qin was ranked 5th. Right now, Yi Qin had overshadowed Tang Xiaoshan, which made him feel a huge pressure. He wanted to use his sword art to prove that he was more powerful than Yi Qin, and that he deserved to be ranked 4th. In the following 3rd and 4th battles, Tang Xiaoshan's performance had proved this fact. First, he used the blade scabbard to beat the third opponent, then he used the normal blade draw art to beat the fourth opponent, which made him the most famous one. Yi Chen did not have that kind of interest. Even if he did, he would not use Tang Xiaoshan as a competition target. He only needed to win one battle after another. Even so, Yi Chen's 14 wins in a row were still so eye-catching. His not competing was actually more convincing than Tang Xiaoshan's competition. The battles here were getting more and more intense, and the other groups were not any weaker. In the first group, Tua Baku had just beaten the young warrior who was ranked 9th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. What was more interesting was that he had taken an attack from his opponent before fighting back. His horrifying defense had made a lot of people frown. No matter what, that young warrior who was ranked 9th in the last Hidden Dragon rank was not some random warrior. Who would dare to take an attack from him? In the second group, Wei Renjie, who had beaten Lynch, had lost a battle. His opponent was none other than one of the top young warriors, the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian. Wei Renjie's entry-level blade intent was without a doubt one of the top 3 warriors among the young generation. Unfortunately, his opponent was Li Daoxian, whose sword intent had reached 60%. Once his sword intent was released, even the air had frozen. He had blown away Wei Renjie's great blade with one sword attack. In the third group, Murong Qingqing and the head disciple of the Alchemist Martial School, Meng Chao, faced each other. Meng Chao's power was at the same level as Wu Yangyu's. His red burning godly palm was even hotter, able to melt gold and iron. However, facing Murong Qingqing's sky demon power field, his red burning godly palm was completely useless. He had only thrown out 3 attacks before he was caught by Murong Qingqing's sky demon power field, falling on the ground and making him dizzy. In the fourth group, the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Demon Eyes Mo Yen, had performed the power of his Sky Demon art. Every movement was almost perfect. In his eyes, his opponent was full of flaws. There were openings everywhere and he could attack from anywhere. In the sixth group, the Fire Spirit Prince, Yen Qihua, had shown the people what it meant to be aggressive and unstoppable. The long blade in his hand was like a dancing fire dragon. With one blade attack, the young warrior who had set up layers of defense had been blown away while puking out blood. It was a clean cut. Right then, everyone was very clear that the following battles could happen at any moment. The fourth battle of the 5th round, Yi Chen against Tang Xiaoshan. As the judge's voice was heard, the atmosphere in the audience seating became heated. Yi Chen was not surprised at all. Right now, the contestants were divided into 6 groups, and each group had 24 people. Excluding himself, there would be 23 people in total. 23 people would go through 10 rounds of battles, and each of them would have 10 opponents. Therefore, the chance for Yi Chen to fight against Tang Xiaoshan was around 40%. So, it was expected that he would fight against Tang Xiaoshan. The 4th and 5th of the top 10 new stars are finally going to fight against each other. I wonder who will be more powerful. You will know when you see it. Before, they had been winning all the time. After this battle, one of them will lose his winning record. Tang Xiaoshan sneered. His body flashed and went through the dark blue light wall directly, appearing on the battling platform. He twisted his wrist and a long blade appeared in his hand. Seeing Yi Chen get on the battling platform, Tang Xiaoshan looked down, staring at the blade and said, "Let me remind you, my blade intent has reached 50%. If you do not want to get hurt, you can choose to give up." What? Tang Xiaoshan's blade intent has reached 50%? It seems like his ranking in the top 10 new stars will increase by 1 or 2. If it is not the second, then it will be the third. Chen Yun and Gu Yun might not be able to beat him, and they might even be beaten instead. He has hidden his power too well. 50% blade intent. Among the young generation of blade users, he is only second to the Fire Spirit Prince, Yen Qihua. Chapter 256. The blade intent was just like the sword intent. It was hard to comprehend and it was also hard to increase. It would only get harder as one progressed. Learning the blade intent would be a process from nothing to something, which was the first level. Reaching the entry level of the blade intent would be another level, and after the entry level, it would be even more horrifying. Almost every 10% would be a level. For example, 40% blade intent would be a level, 50% blade intent would be a level, 60% blade intent would be a level. The entry-level blade intent would be a huge level. As for the completed blade intent, it could not be described as a level anymore. More accurately, it would be a review and refinement of the blade intent. Without enough experience and determination, the completed blade intent would be an unreachable dream for all blade artists. Among the young generation, once the sword intent and blade intent had reached the entry level, they would definitely be the top warriors. After every 10% increase, the battling power would increase by 1 level. In other words, Tang Xiaoshan, who had mastered 50% blade intent, was 2 levels higher than Wei Renjie, who had mastered the entry-level blade intent. The difference was very obvious. 50% blade intent, interesting. The fire spirit prince, Yan Qihua, was a bit surprised. He thought that besides him, the entry-level blade intent would already be the highest level. He did not expect that there would be another warrior who had mastered 50% blade intent, and it was not even a disciple from a rank 6 martial institution. Lin Yun glanced at Murong Qingqing intentionally and said with a smile on his face, at least he would be able to save some face by giving up. But looking at him, he does not seem to have that intention. Murong Qingqing brushed her long hair behind her ear. It is still too early to tell. We will know soon. Back in the Three-River City of the Spirit Nation, Yi Chen's sword intent had already reached the entry level, and he had beaten Gao Yuan, who was at a higher realm than him. Now that his cultivation had increased drastically, his sword intent might have made a breakthrough as well. Tang Xiaoshan wanted to scare away Yi Chen with only one sentence, but it was obviously not realistic. She believed that Yi Chen must still have something up his sleeves. Since that is the case, then let the result speak for itself. Lin Yun squeezed his eyes. On the battling platform, Yi Chen put his palm on the sword handle and said lightly, "The use of the blade intent is also a skill. I wonder to what extent you can use your 50% blade intent." Although Gao Feng's sword intent had reached the entry level, his method of using it was too rough and not flexible enough. It was far from pushing his entry-level sword intent to its limit. 50% blade intent is enough to crush you. Why would I need to use it? Clang. A bright blade light appeared as Tang Xiaoshan took out his long blade, pointing the blade tip at Yi Chen. The shocking blade aura was poured in with the blade intent, and it was like a long river, endless and unstoppable. Bring it on. I hope you won't get a shock later. Taking out half of his Star Scar sword, Yi Chen sensed Tang Xiaoshan's blade aura and shook his head. Just as he had expected, Tang Xiaoshan did not use his blade intent well enough. The blade aura looked powerful under the blade intent, but it was not tight enough and had a lot of flaws. From this point of view, he was no different from Gao Feng. Otherwise, in the previous battles, Yi Chen would not have destroyed Gao Feng's sword aura with only his sword aura, since he had only used a little bit of sword intent. Of course, Yi Chen actually hadn't completely grasped the usage of sword intent. Currently, he had only figured out the rough relationship between sword momentum, sword intent, and sword intent. In the early stages of sword training, the first thing one would touch would be the sword aura. Once the sword aura reached a certain level, one would be able to understand a bit of the sword art poetic perspective. Once the sword art poetic perspective was completed, the sword intent would start to grow. When all the conditions were met, it would be much easier to understand the sword intent. Therefore, the sword aura was like the grandfather of the sword intent, and the poetic perspective of the sword art was the father of the sword intent. The sword intent was the youngest, meaning that each generation would be more powerful than the previous one. However, for the others, Tang Xiaoshan's blade aura was indeed horrifying. It was like a long river was pouring towards them. No one could do what Yi Chen did, being able to see the flaws only from the blade aura. Perhaps even the fire spirit prince, Yan Qihua, could not do it. Waves rise. Waiting until the blade aura had been pushed to its limit, Tang Xiaoshan threw out his blade. His body flashed once, crossing dozens of meters and appearing above Yi Chen's head within a second. He threw out a blade attack. Boom. That blade attack was extremely aggressive, like a river breaking its dam. Shocking cloud limitless. Judging on the rank of the martial arts, Yi Chen's shocking cloud sword art was obviously not as good as Tang Xiaoshan's blade art. However, the shocking cloud sword art he performed right then was different from the normal ones. With the help of the sky-shattering cloud poetic perspective, every movement had an extreme explosive power. It was like the wind was blowing, the clouds were surging, and the thunder and lightning were mixed together. Dang! A long string of sparks flew out, and Tang Xiaoshan's long blade had been blown away. Milky Way upside down. Tang Xiaoshan was shocked. His body spun in the air as he threw out a blade attack. That kind of aura was so powerful that it could crush the ground. A lot of young warriors were shocked. They thought that under that blade attack there was only death, and there was no doubt about it. Shocking cloud indefinite. Turning into a shadow, Yi Chen flashed twice in a row and appeared in Tang Xiaoshan's blind spot. He performed the most unpredictable sword attack of the shocking cloud sword art. Crack. The platform was cracked open by the blade chi, and Tang Xiaoshan lost sight of Yi Qin. He immediately turned around and twisted his body like a fish in the water, avoiding the attack of the sword chi and throwing out a blade attack at the same time. The high-rank Earth Realm flying art, the river swimming body spell. Tang Xiaoshan was able to become one of the most powerful young warriors in the whole South Rudra region as a rank 7 martial institution disciple. It would be impossible if he did not have some kind of power. The high-rank Earth Realm blade art combined with the blade intent, along with the river swimming body spell, would allow him to fight at any time he wanted. If it were someone else who was slightly weaker, they would have been defeated by him right away without any chance to fight back. Separate. The blade chi attacked, and Yi Qin's body was separated into two. He flew out from the two sides, while the blade chi went through the middle and landed on the dark blue light wall. So fast. My eyes cannot keep up. In such a short period of time, they could not only avoid their opponent's attack, but also fight back. It is unbelievable. In everyone's eyes, Yi Qin and Tang Xiaoshan were like two ghost shadows. The sword chi and blade chi could not even touch the edges of their bodies, as they landed on the battling platform and the light wall in vain. Let's see how you are going to dodge this. Tang Xiaoshan's body flashed once, approaching Yi Qin. Although the blade chi and the sword chi were powerful, in order to determine the winner, they would still need to have a real battle, unless one's power was way more powerful than the opponent's. Obviously, with only the blade chi, it would be almost impossible for Tang Xiaoshan to win against Yi Qin. The blade light flashed once as Tang Xiaoshan attacked toward Yi Qin with a powerful aura. Almost there. Yi Qin stood there without moving. Up until now, he had not even used 50 or 60% of his power. Besides adding some fun for himself, most importantly, the others were all hiding their power, like Xikong Xing, the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua, and Lin Yun. None of them had brought out their real power to battle, including Yi Qin. Tang Xiaoshan's 50% blade intent was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, in front of Yi Qin, who had learned 70% sword intent, it was not enough at all. It could not affect his condition, nor could it attack him. It was like a kid holding an axe. Except for the slightly higher attacking power, it was still a kid. The battle had reached this point and it was time to end it. Without using his 70% sword intent, Yi Qin held back a bit and used his 50% sword intent, mixing it into the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill. Tang Xiaoshan looked shocked. It was like there were thousands of mountains and rivers between him and Yi Qin, and he could not get close to him no matter what. It was an illusion. Tang Xiaoshan realized it immediately, but it was already too late. For a blade artist, an illusion would be a fatal flaw. It did not matter whether he had seen through it or not. The sword light stabbed over at a speed that was way beyond Tang Xiaoshan's reaction speed. The next second, a stream of blood shot out, which was extremely eye-catching. Tang Xiaoshan staggered backward. His left shoulder had already been stabbed by the sword. The sword hole was extremely small, seeming to have only broken the skin, which showed the control of the sword owner. How was this possible? An unbelievable expression flashed through Tang Xiaoshan's eyes. His face twisted as he yelled, "I have not lost yet. Your sword could not hurt me at all. I want to kill you." That sword attack had already succeeded. Now I am telling you that I am going to throw out a sword attack. Try and block it. His body flew out as Yi Qin threw out his second sword attack. All of the young warriors below the stage were shocked. What had just happened? Tang Xiaoshan, who had been evenly matched with Yi Qin, had been stabbed. Yi Qin's sword attack was indeed fast, but it should not be fast enough for Tang Xiaoshan to react at all. Everyone opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what was so special about Yi Qin's sword attack. However, it was destined to be futile. Without being able to feel Yi Qin's poetic perspective, they would not be able to see anything special about it. Even the astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to see through it. They could only feel a hint of it. Blood spilled out. This time, Tang Xiaoshan had been wounded on his throat, which was a little bit broken. No one doubted that Yi Qin would not be able to kill Tang Xiaoshan. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to or not. Do I need to throw out a third sword attack? Yi Qin had already held back a bit. He did not push his sword speed to its limit. Otherwise, not to mention Tang Xiaoshan, who was having an illusion, except for a few powerful clasping Yuan realm warriors, no one would be able to see the track of the sword. They would only be able to see the effect of Tang Xiaoshan getting hit. Of course, Yi Qin could also slow down his sword speed, but a slow sword attack would be way more horrifying than a fast sword attack. Yi Chen had only learned a little bit of it, which was not as easy as a fast sword attack. Tang Xiaoshan's blade-raising posture froze. Just then he did not even have the time to throw out his blade attack. His throat felt cold, and at that moment he was so close to death. How could this happen? I could not even block one sword attack. Tang Xiaoshan did not understand, not at all. All of a sudden he felt fear. It was the first time he realized how horrifying Yi Chen was. He did not attack at all, but once he attacked he would definitely kill. In all the previous battles he had never been serious at all, because no one would be able to block even one sword attack from him. Yi Chen knew what he was thinking. Seriously, the lone peak kill was indeed quite extreme. It was all about killing with one attack. As long as the opponent was weaker than him, he would be able to kill them with one sword attack. Even if the opponent was at the same power level as him, it would still be very likely for him to die. It was a killing sword attack. Once it was thrown out, there would be only a slim chance of survival. Even the creator of this attack, Yi Chen, would sometimes feel frightened by it. When he performed this sword attack completely, Yi Chen believed that there would not be more than 5 people in the young generation who could survive. As for whether he had underestimated or overestimated it, he would need to confirm it further. Chapter 257. The 2 judges of the Group 5 were shocked. They indeed thought highly of Yi Chen and thought that he was not an ordinary person. He had the power to compete for the top 20, and it was not impossible for him to make it into the top 10. However, that was all they thought highly of him. They did not think that Yi Chen could compete with the top 10 young warriors, not to mention killing Tang Xiaoshan with only one sword attack. They wondered if they had seen it wrong. The original Group 12 judge touched the arm of the original Group 3 judge. "We have made a mistake this time." "We have indeed made a mistake. I'm thinking, is this his real power? You mean he is still hiding his power? That is not possible, right?" "Why is it not possible? Since the beginning of the competition he has surprised us time and time again. His hidden power has been revealed bit by bit. Who knows if this is his last ace or not?" The original Group 3 judge let out a long breath, waking up from his daze. That is true. No matter what, with his power to beat Tang Xiaoshan with only one sword attack, he must be another top young warrior. The Group 5 judge was not the only one who was shocked. All of the young warriors and warriors who were watching the competition were shocked as well. Tang Xiaoshan, who had learned the 50% blade intent, could not even survive one sword attack from Yi Chen. It was beyond their imagination. If it were the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxian, who had performed that attack, they might not be this shocked. But Yi Chen was only a newcomer, a rising star. Before, no one had ever seen him and no one had heard of his name before. In their eyes, winning one battle after another was nothing. Beating Gao Feng with one sword attack was still acceptable. But now, even Tang Xiaoshan had been beaten by him with one sword attack. How could they not be shocked? Damn, I bet that Yi Chen is definitely one of the top young warriors. Even Tang Xiaoshan, who had learned the 50% blade intent, could not even take one sword attack from him. Who said he is not one of the top young warriors? I'm going to argue with him. That's right. This Yi Chen has hidden himself well enough. He has hidden himself deeper than anyone else. This is what it means to hide yourself so deeply that no one can see the bottom. Below the battling platform, Yi Chen's expression showed that he had expected it. His power was far weaker than Yi Chen's, but it did not mean that his intuition was worse. Judging from some of Yi Chen's subtle movements and expressions, Yi Chen had always had an aloof attitude, as if nothing could shake him. Of course, if one did not fight with Yi Chen himself, it would be hard for others to notice. The first place of Group 5 will be decided between him and Bing Ling. I wonder if they will meet each other in advance. Gao Feng was looking forward to it. Gu Qing, who had almost recovered, frowned as he simulated the battle with Yi Chen in his mind. The conclusion he got was that before his iron stick could reach Yi Chen, he would be stabbed in the throat. As for the strength of his protective Jinqi, he did not think that he would be that much more powerful than Tang Xiaoshan. It would be almost the same. Lin Yun, who had made a big promise earlier, twitched his mouth. He did not know what to say. Tang Xiaoshan, whom he had high hopes for, could not even handle one attack in front of Yi Chen. He did not even have the power to fight. And he still wanted Yi Chen to admit defeat. Wasn't that just slapping his own mouth? Hee Qing, you have the best eyes. This Yi Chen is quite lucky. Even Tang Xiaoshan could not stop him. Lin Yun forced a laugh. He did not directly say that Yi Chen was powerful, but he said that he was lucky. No matter how powerful his opponent was, He would beat him once it came to the ranking competitions anyway. Murong Qingqing did not care about Lin Yun. All of her attention was on Yi Qin. Just like the Black Crow man, Yi Qin's improvement was way too fast. It was almost inhuman. If she had to use one word to describe him, it would be monster. A monster-like sword artist, what an honor it would be. Ting. A sword ting sound was heard. It was Li Daoxuan's sword. His expression changed. This sword attack from Yi Qin had made him lose control of his sword intent, and it seemed like it was about to explode out. Before, I was still disappointed. I thought I would not run into a sword artist worth fighting seriously in the Hidden Dragon rank competitions. Taking back his sword intent, Li Daoxian took a deep breath. Someone had noticed the strange look on Li Daoxuan's face, and they were secretly shocked. The heartless sword artist, Li Daoxian, had finally started to get serious. In the following competitions, the two top sword artists would definitely run into each other. Yi Qin wins. The judge did not waste any more time and announced the result of the battle. Putting his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Qin looked at Li Daoxian from a distance. His opponent's out-of-control sword intent could fool the others but not him. If Xikong Sheng was his biggest opponent, then Li Daoxian would be his biggest opponent among all the sword artists. No matter if Li Daoxian could be a threat to him or not, when the two battled, they would both learn a lot from each other, which was exactly what Yi Qin needed the most. Oh, such sharp senses. Li Daoxian flicked his eyebrows. His sword intent had only gone out of control for a second, and the others would not be able to sense it. They would only be able to see something from his expression. He believed that Yi Qin was different from the others as he had sensed his heartless sword intent. The leader of the Heartless Martial School flicked his fingers, a light smile appearing on his face. What Daoxian lacked was a sword artist-worthy opponent, and this Yi Qin had the right to do so. It would be great if he were a disciple of our Heartless Martial School. Why do I think he is more suitable to train the Heartless spell than Daoxian? As a powerful Sea of Souls realm warrior, the leader of the Heartless Martial School could see it more clearly than anyone else. That kind of detachment of Yi Qin was not something that he purposely showed. It was his nature, and the so-called Heartless of the Heartless Martial School required this kind of detachment. In comparison, Li Daoxian seemed to be a bit weaker than Yi Qin. But of course, the leader of the Heartless Martial School was very confident in Li Daoxian, and did not think that he would lose to Yi Qin. The Heartless sword intent of the Heartless Martial School was not just for show. Getting off the stage, Yi Qin went back to where he was standing, but he was still the center of attention. Everyone had acknowledged Yi Qin's identity as a top young warrior, and some of the female disciples kept checking out Yi Qin. Yi Qin looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing blue robes, looking very handsome. His extreme calmness and detachment on the stage added a mysterious aura to him, which was exactly what the girls liked the most. If it were not for Su Jing and Zhu Mei standing right next to Yi Qin, a lot of the female disciples would have already gone over to talk to him. The path of a martial artist was very lonely. If one could have someone to rely on, a partner who could support each other, then the journey of cultivation would be much more interesting. Moreover, martial artists were different from normal people, especially those who had reached a certain level of cultivation. For example, astral reaching realm martial artists could live for 200 years, which was twice as long as normal people. Sea of Souls realm martial artists could live for 300 years, which was 3 times as long as normal people. If the partner's talent and comprehension were not good, it would be hard for them to grow old together. With Yi Qin's age and the talent he had shown, no one would think that he could not become an astral reaching realm martial artist. He might even reach the Sea of Souls realm in the future. In the audience seating, Ji Shuiyin, who had been paying close attention to Yi Qin, had a complicated expression on her face. She bit her lower lip. It was not that she had never regretted it before, but it was not as intense as today. Every time Yi Qin won, her mind would be shaken. Seeing his calm expression and detachment, she felt very sad, as if she had lost something. Back then she had focused all her attention on cultivation, and did not like Yi Qin, who was engaged to her. Therefore she had come to the Sky Cloud Martial School to cancel the engagement, hoping that he would not bother her anymore. What was out of her expectation was that Yi Qin had agreed without hesitation. At that time she was very surprised and annoyed at the same time. It seemed like Yi Qin did not care about her at all, and her coming here was unnecessary and childish. This should be what made her annoyed. After returning to the Emerald Martial School, she quickly forgot about this. The two of them were not from the same world, and there would not be any interaction between them in the future. Training hard was the most important thing for her. She thought that the days would go by peacefully like this, until the Emerald Martial School held a celebration party to celebrate their head disciple's breakthrough into the clasping yuan realm. That was when Yi Qin arrived. During the competition he had beaten the #1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial School, Qing Jun, and the third core disciple of the Emerald Martial School, Sherpadian. Only then did Ji Shuiyan know what kind of identity Yi Qin had used to come to the Emerald Martial School. At that time she was very surprised. She had no idea how Yi Qin had trained himself to be able to get rid of his mediocre appearance in such a short period of time and put on the clothes of a genius. Sherpadian had to stay in the Emerald Martial School for 7 to 8 years to reach that level, while Yi Qin had only spent less than a year to surpass him, which sounded very unbelievable. If that was all, it would not be a big deal. But what happened in the Heavenly Dream ancient region had completely shocked her. First, he had saved her from the hands of young Master Chun, and then he had left right away as if he had saved someone who had nothing to do with him. This made her feel neglected, but at the same time she also had a strange feeling. She couldn't help but pay attention to him. Even when Yuan Hengying wanted to kill him, she couldn't bear it anymore and asked for help from her head disciple, Zhuang Fei. But later she realized that it was unnecessary. In the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace he had not only broken through to the clasping yuan realm, he had also defeated Yuan Hengying and her head disciple, which made him the biggest winner in the Heavenly Dream ancient region. Even that hidden dragon-ranked martial artist, Hong Qianjun, seemed to have been killed by him, and it was even before he entered the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. This made her realize that Yi Qin had already become the #1 martial artist among the young generation of the Windy Nation, and also the #1 martial artist among the young generation of the entire Windy Nation. He had left everyone behind and walked further and further on his own. His name had already become a legend in the Windy Nation. In the martial world, everyone was talking about him. Those female disciples, young ladies from big families, rich families, and even young ladies from government families, all of them were talking about Yi Qin. They were talking about this rare martial genius of the Windy Nation. Some people even called him the 1,000-year genius, thinking that with his amazing cultivation speed, he could possibly become the first Sea of Souls realm martial artist in the Windy Nation in the past 1,000 years. This speculation had come true, and it had become a reality. Right now, Yi Qin was indeed the top martial genius of the Windy Nation. After going out for a trip, he had reached the late clasping yuan realm from the early clasping yuan realm, which meant that his power had increased by more than 2 times. It could not be more accurate to describe him as 1,000 miles in a day. He had passed the 3 challenges of the Dragon Gate in an amazing way. In the first stage of the elimination battles, he had won 10 out of 10 battles and every battle was extremely easy. In the second stage of the elimination battles, he had first beaten Gao Feng, who was ranked #9 in the top 10 new stars, and then he had beaten the third disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Wu Liangyu. Then he had beaten Tang Xiaoshan with an unimaginable sword attack, letting everyone know that he had not been serious about the previous battles, and that it was just the beginning. Meanwhile, all of the older young warriors of the Windy Nation had already been eliminated a long time ago. They could only watch him battling on the stage, moving forward with determination and power. The Hidden Dragon rank was the top competition in the South Rudra region. No matter how good Yi Qin's later battles were, he was already shining enough right now. His fame was catching up with the top young warriors of the South Rudra region. As for the Windy Nation, it was only his starting point and could not catch up with him at all. Right now, his stage was the South Rudra region, where he would compete with all of the top martial geniuses from the super martial institutions, becoming a real powerful warrior step by step. With that thought in mind, Ji Shuiyan looked at Yi Qin again. The next opponents would be more and more powerful, especially Xikong Sheng and the others who were terrifyingly powerful. It was hard for people to even think about fighting back. Could he create another miracle? Perhaps this thought was a bit too crazy. Chapter 258. Time flew by and the competition entered the 7th round. I admit defeat. Below the stage, a contestant looked at Yi Qin, raised his hand and said to the referee. The judge nodded. He didn't find it strange at all. Apart from this match, in the 6th round, there were also people who chose to surrender. They were Bing Ling, Gu Qing, Yi Qin and a few others. Now that the second stage of the elimination round had entered its later stages, it was unwise to waste time and energy on opponents they couldn't win against. Wouldn't it be better to save it for others? The next battle was between Wu Liangyu and Gao Feng. Judging from the previous battles, Gao Feng, who had mastered the entry-level sword intent, was obviously slightly more powerful than Wu Liangyu. However, power was power and battling was battling. Although the two were directly related, it was definitely not equal. It was not that rare for a weaker warrior to win against a stronger warrior. Plus, the gap between the two was not that big. It would still take a battle to decide who would win. Right from the start, Wu Liangyu had used his Black Crow Great Art to increase the distance between him and Gao Feng. Gao Feng also knew that his speed was not as fast as Wu Liangyu, so he decided to use the strategy of taking it slow and steady. Death Storm. The wings combined with the twin blades, Wu Liangyu's attacking power had been pushed to its limit, attacking towards Gao Feng. Ghost Shock Wind. If Wu Liangyu's attack was the stacking of the cutting wave, then Gao Feng's attack was the stacking of the sword wind. It could be gathered and scattered at will. When it was gathered, it would be an unstoppable sword chi, and when it was scattered, it would be a bone-piercing sword wind that could destroy great steel. Once the two clashed, the cutting wave and the sword wind flew everywhere, cutting the entire platform. Whoosh! A human shadow flashed as Gao Feng rushed out from the chaotic chi flow. He appeared in midair within a second, throwing out a sword attack towards Wu Liangyu. Unfortunately, Wu Liangyu had sensed it, so he dodged it and returned with two dark light blade chi attacks. Gao Feng's body twisted in the air, spinning intensely like a spinning top. He drew an exaggerated path in the surreal sky, attacking Wu Liangyu again. Middle rank Earth Realm Movement Art Void Twist. Competing in Qinggong. Do you think you can compete with the Black Crow Great Art? Wu Liangyu said with disdain. His hands shook as his body flew up like lightning. Flying sword drawing technique. Unexpectedly, Gao Feng was already prepared. He didn't stop spinning and his whole body rose into the air. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and a stunning sword light flashed. Puchi. Wu Liangyu's left wing had been cut off, and his balance had been broken. His speed was drastically reduced, and the next second he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. Thank you for letting me win. Gao Feng returned his sword to its sheath and landed on the ground. Wu Liangyu landed on the platform as well. He looked down and saw a red dot on his chest. He said with a low voice, I lost. I did not expect you to have this kind of attack. In Jianghu, although sword drawing art manuals were not as common as cabbages, but if you looked hard enough you could still find them. However, famous sword drawing arts were relatively rare. For example, the sword drawing art that Gao Feng performed was definitely not higher than low-rank Earth Realm, but if it was used well, its power would not be weaker than mid-rank Earth Realm or even high-rank Earth Realm martial skills. If he had known that Gao Feng had this attack, Wu Liangyu, who was prepared for it, would not have lost the battle so easily. This was the uncertainty factor in a battle. You would never know if the opponent still had other hidden cards. Gao Feng wins. The original Group 3 referee revealed a look of admiration. It was rare to see a swordsman as agile as Gao Feng. The flying sword drawing technique is so cool. Why did he not use this attack when he was fighting against Yi Chen? Maybe it would have worked? Are you stupid? Did you not see how fast Yi Chen's reaction was? How fast was his sword attack? Plus, would Yi Chen give Gao Feng the chance to win? Every time after an exciting battle, the warriors who were watching would talk about it, and this time was no exception. Chin. The battle here had already ended, but Lynch's battle had just begun. His opponent was a sword artist. Although his sword intent had not even reached 20%, which was not as powerful as Lynch's blade intent that was almost at the entry level, because of his high cultivation and high-rank sword art, he was able to suppress Lynch completely. The blade and sword clashed, bringing up a bunch of burning sparks. Lynch's forehead was dripping with sweat, but his eyes were still determined. Even though he was at an absolute disadvantage, he did not have the thought of giving up. He kept waving his blade and blocking out the attacks. Lose for me. Blowing away Lynch's long blade with one sword attack, the sword artist pointed out his finger. The finger light was extremely sharp, piercing through Lynch's protective Jin Qi layer. Chi. With a strange light in his eyes, Lynch did not back out. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of white light. What? The sword artist was shocked. His finger attack could wound Lynch badly, but that white light was as fast as lightning, and it could wound him badly as well. He did not plan to trade injury for injury. His power was higher than Lynch's. Even if he lost this chance, he could still win the battle without any injuries. All of a sudden, the sword artist's body moved to the side, and the white light brushed past his ear. However, right then, the long sword that had been pushed away by Lynch suddenly flew out of his hand and landed in his left hand. The blade light flashed once, and the sword artist looked at his chest in disbelief. The clothes there had been cut open and his skin felt cold. Breathing heavily, the young sword artist felt very annoyed. He stared at Lynch angrily, unable to control his emotions. It seemed like he was about to attack. "Ha!" The judge snorted. With the help of his Zhenyuan, his voice was like thunder on a sunny day, waking the young sword artist up. "You're good this time. Next time don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying those words, the young sword artist waved his sleeves and got off the stage. Lynch was expressionless as he put his blade back into its scabbard. Just like that, Lynch used an unimaginable method to turn defeat into victory, and won the battle with great difficulty. Meanwhile, the audience had already started talking about it. "Damn. That works too? Why not? Does the competition have to be one move after another, and whoever is stronger will win? Powerful. This is an eye-opener for me." Unfortunately, there were too many people watching the battle. Otherwise, I could use it as my trump card. Although the crowd did not have the innate chi that Lynch used, they could find some similar martial techniques, such as a sword in one's mouth, a sword formed from sound, or a hidden weapon in one's mouth. During the battle, one just had to push their Jin Chi and spit it out. As for the weapon after that, it was even easier to change hands. Almost everyone could do it. Of course, it would not be easy to train it to an extremely fast level. All in all, after this battle, Lynch had become famous as well. Not far away, Yi Chen took back his sight from Lynch. He knew that Lynch had hidden something and it turned out to be so. It seemed like the young warriors who had been hiding their power did not want to lose anymore. Out of the 24 people, only 12 would make it to the next stage and become powerful warriors on the Hidden Dragon rank. If they did not use their full power now, it would be too late for regrets. Shifting his attention, Yi Chen looked over to where Su Jing was fighting. Just like the previous battles, Su Jing was still the same. Her power had been kept stable and had not weakened at all. She also did not use her ace attack like Gao Feng and Lynch did. In fact, she would definitely make it to the Hidden Dragon rank, so there was no need for her to reveal her ace attack right now. Boom. A fist landed on her opponent's crossed arms. Su Jing's right arm shook and a gold light exploded, blowing her opponent away and smashing him onto the light wall. Su Jing wins. Up until now, Su Jing had only lost one battle, and that was against the head disciple of the Fire Spirit Martial Hall, the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua. Yi Chen and Su Jing will definitely make it to the Hidden Dragon rank, and Lynch also has more than 80% chance. I really did not expect that the Windy Nation would have such potential. On the audience seating, the leader of the Rudra Martial School, Long Bai, looked at the three of them with a judging look, and a light smile appeared on her face. The headmaster of the Rudra Martial School, a beautiful middle-aged woman, said, "Yeah. When we first came to the Windy Nation, there were no martial geniuses at all. It has only been a couple of years, and now there are so many martial geniuses. Even a top martial genius like Yi Chen has appeared. But geniuses are always envied, and I am afraid that there will be people who want to kill them." Long Bai sneered, "Geniuses need to go through hardships in order to achieve great things. But if someone tries to bully you, then don't blame me." Looking at Long Bai's cold face, the headmaster of the Rudra Martial School did not say another word. She was very clear that the leader of a rank 7 martial institution, which seemed to be very powerful in other people's eyes, could easily destroy it. Coming to the Windy Nation and establishing the Rudra Martial School was only a temporary interest of hers. Of course, the old leader was also very supportive of it. The 7th round had finished and so had the 8th round. The 9th round had begun. The third battle of the 9th round, Yi Chen against Bing Ling. Boom. Once the judge's voice came out, the audience started to clamor. Finally, they are going to fight each other. I thought it would be in the ranking competition. I wonder who is more powerful between Yi Chen and Bing Ling. Both of them are top young warriors, and their attacking power is extraordinary. I think Bing Ling is more powerful. Her attack and defense are both flawless. Yi Chen might not be able to break her defense. I think Yi Chen will win. His power is obvious. Everyone was expressing their opinions. On the battling platform, Yi Chen and Bing Ling stood 50 meters away from each other. Creak. Bing Ling did not dare to underestimate Yi Chen. She pushed her ice element Zhen Qi as soon as she got on the platform, creating layers and layers of oval-shaped frost around her body. The shocking cold Qi had even frozen the ground. Countless rice-sized ice crystals fell from the sky, flying everywhere. Ice rock crack. With everything prepared, Bing Ling attacked first. Her body flashed, and her fist that was wrapped in ice broke through the air, attacking towards Yi Chen. Oh. An invisible sword intent spread out, causing a light pattern to appear in the air. Yi Chen took a step forward, holding his star scar sword in his hand as he threw out a heavy attack. Sky-shattering clouds. Boom. Ice shards splashed everywhere. Bing Ling backed out while Yi Chen only backed out 3 steps. The sky-shattering clouds with 50% sword intent was even more powerful than the lone peak kill with 50% sword intent. After all, the lone peak kill was only a fatal attack, and was not suitable for fighting head-on. Right now he was not confident that he could beat Bing Ling with 50% sword intent, because her defense was way too powerful. She could even block out Gu Qing's full attack. Plus, Yi Chen did not want to expose his 60% or even 70% sword intent. It was not the right time yet, so using the sky-shattering clouds would be the wisest choice. After pushing back Bing Ling with one sword attack, Yi Chen's body split into 3, attacking from 3 different angles. This is the real body. Bing Ling could tell with a glance that the 2 Jinqi shadows did not have any weapons. Only the real body had weapons, which was slightly different from Gu Qing's separating body art. Of course, it did not mean that Yi Chen's separating body art was not as good as Gu Qing's separating body art. It was just a different focus. Chapter 259. Ice Stone Rolling. Although she had confirmed where Yi Chen was, Bing Ling still did not dare to be careless. She stabilized her body, and the ice chi on both of her fists intensified. She performed the attack with the largest attacking range in her ice-breaking fist art. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of rocks cracking was heard. Within 10 meters in front of her, every inch of space was under Bing Ling's attack. There was no blind spot at all. You guessed it right, but you are too cautious. Bing Ling had guessed it right. The one holding the weapon was indeed Yi Chen's real body. Unfortunately, Yi Chen did not plan to confuse his opponent's vision. He did it on purpose to make his opponent worry about his Jinqi shadows and split up his attacks. Just as he had expected, Bing Ling had indeed done that. Although the main target was still himself, Yi Chen would not care about the attacks that had already been split up, which meant exposing an opening for him. Of course, if Bing Ling chose to ignore the Jinqi shadows, it would not hurt Yi Chen at all, since the battle had just begun. The star scar sword was thrown out vertically, and a sword chi that was almost like a full moon appeared. All of the fist shadows in a straight line had been cut open. The next second, a huge crack appeared on Bing Ling's ice frost protective Jinqi. It had almost been broken through by that sword attack. The power contained in the sword chi had made her chi and blood boil, forcing her to back out continuously. Not good. Actually, when she had thrown out that attack, Bing Ling had already regretted it. Yi Chen's attacking power was obvious to everyone. Trying to split up the attacks in front of him would definitely be a waste of effort. Her ice frost Jinqi had almost been broken. Bing Ling opened her mouth and took a deep breath, fixing her defense again. She then stomped on the platform behind her, stopping her backing out. Eventually, her body jumped up and threw out a punch. All of these movements had been completed in a split second, giving people the feeling that after Yi Chen threw out his sword attack, Bing Ling had instantly fought back. Ice break. He had once used this move against Gu Qing. With a single punch, glaciers would shatter and the earth would collapse. It was one of the killing moves of the ice-breaking fist. The platform collapsed, and Yi Chen disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already on the right side of Bing Ling, and he swiftly slashed out with his sword. Crack. This time, Bing Ling's ice frost protective Jinqi collapsed even more severely. There were cracks all over her body, and it seemed like it would break at any time. At the place where the sword chi had struck, a deep sword mark was left. The scene of ice chips and icebergs exploding in the air were just as breathtaking. For other people, Bing Ling's reaction might be very fast, and she would be able to fight back even when she was in a disadvantageous position. But for Yi Chen, losing the advantage meant losing the advantage, and there was no way he could turn it back. Therefore, when Bing Ling threw out that punch, Yi Chen's real body had already left the spot, leaving behind a vivid Jinqi shadow, which was used to confuse Bing Ling's judgment. Real and fake, fake and real, no one would be able to tell them apart after using it too many times. Plus, in a battle between powerful warriors, it was all about that slim chance of survival. Before, Bing Ling had not been confused by the Jinqi shadow, because she had been confused by Yi Chen's plan. But right now she was truly confused by the Jinqi shadow, and her mind was in a mess. Damn. This is insane. He has already suppressed the top disciple of the Ice Extreme Martial School, Bing Ling, who was ranked 7th in the last hidden dragon rank. Yi Chen is indeed Yi Chen. Not only is he powerful but he is also smart. Not to mention Bing Ling, even we were confused. Now that we have thought about it carefully, we have finally understood the key. Indeed. Back then they had been battling so fast that there was no time to think. Bing Ling's mistake was forgivable. But in such a short time, how did Yi Chen manage to come up with so many plans and trick Bing Ling? This is so horrifying. How could we understand the mind of a genius? Didn't Gao Feng and Lynch tell us with facts that battles are not only about power but also about brains? The young generation should not be underestimated. From their battles we have learned so much. Not only the normal clasping Yuan Realm warriors were shocked, even some of the top clasping Yuan Realm warriors were shocked. Seeing Yi Chen's second sword attack approaching, Bing Ling's pupils turned snow white. Deep inside her pupils, there seemed to be a horrifying snowstorm. Ice spirit exploding spell. The sound of ice breaking was heard. Almost all of a sudden, all of the protective Jin Qi around Bing Ling's body had been pushed to the left side, forming into a half-meter wide ice ball. The ice ball rushed towards Yi Chen and exploded in the air, bringing up circles of cold qi. Bing Ling's ace attack had finally been released. Off the stage, Gu Qing forced a smile. When he was fighting with Bing Ling, he had used all of his power without holding anything back. He did not expect that Bing Ling had hidden an even more horrifying ace attack. Once she performed it, there would be no way he could survive. That cold qi ring alone could freeze his protective Jin Qi. Right then, everyone was watching this battle. They really wanted to know how Yi Chen was going to break Bing Ling's ace attack. Yi Chen did not choose to use the shadow explosion from his separating shadow flying art, because he knew that he would not be able to completely escape from the explosion range of the ice ball with only the shadow explosion, not to mention defending with all his strength. It was not his style, and his defense was not strong enough to block out this attack. Then he would attack with offense. Before, Yi Chen had performed his sky-shattering clouds with only one hand. But now he used both of his hands. He held up his Star Scar sword with both of his hands. The air twisted and lightning arcs appeared. Part of the space above Yi Chen's head darkened. It was like a sunny day had turned into a thunderstorm. Dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed everywhere. Without the influence of the sword intent, this was the real sky-shattering clouds. As he threw out a sword attack, a black sword mark appeared in the air. It was an absolute vacuum that was not affected by any external forces. Swoosh! Countless lightning arcs spread out, covering half of the battling platform. In the middle of the lightning arcs, there was a shining sword body. It cut towards the center of the exploding ice ball. Boom! The explosion of the ice ball was already loud enough, but as Yi Chen threw out his sword attack, the center of the explosion exploded again. At that moment, the light wall around them expanded a little bit before shrinking back again. Bing Ling kept backing out as blood dripped down from the corner of her mouth. The first explosion was under her control, but the second explosion had broken free from her control and hurt her body instead. Luckily, the two explosions had cancelled out part of the damage. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as a light wound. On the other hand, besides taking dozens of steps back, Yi Chen looked normal. Snow come. The light wounds did not affect Bing Ling much, and she did not want to admit defeat. She waved her hand and all the broken ice gathered on her palm, spinning crazily and compressing continuously. In less than a blink of an eye, a crystal mini blizzard appeared. Whoosh! She threw out her hand and the mini blizzard was thrown towards Yi Chen. It expanded rapidly on the way and instantly turned into a real blizzard. No, it was more than 10 times more terrifying than a real blizzard. It was like a cold meat grinder cutting everything in front of it. Creating one blizzard was not enough. Bing Ling created 3 more in a row, and threw them towards Yi Chen one after another. She set up a simple formation, making it impossible for Yi Chen to escape. After doing all this, Bing Ling's graceful body bent slightly, and her right arm hung down. All the ice element Jin Qi in her body was poured into her right fist. She actually still had a trump card? Almost everyone was shocked. Up until now, Yi Chen's victory was already within his grasp. No one thought that Bing Ling would be able to make a comeback. However, the truth was not like that. Bing Ling was ranked 7th in the last hidden dragon rank, and her battling power could not be estimated with common sense. Her graceful fist was covered in frost, turning from light white to dark white, and then from dark white to crystal clear, as if it was made from ice crystals. It did not look like a human body at all. The leader of the Ice Extreme Martial School smiled. Before, Yi Chen's power had made her frown. Fortunately, Bing Ling did not disappoint her either. She had even mastered that attack, which would increase her chance of winning. Beating Yi Chen might not be impossible. Boom, 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 boom. With 4 sword attacks, Yi Chen had broken through the blizzard. In the blizzard, Bing Ling lowered her body, increasing her speed to its limit. She held her right wrist with her left hand as her eyes locked on Yi Chen. Yeah. Yi Chen had noticed that Bing Ling's right fist was covered in a layer of ice crystals, and he could not even see the color of her skin. You want to decide the winner with one attack? Bing Ling's speed was way too fast. He had just come out and she had already appeared in front of him. He only had time to flash his mind. Of course, the reason why he could not dodge it was because he had been trapped by the blizzard. Without thinking too much, Yi Chen threw out his sword attack. It was not the sky-shattering clouds but the lone peak kill. The sky-shattering clouds with 50% of his sword intent might not be able to block out his opponent's fist attack, and he did not want to push his sword intent to 60%. Therefore he could only use the lone peak kill using skills to break the power. However, the condition was that his sword speed had to be fast enough. Otherwise he would lose his only chance. Ice Crystal Fist. The ace attack that Bing Ling had performed this time was none other than the last third movement of the ice-breaking fist art. It was also the movement that she could barely perform. The ice-breaking fist art was a top-rank Earth Realm fist art, and it would be extremely hard to train it to completion. It was only a little bit easier than top-rank Earth Realm martial arts. However, among the young generation, there were not many people who had trained top-rank Earth Realm martial arts to the 10th realm, not to mention the 15th realm, which was the highest realm. From this, it could be seen how hard it was to train the ice-breaking fist art. With one punch thrown out, the air had completely melted down, completely unhindered. One could no longer feel the fist aura or mentality of the fist art, because all of the power had been infused into the fist. Only when it exploded would one be able to truly understand the horrifying destructive power. Just as everyone was feeling sorry for Yi Chen, Bing Ling's right arm suddenly dropped down. The ice crystals on her fist had been shattered and scattered on the ground. Vaguely, people could see a little bit of red around the joints of Bing Ling's arm. It had not hurt the muscles and bones inside, but it had made the ice crystal fist art fail before it even landed on her opponent. What was going on? Most of the people could not understand and a few of them frowned. How is this possible? I can't see the sword light? The head disciple of the Heartless Martial School, Li Daoxuan's expression changed. He was one of the few people who knew that Yi Chen had thrown out his sword attack. He only knew it but did not see it with his own eyes. It was purely an instinct that came from a sword artist. Chapter 260. How did you do it? Bing Ling's face was pale. The ice crystal formed by all of her Zhen Qi had been shattered, and the remaining Zhen Qi in her body was less than 5%. Not to mention threatening Yi Chen, even a normal clasping Yuan Realm warrior would be able to beat her easily. Therefore she had already lost and she only wanted to know how Yi Chen had done it. Putting his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said, "Your ace attack is not perfect, that's all." He was telling the truth. Bing Ling's ace attack looked powerful and unstoppable, but it was not perfect. There were a lot of flaws in it. Perhaps for others, those flaws were not even flaws at all because she was moving so fast that it would be hard for her to block it out. Finding the flaws and attacking would be suicide. However, Yi Chen was different. His soul power was powerful enough, and his senses were extremely sensitive. Not only did he see through Bing Ling's weakness, but he also attacked it with his extremely fast sword speed, winning the battle instantly. Not perfect. Bing Ling seemed to be thinking about something. Yi Chen did not plan to hide it from her, so he said, "The second you performed the ice crystal fist art, there were obviously a few important Zhen Qi routes on your right arm. Normally, these few Zhen Qi routes could be hidden and protected by the ice crystal on the outside, so there would not be any flaws or weaknesses. However, I could tell that you had just learned this attack not long ago and had not mastered it yet. The Zhen Qi routes were quite obvious, and the ice crystal defense was only connected to your forearm. I only needed to cut off one of the important Zhen Qi routes, and the ice crystal fist art would be broken on its own." Hearing Yi Chen, Bing Ling gasped. She was not shocked by the weakness of the ice crystal fist art, but by her opponent's attack. As one of the top 3 ace attacks of the ice-breaking fist art, the speed of the fist was extremely fast. Even if there was a weakness, normal people would not be able to compete with it. However, Yi Chen had not only seen through the main Zhen Qi routes of the ice crystal fist art, he had also cut one of them with only one sword attack. How fast would it take to do that, and how much control would it take? Looking at Yi Qin, Bing Ling shook her head. No, I did not lose because of the weakness of the ice crystal fist art. I lost to you. She had known about the weakness of the ice crystal fist art since a long time ago. In fact, all martial arts that had not been trained to completion would have weaknesses. It was common knowledge in the true spirit continent, and she knew about it. However, before she met Yi Qin, she did not think that anyone would be able to defeat her by seeing through the weakness. At most, they would be able to beat her with brute force. Therefore, she did not need to worry or be scared. Who would have thought that in this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions, there would be a monster like Yi Qin? He was so good at seeing through weaknesses, with such a fast sword speed and control. He was almost a perfect sword artist. Yi Qin did not say anything. What she had said was pretty much the truth. It did not matter whether he had seen through that weakness or not. The key was whether he could hit it or not. If he could not hit it, then what was the point of seeing through the weakness? As for why he had to cut off his opponent's Zhenqi route, wouldn't it have been better to hit her body? At that time she was almost defenseless. However, if he had done that, although he could have killed Bing Ling, the ice crystal fist art would have landed on his body as well. Even if he did not die, he would be disabled. Plus, it was just a competition, not a battle of life and death. There was no need to fight to the death and ruin the other person's hope. Before she got off the stage, Bing Ling turned around and said, "Thank you for holding back." Cutting off the Zhenqi route on her right arm was no different from cutting off her right arm. Yi Qin had chosen the method that would cause the least damage to her. No, that sword attack did not hurt her at all. Yi Qin touched his nose. No need to thank me. Cutting off the Zhenqi route was my limit. Really? The corner of Bing Ling's mouth twitched. Until now, Yi Qin was still hiding his power. Did he really think that she would not notice? Oh. Letting out a breath, Yi Qin was quite surprised by Bing Ling's power. She had even forced him to use his fast sword attack. Now he had one less ace up his sleeve. Whatever, if I have to expose myself, then so be it. Even if I have to expose myself, there would not be one more person who would be able to dodge this sword attack. It would still be those few people. As for the fast sword attack that was derived from the Lone Peak kill, Yi Qin was quite confident. Up until now, the Lone Peak kill was no longer just a simple Lone Peak kill. It contained a lot of things such as the completed poetic perspective of the Lone Peak kill, the fast sword perspective that was derived from it, and the slow sword perspective that he had not fully understood yet. Plus, he had learned some things recently which made this attack quite complicated. It could be used separately, and each of them had their own advantages and disadvantages. It would not be any weaker than the Lone Peak kill. For example, the fast sword perspective, he had already trained it to the point where he could not even see the sword light. If he used it alone, it would still be a killing sword attack. If he could learn the slow sword perspective, then not only would his attacking power increase drastically, the fast sword perspective might even reach a higher level under the stimulation of the slow sword perspective. Why would the Lone Peak kill become more and more complicated and more powerful? Before, Yi Qin could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. But later on he realized that it was because of the sword intent. The Lone Peak kill was the combined sword movement of the Lone Peak 13 swords, and Yi Qin's sword intent originated from the poetic perspective of the Lone Peak 13 swords. The connection between the two was extremely complicated. With the improvement of the sword intent, the Lone Peak kill's sword movement and poetic perspective had both reached the completed realm. It would not be able to increase anymore, but it did not mean that the power would not increase as well. Because sometimes things were not just one-sided but multi-sided. For example, when a person's potential had reached its limit, it would be impossible for him to increase anymore. At that moment, if you gave him a more powerful weapon, would his power still be the same? Obviously that was not the case. With a more powerful weapon, his power would continue to increase. It was the same reason why the Lone Peak kill had created a lot of powerful poetic perspectives. The Lone Peak kill was the main body, and the fast sword poetic perspective and the slow sword poetic perspective were temporarily attached to it. They were one. Once the fast sword poetic perspective and the slow sword poetic perspective had improved, the power of the Lone Peak kill would naturally increase as well. One day, when the fast sword poetic perspective and the slow sword poetic perspective had reached completion, it would be able to break away from the Lone Peak kill's poetic perspective and become one. It could also be combined to form an even more powerful ace attack. Compared to the Lone Peak kill's poetic perspective, the sky-shattering cloud's poetic perspective seemed to be a lot purer. Up until now, there were only the poetic perspectives of the clouds and thunder. Plus, the thunder and the clouds already had a huge connection, so it was not like they were attached to each other. It was just a reference. Because of this, Yi Qin had more or less understood the sword intent above the completed sword intent. The Battle King's sword intent had not disappeared for 500 years. Obviously, it could not be achieved with just the pure sword intent. There must be something deeper within it, but Yi Qin had not reached that level yet. All of these thoughts had passed by in just a couple of blinks of an eye. Bing Ling had just walked off the stage. Putting away his star-scar sword, Yi Qin looked at the judge. Yi Qin wins. The original Group 3 judge came back to his senses and hurried to announce the result. Do any of you know what happened? Can you tell me? Over at the audience seating, people started to discuss and ask questions could be heard everywhere. How would I know? Why would I ask you? Could it be that Bing Ling did not know how to use that movement, and lost the battle herself? Impossible. Didn't you hear what Bing Ling said? Yi Qin had already shown mercy. The question now is, how did Yi Qin make his move? How did he show mercy? There was no trace at all. Bing Ling was already very powerful. She had used all of her ace attacks. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yi Qin. Up until now he had not lost even once. Not to mention what had just happened, the fact that he could beat Bing Ling, who had hidden her power quite well, was enough to prove his power. There is no doubt that he is one of the top young warriors. We are also clasping Yuan Realm warriors. I can't believe that we have become outsiders at this moment. This is really killing us. What can we do? Battles between sword artists have always been like this. In the ranking competition, Yi Qin and the heartless sword artist, Li Daoxian, would definitely have a battle. I think that battle would be even more mysterious. Both of them are top sword artists at the same level. If they were to fight with all of their power, I am afraid that even people would faint. The more they could not understand how Yi Qin had made his moves, the more people were interested in Yi Qin. Humans' curiosity was always uncontrollable, just like how mysterious powerful warriors were unforgettable, and young girls were easily attracted by mysterious men. Li Daoxian took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. Yi Qin's fast sword attack had made him lose his focus slightly. For a sword artist, it was a very serious problem. A sword artist would have to be absolutely calm at all times. Even if the sky was falling, they would not even frown. Yi Qin, this battle between you and me, bring out all of your power. Only your fast sword attack is not enough to beat me. This time, Li Daoxian did not hide his sword intent at all. In the audience seating, feeling Li Daoxian's sword intent, the leader of the Heartless Martial School's frown disappeared. He then looked down at Yi Qin, the young sword artist who had surprised him quite a bit. As a powerful Sea of Souls realm warrior, the leader of the Heartless Martial School had seen all kinds of powerful sword artists. But at the Clasping Yuan realm, people who had learned one or two powerful sword art mentalities were not that rare. And up until now, Yi Qin had already performed 4 different sword art mentalities. There was the Cloud mentality, the Thunder mentality, the Illusion mentality, and now the Fast Sword mentality. 4 in total. Among the 4, the Cloud and Thunder were the most common ones. Although Yi Qin could increase their power to a very high level, he still could not go beyond that limit after all. The Illusion mentality was extremely rare, and he was sure that normal sword arts would not be able to create such a horrifying sword art mentality. It should be something that he had figured out himself. Judging from this, he was even more powerful than Li Daoxian. As for the last fast sword mentality, it had shocked him even more. As everyone knew, the simpler something was, the harder it would be to study it. Fast and slow were 2 extremes. Normally, a fast sword art would not be able to create the fast sword mentality, because most of the fast sword arts were not advanced sword arts. Even the ones that could reach the low-rank Earth realm were rare, so how could they contain anything special? At most, they could increase the sword speed through the use of Jin Qi and the posture of the sword attack. However, Yi Qin was different. What he had learned was the poetic perspective of fast sword. It was a poetic perspective that had gone beyond the surface. It was no longer limited to the usage of Jin Qi and the posture of throwing out the sword. Instead, it was a more mysterious way of increasing the speed of the sword, reaching one limit after another. This was extremely horrifying. The Heartless sword art is a top-rank Earth realm sword art. The emotionless mentality that it has created is extremely horrifying. Combined with the emotionless sword intent, it would be even more powerful. This is Daoxuan's advantage. I hope he can use this advantage to its limit. The leader of the Heartless Martial School still thought that Li Daoxian had a higher chance of winning, but he did not want Li Daoxian to be careless, so he had to give it his all. Chapter 261. In the direction of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xinglia opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Turning his head, he saw the headmaster and the fourth master had the same expression. The headmaster was the first to come back to his senses. He forced a smile and said, "Leader, we really could not see through Yi Chen." He did not say that he had underestimated Yi Chen, because Yi Chen's power had already far surpassed them. Plus, Yi Chen had been creating miracles for a long time. Right now, it was obviously not appropriate to say that he had underestimated Yi Chen. Once was underestimating, twice and thrice could barely be counted as underestimating, but after 3 times, it would just be blind confidence. Luo Xinglia nodded heavily. Although I am the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School and have reached the peak level late clasping Yuan realm for a long time, I would not be able to survive one attack from him. He estimated that if he participated in the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, he would only be above average, and would not be able to compete with the top martial geniuses. The fourth master said emotionally, in the Windy Nation besides the astral-reaching realm warriors, Yi Chen would be the number 1. If he wanted to, he could totally create a small martial institution. With proper management and no one to suppress him, it would only take him 10 years to grow into a rank 9 martial institution. Yeah, with Yi Chen's power he would not have to worry about people wanting to join him. But which of you have seen a top martial genius create their own martial institution? Even if you give them the leader position of a rank 8 martial institution, they would not care. Only the leader position of a rank 6 martial institution would be attractive. But of course not everyone wants power. The headmaster laughed. Although he was shocked by Yi Chen's power, no matter what, the more powerful Yi Chen was, the better it would be. After all, he was a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Even if he left the Sky Cloud Martial School in the future, he would still be a friend of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Luo Xinglia was in a good mood as he said, the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank only happen once every 3 years. Now that Yi Chen and Su Jing have both achieved amazing results, we do not need to worry anymore. Now, we can just watch the competitions from an appreciative point of view. Besides the martial institution that Yi Chen was in, the other martial institutions were also talking about him. Some of them were friendly, some were curious, and some were evil. In the direction of the Purple Sun School. The leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, had a gloomy look on his face. He was already quite annoyed by the fact that his disciples were not able to keep up with the current situation, and the main culprit was, without a doubt, Yi Chen. Without Yi Chen, his eldest and second disciples wouldn't have died in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, and if they were still alive, they would definitely have stepped into the clasping Yuan realm by now. And this was only the direct effect. The indirect effect was that his disciples had lost their leader, and had lost the competitive spirit that they used to have. Their progress would be very slow, and in the long run the Purple Sun Martial School would definitely decline and be suppressed by the Sky Cloud Martial School. Leader, this brat is no longer someone that clasping Yuan realm warriors can fight against. Even if we send out dozens of late clasping Yuan realm warriors, they would not be able to stop him. They might even be killed by him. Are we just going to watch him grow stronger and stronger until he becomes an astral-reaching realm warrior? A core master of the Purple Sun Martial School sent a Zhenqi message. Tu Chongshan snorted coldly, watch him grow stronger? In your dreams. Last time the leaders of the hunting hall didn't kill him, it was our miscalculation. We didn't expect that the Cloud Dreamer would ask the Thunder Freer to escort him out of the Windy Nation. But this time he will die for sure. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School frowned and sent a Zhenqi message. Do we have to ask the Great Elder to do it? Although the Great Elder can kill Yi Chen, we still need to think about it carefully in case something goes wrong. The Cloud Dreamer is keeping an eye on the Great Elder. Plus, the leader of the South Rudra Martial School obviously thinks highly of Yi Chen. If she knows about this, she might take this opportunity to wipe out our Purple Sun Martial School. Tu Chongshan shook his head. No, the Great Elder can't do it, but it doesn't mean that we can't do anything to him. There are too many astral-reaching realm warriors in the South Rudra region. Hearing him, the other core elders suddenly realized what was going on. Although the Great Elder couldn't do it, but if they paid a certain price, it would not be impossible to invite an astral-reaching realm warrior who didn't belong to any school to do it. Then even if the Great Elder was killed, no one would know who did it. A mid-astral-reaching realm warrior might be a bit hard to invite, but a powerful early astral-reaching realm warrior should be no problem. Tu Chongshan sneered. He felt a lot better. The leader of the Emerald Martial School, Zhuang Qingxian, was also feeling uneasy. Yi Chen's progress was simply incomprehensible. During Zhuang Fei's celebration party he was only at the late condensing reality realm, and when the Heaven Dream ancient place ended, he was at the early clasping yuan realm. It had only been a year since they last met, and he had already reached the late clasping yuan realm from the early clasping yuan realm. If it was only this, it would not be a big deal. Moreover, his battling power was horrifying. Not to mention the clasping yuan realm warriors in the Windy Nation, even in the whole South Rudra region, there were only a few clasping yuan realm warriors who could beat him. In other words, the current Yi Qin had become a threat to the Emerald Martial School, a threat to their dominating position. Given time, when Yi Qin became an astral-reaching realm warrior, the Emerald Martial School would not be able to suppress the Sky Cloud Martial School anymore, because with the addition of Yi Qin, the Sky Cloud Martial School would have 2 astral-reaching realm warriors, and at that time, Yi Qin would not be a normal astral-reaching realm warrior. As for the Emerald Martial School, they only had 3 astral-reaching realm warriors, which would not be able to compete with the top-rank 7 martial institutions. I will watch from the sidelines for now. Once the Purple Sun Martial School attacks Yi Qin, they will definitely make their move. Zhuang Qingxian, who was very cunning, did not plan to make his move yet. Not to mention the consequences of this incident, he did not want to make the Purple Sun Martial School take advantage of him. He would wait until the Purple Sun Martial School failed, then he would think about it. Plus, he did not think that the Purple Sun Martial School would fail because they had failed way too many times. This time they would definitely make a big move. Looking at Yi Qin, Zhuang Qingxian could not calm down for a long time. Why was he not a disciple of the Emerald Martial School? If he was, how great would that be? Zhuang Qingxian felt that it was a pity that Yi Qin was not a disciple of the Emerald Martial School, but also a pity that a top martial genius was about to fall. Yi Qin did not know what the Purple Sun Martial School and the Emerald Martial School were thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care too much. At most he would be a bit more cautious. Mo Yin, his ability to see through weaknesses is no weaker than yours. Yi Qin's power had made Lin Yun very uncomfortable. Up until now he already had the power to fight for the top 5. Therefore he had to pay attention to him. But before that it was necessary to provoke Mo Yin a little. Among the young generation there were a lot of people who liked Murong Qingqing. Those who did not like her basically did not care about her on the surface, but who knew what they were really thinking. The demon Mo Yin did not like Murong Qingqing. Of course, Lin Yun would not believe it. But since Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing were quite close, Mo Yin would definitely mind it. Right now, Yi Qin had revealed his shocking ability to see through weaknesses, which would undoubtedly affect Mo Yin the most. Mo Yin sneered, "There is no need for you to provoke me. There will be a battle between him and me." Lin Yun said, "I think you and I both know about his weaknesses. His martial art rank is obviously low, and his protective Jinqi layer is not that strong. As long as you can hit him once, it will not be hard to win. The key is how to hit him. His flying art rank is not low at all." The importance of martial arts went without saying. No matter how powerful a martial genius was, they would not mind a powerful martial art, because it would not only increase the quality and quantity of Jinqi to a higher level, it would also increase the Jinqi layer of the warrior's protective Jinqi layer. Situations like this often happened in the martial world. 2 lone warriors with similar power and talent, if one of them had a lucky encounter and got a powerful martial art, and the other one did not, the lone warrior would not even be able to break through the other's defense. Then, the lone warrior would only need one attack and he would puke out blood and die. Therefore, under the same condition, the rank of the martial arts would be very important. Right then, Lin Yun was a bit glad that Yi Qin had not trained a top-rank Earth Realm martial art. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to win against Yi Qin, and the possibility of him losing would be huge. Mo Yin did not say anything. How could he not know about Yi Qin's weaknesses? But it would not be easy to hit him. In the battle with Bing Ling, Yi Qin had performed his flying art to its fullest. If it were not for the fact that Bing Ling had used her ace attack, which had increased the attacking range, it would be hard for him to catch Yi Qin's position. With my Sky Demon eyes, I will definitely be able to see through your movements and beat you completely. Mo Yin took a deep breath and thought to himself. The 9th round of the competition had ended, and the last round of the competition had begun. Without any surprise, Yi Qin's opponent had given up. What a joke. Yi Qin had even beaten Bing Ling. If he did not give up, he would definitely be laughed at by the others. They would think that he had overestimated himself and made a fool out of himself. Group 5 was calm and peaceful, while the group that Mo Yin was in was in. The second battle, Mo Yin against Tua Baku. A stone had raised 1,000 waves, and the audience seating was once again heated up. Demon Eyes Mo Yen, the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, ranked 8th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, one of the top young warriors. Tuo Baku had a mysterious background. Among the top 10 new stars this year, he was ranked equal with Yi Qin, one of the new top young warriors. For an old top young warrior to meet a new top young warrior, just the name alone was enough to make people's blood boil. On the battling platform, Demon Eyes Mo Yen looked at Tuo Baku coldly. Up until now, Tuo Baku had not lost a single battle yet, and was on par with Yi Qin. Unfortunately, it was him who had seen through all of his opponent's weaknesses. Haha, finally a powerful one. Let's do it. Tuo Baku laughed out loud once he got on the platform, his battling intent rising. Sky-reaching hand. Mo Yen moved. He extended his body, leaving layers of shadows behind him, dragging them far away. He waved his hand and countless black palms attacked towards Tuo Baku. Not enough, not enough. Show me something more exciting. Tuo Baku stood there and took an attack from his opponent. Even his protective Jinqi layer was not broken. What? This defense is way too horrifying. Mo Yan's attack could not even break through his defense. He is indeed worthy of being ranked equal with Yi Qin in the top 10 new stars. Just his defense alone is enough to make people speechless. I wonder what Mo Yan can do? The crowd discussed in a low voice. Mo Yen squeezed his eyes. When he opened them again, a dark red light shot out from his pupils like two beams of light. In his sight, Tuo Baku's protective Jinqi layer showed different colors. There were a couple of red dots, which were the weak points of his protective Jinqi layer. His body disappeared all of a sudden, and Mo Yen appeared in front of Tuo Baku. He put up his index and middle fingers, poking at the weak spot of his protective Jinqi layer. Swoosh. His protective Jinqi layer had been punctured through, and that sharp finger light landed on Tuo Baku's body. Tuo Baku could not stop that attack and was blown away into the air. He finally landed on the light wall and stood up like a mountain. There was a small hole in his chest, but his skin was not hurt at all. Mo Yan's deadly attack still could not break through Tuo Baku's defense. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 262. Yi Qin could not help but be shocked. Back in the north of the Black Dragon Empire, Tuo Baku had taken one of his punches without being hurt at all. At that time, Yi Qin was not surprised at all, because the 5 Mountain Godly Fist art was only a mid-rank Earth Realm fist art. Even with 50,000 pounds of physical strength, it would still not be as powerful as his sword art. Facing some clasping Yuan Realm warriors with extremely powerful defense, it would naturally not be effective. However, even if Mo Yan's attack had not been at 100% of its power, it would still be at least 80 to 90%. Still, it could not break through Tuo Baku's defense, which was quite shocking. A peak-rank Earth Realm defensive technique seems to be more than that. There were a lot of martial arts in this true spirit continent, and they all focused on different things. Some focused on attacking power, like Lu Hanshan's Great Rudra Godly Art. Some focused on speed, like Wu Liangyu's Black Crow Great Art. Some contained special effects, like Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Great Art. Some focused on defense and were called defensive martial arts. Tuo Baku should have trained a defensive martial art. Defense cultivation techniques and body forging cultivation techniques were a bit similar. From the outside, the physical defense was very high. However, from a more detailed look, defense cultivation techniques and body forging cultivation techniques were completely different. Defense cultivation techniques attached body protection Jinqi to the surface of the body, and did not directly increase the physical defense. Body forging cultivation techniques, on the other hand, allowed Jinqi to merge into the body and produce strength, directly increasing the physical defense. Tuo Baku had obviously trained a top-rank Earth Realm defense martial art, and he had trained it to its 10th level. But a 10th level defense martial art would definitely not be able to block out Mo Yan's attack. Don't forget that Mo Yan had also trained a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, so it would be at its 11th level. If it was at its 11th level, then it might actually be able to achieve this kind of effect, since defense martial arts were all about defense. Mo Yan was both shocked and furious. What kind of joke was this? He couldn't break through the defense? Demon Spirit Finger, break for me? His index and middle fingers were dyed black as Mo Yan yelled and pointed at Tuo Baku's ribs. Good timing. Wild God Fist. Tuo Baku did not try to dodge at all. He threw out a punch, planning to trade wound for wound. He had no concept of defense or dodging at all. With a punch, a dragon roared and a tiger roared and the air collapsed. Facing this punch, Mo Yen even felt so tiny as if he was admitting defeat. He could not help but be shocked. His finger attack could indeed wound Tuabaku, but he knew very well that Tuabaku would only be slightly wounded, and would still be able to fight. But if he was hit by this punch he would at least be badly wounded. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps. His body flashed and Mo Yan's body blurred, as if he had turned into a black chi flow. He dodged Tuabaku's deadly punch and went around to his back. As he pointed out his finger, Tuabaku's protective Jinchi layer had been punctured through. His 2 fingers, which were dyed black, stabbed right into his body. Just when he was about to move forward and cause more damage, a layer of dark blue light blocked out his finger light and bounced back, almost breaking his fingers. How is this possible? Even the demon spirit finger couldn't do much damage to him? Mo Yen hurriedly retreated. His facial expression changed again and again. Turning around, Tuabaku touched his back. There was a shallow finger hole about half an inch deep. Blood was pouring out of it. Very good. Now I am going to use my real power. Without wasting any more time, Tuabaku's body shook, and his aura increased drastically. Blue veins popped out of his neck and his face turned red. He reached out both of his arms and the muscles on his arms bulged out. There was a dark blue light inside which looked like snakes and dragons. Ruin 18 fist attacks. Taking a step forward, Tuabaku threw out a punch towards Mo Yen. Then the second punch and the third one followed right after, blocking all of Mo Yan's escape routes. Mo Yen pushed his Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps art to its limit, traveling between the incoming fist power. It looked extremely dangerous, like a small boat in the middle of a huge ocean. He could die at any second. However, being one of the top young warriors, Mo Yen would naturally not lose so easily. Until Tuabaku threw out his 17th punch, he still could not hurt Mo Yen. 18th fist attack, Brutal Dragon Movement. As he threw out a punch, the fist power turned into a dragon, waving its claws and roaring into the sky. It opened its mouth and bit onto Mo Yan's body, bringing him towards the dark blue light wall. When it was less than 3 meters away from the light wall, the dragon-shaped fist power suddenly cracked open, and Mo Yen jumped out from within. His face was pale and there were some blood stains on his body. The heavenly demon eye that came with the heavenly demon art was not just for show. Being bitten by the dragon-shaped fist power, Mo Yen activated the heavenly demon eye and soon found the weakness of the fist power. With a single finger he broke the restriction. If it were anyone else they would definitely be helpless. Interesting. An excited light flashed through Tuabaku's eyes. Ever since he left the place where he had lived for more than 10 years, besides the battle with the powerful warrior Yi Qin, he had not met any worthy opponents yet. All the battles before were just for fun. Murong Qingqing shook her head. Her head disciple had met his nemesis. Facing Tuabaku's super powerful defense, the sky demon eyes that could see through all the weaknesses had been pushed aside. Judging on Jinchi capacity and attacking power, Tuabaku was still slightly more powerful than her head disciple. Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing had the same opinion. Among all the contestants, Tuabaku was without a doubt Mo Yan's biggest nemesis. It did not mean that Mo Yen was weak. In fact, his overall power was almost the same as Tuabaku's. If it were someone else who had the same power as Tuabaku, Mo Yen would not be in this kind of situation. He might even have the upper hand. Thinking about that, Yi Qin could not help but be shocked by Tuabaku's defense. Back in the north of the Black Dragon Empire, Tuabaku did not use all of his power. As for the reason, he did not really know. Mysterious Spirit Finger. Performing his Ghost Shadow art again, Mo Yan's eyes were cold and sharp. He pointed out his index and middle fingers, and that finger light shot towards Tuabaku's throat. Tuabaku threw out a punch, his fist power covering that finger light. That punch had missed. That finger light was very unpredictable, as if it could teleport. It suddenly appeared right in front of Tuabaku's face, seeming like it was about to destroy his attack. Right then, Mo Yen did not plan to think about anything else. As long as he could beat Tuabaku, it would be fine. Therefore he decided to attack Tuabaku's eyes, trying to blind him. This Mo Yen is so cruel. Other wounds could still be healed, but blindness would be almost impossible. Unless he could find some rare spirit medicine or reach the life and death realm, he would be blind for the rest of his life. What else can he do? Tuabaku's defense is just too insane. Regarding Mo Yan's method, everyone had different opinions. Tuabaku performed his flying art for the first time. He bent his back, looking like a huge dragon swimming in the air, barely dodging that finger light. Mysterious Spirit 7-Finger. Mo Yen sneered as he reached out both of his hands, shooting out 7-finger light in a row. Swoosh. Tuabaku's flying art was still not as good as Mo Yan's. Although he had dodged 6 of the finger light, he would not be able to dodge the last one. Luckily, he managed to tilt his head at that critical moment. That finger light did not hit his eyes, and only his eyebrows were shaved off. It was not Tuabaku's style to be attacked passively. He did not wait for his body to stabilize before he threw out a punch onto the ground. The blue and black light spread out like waves, turning into a Zhen-Chi black dragon, attacking toward Mo Yen. Mo Yen was about to perform his flying art to dodge when the Zhen-Chi black dragon suddenly exploded. It turned into a black halo and shot out, landing on his protective Zhen-Chi layer. Boom. Mo Yen was blown backward. His previous small wound combined with the new wound made him unable to hold it anymore. He puked out a huge chunk of blood. Brutal dragon movement. Without stopping, Tuabaku threw out another punch. The fist power turned into a dragon and bit onto Mo Yan's body for the second time, bringing him toward the dark blue light wall. A loud sound was heard as Mo Yen fell onto the ground. Tuabaku wins. The judge announced the result in time. Mo Yan's wound was not light, and everyone from the Sky Demon Martial School must be panicking. They would not dare to waste any more time. Hee, this is great. Tuabaku was enjoying himself. It had been a long time since he had this kind of feeling. Looking at Tuabaku, who only had one eyebrow left, Yi-Chin shook his head and laughed. It was Mo Yan's misfortune to run into him. But even if he could not run into him now, he would still run into him in the ranking competitions. It would be impossible for him to avoid it. Plus, he and the top young warriors would each have their own battles, including Murong Qingqing. Yi-Chin looked over at Murong Qingqing and she happened to look over as well. Murong Qingqing smiled lightly and said with her Zhen-Chi, "In the ranking competitions I will not give up." Of course. Yi-Chin would not underestimate Murong Qingqing, because judging from her soul power she was even more powerful than Mo Yen, just like the fire spirit prince Yan Qihua Lin Yun and the heartless sword artist Li Daoxian. No one would believe it even if he said it out. Although there was a difference in power and battling power, and the more powerful warriors might not be able to beat the slightly weaker ones, the more powerful ones would have a higher chance of winning. It was rare for the weaker ones to beat the stronger ones after all. Plus, Murong Qingqing was one of the calmest warriors he had ever met. She could be ranked in the top 3, and Lin Yun and Mo Yen were both weaker than her in terms of calmness. The two looked away and did not look at each other again. The 10th round of competitions was a bit slower. It was the last round, and a lot of the young warriors who might be able to make it to the next round had revealed all of their ace attacks. Whether they could make it to the Hidden Dragon rank or not, it all depended on this moment. After a while, Su Jing had beaten her opponent and was ranked 4th in the ranking. She would definitely make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. Right now, only Lynch was left on the stage. After 2 battles, Lynch went up. His opponent was not easy to deal with. His score was 1 point higher than his. One of them was ranked 10th while the other was ranked 11th. Whoever lost would probably fall out of the top 12 and lose the chance to make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. The battle had been going on for a long time, and both of them had been wounded. As his Zhen-Chi was running out, Lynch had exploded. He did not care about his defense at all as he attacked his opponent in a brutal and bloody way. It seemed like he was going to risk his life. His opponent was very strong, but unfortunately he was not as brave and fearless as Lin Chi. Under Lin Chi's crazy attacks, his opponent retreated again and again. In the end, he revealed a flaw and was defeated by Lin Chi, whose white clothes were stained with blood. Right now, Lynch was almost certain to make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. Time flew like water. After half an hour, the 10th round had finished completely. The top 12 warriors of each group would make it to the Hidden Dragon rank and become the new powerful warriors on the Hidden Dragon rank. The rest of them would lose the chance to make it to the Hidden Dragon rank. However, those who were older than 21 years old would still have a chance to make it to the next Hidden Dragon rank. Chapter 263. Those who are not involved, please leave. The head judge stood up right then. He pushed his Zhen Yuan and raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. Hearing him, all of the young warriors who had been eliminated walked out of the battling ground. There were only 72 people left, who were indeed the powerful warriors in this year's Hidden Dragon rank. Alright, you all stand on the battling platform and accept the baptism of the Dragon Fountain Chi. Do not panic when the time comes. The head judge was very familiar with the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, so he knew some of the secrets of the Hidden Dragon ancient city. Most of the young warriors had participated in the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank before, so they were not surprised at all. Only a small part of the young warriors who had not heard much of the news were a bit confused. However, seeing the others flying onto the battling platforms, they did not say much and followed suit, standing with the people who were close to them. There were 6 battling platforms in total on the abyss. The number of people on each platform was different. Some had more than 20 people, while the others only had 7 or 8 people. On the 5th battling platform, Yi Qin, Su Jing and Lynch stood together. Next to them were the young warriors from the other few countries around the Windy Nation. Yi Qin said, "I think this Dragon Fountain Chi is related to luck. I wonder how it will baptize us." Su Jing was just about to say something when she suddenly noticed that more than 50% of the young warriors had something different on their bodies. Outside of their bodies, countless dragon-shaped shadows were waving their claws, roaring towards the sky. The dragon-shaped shadows were of different sizes, clear and blurry, majestic and weak. Among them, Sikong Sheng and the other top young warriors were the most powerful. The dragon-shaped shadows outside of their bodies were 70 to 80 meters long, with clear shapes and majestic expressions. A strange pressure had covered the whole place. This is the Dragon Fountain Chi? Lynch seemed to be thinking about something. Yi Qin looked around and realized that all the warriors with dragon-shaped shadows outside of their bodies were all the powerful warriors from the last Hidden Dragon rank, who had been baptized by the Dragon Fountain Chi. Meanwhile, the new young warriors were just like them, with nothing different on their bodies. They all looked at each other. After about a quarter of an hour, the faint roar of a dragon came from the abyss between the stages. Immediately after, streams of dragon-shaped chi rushed out and entered everyone's body. Soon after, they drilled out again and floated outside their bodies. Yi Qin was slightly surprised. Just now, he clearly felt the existence of the dragon-shaped chi flow. It first entered his body through his Baihui acupoint, and then circulated through his flesh and bones. Finally, it escaped from various acupoints in a unique way and formed a dragon-shaped shadow outside his body. It might have been an illusion, but Yi Qin sensed that his condition had improved. Ours are only this small. Look at them, they are all 3 to 4 zhang in size, and there are even some that are 7 to 8 zhang in size. Some of the up-and-coming youngsters didn't understand what was going on, and were discussing spiritedly amongst themselves. The contestants from the last Hidden Dragon rank already had dragon-shaped shadows floating outside of their bodies. After the dragon-shaped chi flow had been poured in, the dragon-shaped shadow had become even bigger, almost twice its original size. For example, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Sikong Sheng's body was already the biggest, reaching 8 zhang. But now it had become around 8 and 20 meters long. Standing on the battling platform, it was extremely eye-catching. The fire spirit Prince Yan Qihua, the heartless sword artist Li Daoxian, Lin Yun, Bing Ling and Mo Yen were all above 7 zhang. Murong Qingqing was also more than 5 zhang. As for the new young warriors like Yi Qin, their dragon-shaped shadow was only 3 meters long, which was nowhere close to these people. Steal. Yi Qin and Su Jing looked at each other. If their guess was right, the dragon vein chi was not static. There should be some way to steal the opponent's dragon vein chi. However, this was a competition, so there was only one way to steal it, and that was to defeat the opponent and win the competition. In the audience seating, Luo Xinglia smiled and said, "Right now, the Dragon Fountain Chi can only increase one's luck, and cannot be used on the martial institutions. Once we get back to the martial institutions, the Dragon Fountain Chi will be infused into the foundation of the martial institutions to increase their luck. As for the mysteries, I don't think even the Seas of Soul's Realm warriors would be able to understand them all." The head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School said, "Then after this competition, let Yi Qin go to the Sky Cloud Martial School first? It depends on his personal will. We can't force him. However, he will most likely go back. The Dragon Vein Chi can not only bring prosperity to the sect, but also the clan." The leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, looked at the Dragon Vein Chi on the young warriors with envy. If the Purple Sun Martial School also had the Dragon Vein Chi, they would definitely continue to prosper. However, all of this had been ruined by him. He looked at Yi Qin and a deep killing intent flashed through his eyes. The leader of the Emerald Martial School, Zhuang Qingxian, thought to himself, The Emerald Martial School has been dominating the Windy Nation for a long time. Even without the Dragon Vein Chi, they would still continue to prosper. It will not be easy for the Sky Cloud Martial School to catch up. When the next Hidden Dragon rank competition starts, the Emerald Martial School will definitely have the Dragon Vein Chi again. Both of them valued the Dragon Vein Chi very much. Plus, the Dragon Vein Chi in the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place was different from the outside world. The Dragon Vein in the Hidden Dragon Ancient Place was the main Dragon Vein in the whole South Rudra region. The Dragon Vein Chi that was produced was extremely powerful and full of luck, which was very important to the development of the martial institutions. After all, who would not want their own martial institutions to be covered with luck and have many geniuses? Waiting until the dragon-shaped shadow on the young warriors' bodies had stabilized, the 8-foot-long dragon-shaped shadow outside of Sikong Sheng's body suddenly roared into the sky, looking extremely majestic. Right after that, the dragon-shaped shadows outside of Yan Qihua and Lin Yun's bodies also started to roar, followed by Li Daoxian, Bing Ling, and Mo Yan. In the end, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Chen and the rest's bodies started to roar as well. However, compared to those people before them, their roars seemed to be very weak and did not have enough power. From this, it could be easily seen who had more dragon fountain chi. Sikong Sheng made a face and said lightly, "In the past 1,000 years, the largest dragon-shaped shadow had only been 28 meters. This time, I want to reach 23 meters and surpass the ancient warriors. 9 is the most powerful part of the dragon-shaped shadow. Head brother, you are way more powerful than them. It will be easy for your dragon-shaped shadow to grow to 23 meters. Indeed. Head brother, you have the king-level bloodline inside your body. Together with the 23 meters dragon-shaped shadow, it will be perfect. The others will just be the background for you." There were a lot of powerful warriors in the Floating Mountain Martial School. The few core disciples did not think that Sikong Sheng would lose the first-place title. Once he got enough dragon fountain chi, it would be very easy for his dragon-shaped shadow to grow to 23 meters, since this year's Hidden Dragon rank competition would be the most exciting one in the past 1,000 years. Yan Qihua and Lin Yun looked at Sikong Sheng at the same time. "This time I will not only beat you, but also increase my dragon-shaped shadow to 23 meters. Sikong Sheng, wait for me. No matter who it is, they will all be defeated by me, Lin Yun. As for the Dragon Fountain Chi, I will take it all." The difference between the first and second place of the Hidden Dragon rank's dragon-shaped shadow was too huge. Sikong Sheng was the first place, and his dragon-shaped shadow had reached 23 meters. Meanwhile, Yan Qihua, who was ranked second, had only reached 23 meters, and Lin Yun, who was ranked fifth, had also reached 23 meters. In other words, the difference between the second place and the top 10 was not that big. Only the first place was the most powerful, and the gap between the two was very obvious. Correspondingly, the luck of the first place could be compared with 2 or 3 top 10 warriors, which was very eye-catching. Chapter 264. The ranking competition had not yet begun, but the gazes of the younger generation were no longer the same. It was an undisguised fighting intent. Tua Baku glanced at Sikong Sheng, then glanced at Yi Chen. In his eyes, there were only these two that he could not see through, which was extremely horrifying. Sikong Sheng's power did not even need to be mentioned. He was ranked number 1 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and had the bloodline of a king. His attacking power was extremely powerful, and it was definitely not something that one could handle with brute force. And then there was Yi Chen. If Sikong Sheng was a flying dragon that everyone knew about, then Yi Chen would be a hidden dragon hiding in the deep abyss. No one would know how much potential he could bring out until the critical moment. Whether or not the hidden dragon would shock the whole world would still need to be confirmed. Of course, Tua Baku was not looking down on the other top young warriors. In fact, besides Sikong Sheng and Yi Chen, he did not have much of a chance to win against the other top young warriors. For example, the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua, who was ranked second in the last Hidden Dragon rank. His blade art was unparalleled and his aura was aggressive. Each movement of his was wide open and could split the sky and the ground. He was definitely a horrifying warrior. Lin Yun's aura was slightly weaker than the others, but his chi was way too powerful. With Tua Baku's experience of training his defensive martial art to its 11th level, Lin Yun had definitely reached this level, and should not be underestimated. Li Daoxian did not seem to be that famous, but in this true spirit continent, who would dare to underestimate a sword artist who had learned the sword intent? Once a sword artist threw out a sword attack, it would be the moment of life and death. Lastly, Murong Qingcheng. Facing this extremely mysterious and attractive girl, Tua Baku had the feeling that he was facing Yi Qin. It was not the pressure from her qi, nor the dominance of her temperament. It was a horrifying feeling of being shrouded in a dense fog that people could not see through. There are too many experts. It won't be easy to carve out a bloody path. Tua Baku was a carefree and fearless person, but he could not help but shake his head. He was not an idiot who would rush forward whenever he saw a powerful warrior. Actually, every time he encountered a powerful warrior, he would evaluate his opponent's power. On the other battling platform, Bing Ling, who had recovered to her peak condition, frowned. Before she came here, her lowest goal was to get into the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon rank. But now, it was basically impossible for her to get into the top 3. She might be able to fight for the top 5, but she was very clear that the battles for the top 5 would be even more intense than she had imagined. At this moment, the head judge spoke again. After a day of continuous competition, everyone is a little tired. If you don't have enough stamina for the ranking competition, you won't be able to handle it. Therefore, before the ranking competition, there will be 3 days of rest. Everyone try your best to adjust your condition to the peak. You must participate in the most difficult competition with your strongest abilities. Now everyone go back and rest. The ranking competition will officially begin in the morning 3 days later. Just as he finished speaking, all of the young warriors who had entered the ranking got off the platform one after another. The head judge was right. After a whole day of competition, all of their spirit and chi had been exhausted. This kind of exhaustion was something that they themselves could not even notice. Once they entered into a high-intensity competition, or a battle with a powerful warrior with similar power, even the slightest bit of difference would be enough to make them regret for the rest of their lives. They are not tired, but I am a little tired. My eyes are getting sore. 2 stages of the competition, thousands of battles. Even if we only watch 1/10 of them, our eyes would still be tired. Going back and resting for 3 days would be great. Otherwise, when the top young warriors battle, we might not be able to see the results. Hearing him, all of the warriors who were watching the battles left without a trace of dissatisfaction. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 4th day, the audience seating was filled with people, and the sound of their voices could be heard everywhere. Looking at the 6 battling platforms above the abyss, they had already merged into one, forming a 300 meters long and 200 meters wide rectangular battling platform. The battling platform was still surrounded by a dark blue light wall. Outside of the light wall was a bottomless abyss, where chi flow was surging. At the 9 entrances that led to the surrounding areas of the battling platforms, the young warriors walked in groups of 3 to 5, including Yi Qin and Su Jing. The atmosphere is different. Once he entered the arena, Yi Qin could immediately feel the intense atmosphere, and a lot of it was directed at him. It was not surprising though, since the previous competitions were only for eliminating the unqualified warriors. Those who were supposed to make it to the next level would still make it to the next level, and there would be no conflict. But now it was different. All of the warriors present were powerful warriors who had made it to the Hidden Dragon rank. The higher the rank, the more powerful the Dragon Fountain Chi would be, which would bring unimaginable benefits to themselves, their martial institutions and their families. On the path of a warrior, if one did not move forward, one would fall behind. It was also very suitable for the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank. Yi Qin had even sensed that there was a subtle atmosphere between the disciples of the same martial institution. Although it was a little warmer and more subtle, there were still quite a lot of sword lights and sword shadows. Facing the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, not to mention the disciples of the same martial institution, even brothers would have to compete to see who was better. Plus, if one did not use all of his power, the others might not show any mercy. After everyone had arrived, the head judge started to announce the rules of the competitions. The Hidden Dragon rank competitions were also known as the Super Points competitions. The competitions would be held on the same battling platform, and would be divided into 71 rounds. Each round would have 36 battles, which meant that there would be 1 opponent in each round, and 71 rounds would have 71 opponents. In this situation, there would be a battle between all 72 people, which was unavoidable. As for those who had already fought against each other in the elimination competitions, they could still fight again in the ranking competitions. It would be up to them whether they wanted to give up or not. No matter what, the loser would have a part of their Dragon Fountain Chi taken away, while the winner would have their dragon fountain chi strengthened. Of course, the 71 rounds of competitions would not be held in one day. When the sky was getting dark, the competitions for the day would be finished, and the competitions would continue the next morning. Therefore, the time of each hidden dragon rank competition would be different. The shortest would be 2 to 3 days, while the longest would be 4 to 5 days. If there were some special circumstances, it would even be delayed to ensure that it would be as fair as possible. 71 rounds of competitions, 36 battles in each round. This way, everyone's power would be exposed gradually, and no one would be able to hold back. Maybe we will see the battles between the top young warriors in the first few rounds? Yeah, this possibility is very high. You guys have not watched the last Hidden Dragon rank competitions, right? This possibility does not exist. Later, the 13 judges will vote for the 10 seeded warriors, and the battles between the seeded warriors will be in the last 9 rounds. It will not be brought forward. Oh, I see. Just like what this person had said, the head judge had already discussed with the 12 judges about the 10 seeded warriors. Xikong Xing will definitely make it, and Yen Qihua Li Daoxian. Lin Yun Bing Ling. Mo Yen is qualified as well. Right now there are 6 seeded warriors. I think Tua Baku is qualified. Yeah, Tua Baku is very powerful. He is definitely qualified to be in the top 5. I would like to recommend Murong Qingcheng. Her power is no weaker than Mo Yan's. Then only the last 2 are left. This is easy. Yi Qin is definitely a seeded warrior. If he does not make it, people would think that there is something fishy going on. Hehe, I don't need you to tell me. Yi Qin is definitely in there. I am thinking about the 10th seeded warrior. Do you think it should be Qian Yun or Gu Yuyun? This is indeed a bit hard to choose. Qian Yun is the second disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Sunset Martial School, and is very powerful. Gu Yuyun is the second disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Floating Mountain Martial School, and has the Stone King bloodline. The power that she has shown would not be weaker than Qian Yun at all. No matter who I choose, the other one will not be happy about it. What can we do if we are not happy? We are the judges, and the job of choosing the seeded warriors falls on us. There is nothing we can do about it. How about this? Let's all vote, and whoever has the most votes will be the seeded warrior. The other things have nothing to do with us. Alright, I choose Qian Yun. I choose Gu Yuyun. What was more dramatic was that Qian Yun and Gu Yuyun had the same number of votes, which were both 6. Obviously, in the eyes of the judges, it was indeed hard to tell who was more powerful. The good thing was that including the head judge, there were 13 judges in total. Right now, only the head judge had not voted yet. Whoever he voted for would be the seeded warrior. Could be said that one vote would decide everything. The head judge took a deep breath and said, Gu Yuyun. In the end, the 10 seeded warriors were announced. They were Xikong Sheng, Yen Qihua, Li Daoxian, Lin Yun, Bing Ling, Mo Yen, Tua Baku, Murong Qingcheng, Yi Qin, and Gu Yuyun. Regarding this result, Xikong Sheng and the rest did not look surprised at all. All 13 judges were astral-reaching realm warriors, and they would be able to judge one's power from their chi. Adding all the performances in the previous competitions, it would be too easy for them to pick out the 10 seeded warriors. Only Qian Yun looked very upset. He had not been chosen. Although the seeded warriors might not be able to make it into the top 10, it was still a shame for him, a huge shame. Just you wait. I will make you regret not choosing me. Qian Yun looked very bad. He was not happy about the judge's decision. The leader of the Sunset Martial School and all of the core masters were also not happy about it. No matter how they looked at it, Qian Yun did not seem to be at a disadvantage. However, he was still not a seeded warrior, which had undoubtedly humiliated the Sunset Martial School. But of course, no matter how unhappy they were, they would not say anything. The 13 judges were chosen by all of the leaders of the South Rudra region. No matter how arrogant the Sunset Martial School was, they would not criticize the judges recklessly. Plus, the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank were extremely sacred. Even life and death realm warriors would not dare to mess around. As long as Qian Yun works hard, we will get our Sunset Martial School's face back. The leader of the Sunset Martial School let out a breath and said lightly, If I had known this earlier, I would have asked Qian Yun to show more of his power in the elimination competitions. Don't worry. Although the top 5 might be a bit difficult, the top 10 should be very promising. I hope so. Although people from the Sunset Martial School were very confident in Qian Yun, the appearance of Yi Qin and the other young warriors had made them feel threatened. Otherwise Chen Yun would not have failed. Second brother disciple, you have to work harder. The luck of the Sunset Martial School is on you now. The head disciple of the Sunset Martial School was sitting among the core masters. He was ranked number 6 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. If it were not for the fact that he was over 24 years old, he would definitely be able to make it to the top 10. But what could he do? Even the eldest prince of the Black Dragon Empire, who was ranked number 3 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, was over the age limit. His power was no weaker than Yan Qihua. As the head judge announced the names of the 10-seated warriors, there were more or less some discussions among the audience. Not only the second disciple of the Sunset Martial School, Zhang Feng, who was ranked number 9 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and Gu Qing, who was ranked number 10 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, had also failed. Gu Yuyun was quite lucky. In this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions, there were 2 top young warriors who were over 24 years old who did not participate. Otherwise, the competition for the 10-seated warriors would be even more intense. You must be talking about the eldest prince of the Black Dragon Empire and the head disciple of the Sunset Martial School, right? Indeed, I wonder what level their strength has reached now. The ranking competitions have begun. Everyone's eyes landed on the battling platform in the middle. Chapter 265. The 300-meter-long, 200-meter-wide battling platform was huge. It stood in the middle of the abyss all by itself, attracting a lot of attention. Right then, the first battle was happening on the platform. Both contestants were not weak. One was at the mid-clasping Yuan realm, while the other was at the peak-level early clasping Yuan realm. Both of them performed their ace attacks as soon as they got on the platform, without any intention of testing each other. Eventually, the mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior won the battle. A shocking scene occurred. After the victor was decided, the dragon-shaped phantom outside the victor's body flew out and pounced on the loser's body. Visible to the naked eye, the dragon-shaped phantom outside the loser's body shrank by a size, shrinking from 1 zhang to 9 feet. As for the victor's dragon-shaped phantom, it grew to around 11 zhang. I knew it. Yichen did not need to guess to know that it was a way to steal the dragon fountain qi, which was not controlled by the contestant. The battles went on one after another and soon, it was Lynch's turn. His opponent was a warrior who was ranked at the bottom of the last Hidden Dragon rank. His dragon-shaped shadow was around 1 meter long, but after being beaten by Lynch, it had shrunk a lot, from 1 meter long to 1.5 meters. Meanwhile, Lynch's dragon shadow, which was originally 1 meter long, had shrunk to 1.5 meters. Su Jing seemed to have figured it out. The richer the opponent's dragon fountain qi, the more dragon fountain qi one would get after beating him. Yichen nodded. On the other hand, if the winner's dragon fountain qi was more abundant, and the loser's dragon fountain qi was weaker, then the amount of dragon fountain qi one could get would be less. Perhaps there would not be any increase at all. The dragon-shaped shadow outside Xikong Sheng's body was around 8 meters long and 2 meters long. If he randomly beat a young warrior, he would be able to get a lot of dragon fountain qi. After a couple of battles, the dragon-shaped shadow would be able to reach 9 meters, which was obviously against the rules. That was why Yi Chen had made this assumption. What Su Jing and Yi Chen had guessed was not wrong. Then there was a young warrior who had beaten a young warrior who was ranked quite high in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and the dragon-shaped shadow had increased by a lot, almost by half. On the other hand, a young warrior who was ranked quite high in the last Hidden Dragon rank had beaten a young warrior, and the dragon-shaped shadow had only increased by a very small amount, not even 1 foot. There were 36 battles in 1 round, and each battle would have 2 people battling. After 1 round, everyone would have a chance to go on stage. This time it was the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua. His opponent was a young warrior who was ranked at the bottom of the last Hidden Dragon rank, who was only at the early clasping Yuan realm. I admit defeat. The young man admitted defeat without hesitation. It was unknown what was so mysterious about the illusory dragon. As soon as his opponent admitted defeat, it leaped out from Yan Qihua's body and devoured the latter's illusory dragon. However, no matter how much it swallowed, it was still 25 feet long. There were no changes to it. The difference between the two was too great, so it was difficult for it to gain anything. The 24th battle, Yi Chen against Mo Wuxia. Before Yi Chen showed up in the world, Mo Wuxia was the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the 9 nations. Even Yuan Hingying and Lu Zhao were slightly weaker than him. But now he was only a kid in front of Yi Chen. There was no comparison at all. Lightly tapping his foot on the ground, Yi Chen appeared on the battling platform, looking at Mo Wuxia who was in front of him. Mo Wuxia's pupils shrank. Right now Yi Chen was giving him too much pressure. Not to mention Yi Chen's late clasping Yuan realm cultivation, only his 50% sword intent was already enough to shock the entire 9 nations. Before he entered the Heaven Dream ancient region, he didn't even have the interest to look at Yi Chen. Calming himself down, Mo Wuxia said, "One blade attack, what do you think?" He didn't expect to beat Yi Chen, he only wanted to know how big the gap between them was. "Sure," Yi Chen said lightly. Without much hesitation, a blood-red long blade appeared in Mo Wuxia's hand. This blade was something he got from the Heaven Dream Battle Palace. It was the top of the low-rank Great Blades. Its power was almost equal to a normal mid-rank Great Blade. Taking the blade out of the scabbard, a thin beam of blood flashed out, and an air-tearing sound was heard. The Star Scar sword was pulled out by 3 inches. A beam of sword light shot out, cutting the blood beam in half. The remaining power of the sword light did not disappear. It landed heavily on Mo Wuxia's protective Jin Qi layer. Mo Wuxia's protective Jin Qi layer had been shattered. Whoa! A dragon roar was heard. The dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Chen's body jumped onto Mo Wuxia's body, devouring his dragon fountain qi. Within a blink of an eye, the dragon-shaped shadow returned, from 1 meter long to 16 meters long. Not only had it grown a lot bigger, but it also looked a lot clearer with a serious look on its face. The gap is unimaginable. Mo Wuxia forced a smile. After Yi Chen got off the stage, the next battle was none other than Xikong Sheng. His opponent was not weak either, it was Ting Mo, who was ranked 19 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Without a doubt, Ting Mo had lost, and he did not even choose to give up. After devouring Ting Mo's dragon fountain qi, Xikong Sheng's dragon-shaped shadow was still 2 meters long. Looking at it more carefully, it was only half a foot longer, and that was because Ting Mo was ranked pretty high in the last Hidden Dragon rank. If it were another young warrior, it would not even be 1/10 of a foot longer. The battle was carried on in an orderly manner. As long as it was a top young warrior, his opponent would either give up or decide the winner with 1 attack. The result was obvious. The gap between them could not be seen clearly, because they did not even have the power to force out 50% of their power. After Murong Qingqing had beaten her opponent, it was Su Jing's turn. The 27th battle, Su Jing against Qi Xiaofeng. Qi Xiaofeng was ranked 38th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. The gathering in the Three-River City of the Spirit Nation was organized by him. Back in the 100,000 Mountain Forest, Yi Chen had even saved his and Murong Qingqing's lives. He was very powerful. His weapons were 2 special weapons: the Waning Moon curved wheel. The dragon-shaped shadow outside of his body was 12 meters long, and had an abundant dragon fountain qi. Within 100 attacks, the two were evenly matched. After 100 attacks, Su Jing was getting more and more powerful. Her whole body was covered by a layer of golden light. It was not Jin Qi but the materialized form of Qi power. Judging on the destructive power, it was way more powerful than most Jin Qi, which made Qi Xiaofeng feel quite exhausted. After 158 attacks, Qi Xiaofeng's palm had gone numb, and he could not hold his weapon anymore. Su Jing seized the opportunity and threw out 3 punches in a row. After devouring a part of Qi Xiaofeng's dragon fountain qi, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Su Jing's body had grown extremely fast. Within a blink of an eye, it had expanded to almost 10 meters, which was no weaker than the middle-ranked young warriors in the last Hidden Dragon rank. You are quite powerful. I almost do not want to beat you anymore. Losing 1 part of dragon fountain qi would not make any difference. Lin Yun was very excited. If he could, when he met Su Jing again, he would definitely not devour her dragon fountain qi so that she would remember him. Unfortunately, the dragon fountain qi could not be controlled. Once it sensed something, it would jump out on its own and he would not even be able to stop it. You have overestimated yourself. Tuabaku made a face. Although he did not care about Su Jing's power, the person behind her was Yi Chen. Among all the warriors, only Xikong Sheng and Yi Chen had given him a mysterious feeling. The others were slightly weaker. The first round had finished, and the second round began immediately. After 5 rounds, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 28 meters. His luck was not that good, as all the opponents he had met were not that powerful. After 5 rounds, none of them were as powerful as the one where Su Jing had beaten Qi Xiaofeng. Among them, the luckiest one would be Tuabaku, who had beaten Zhang Feng, who was ranked 9th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. His dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 12 meters. Added with the previous 4 battles, it had grown to more than 12.5 meters, which was almost as powerful as the top 30 warriors in the last hidden dragon rank. In the 6th round, Yi Qin had finally met an opponent who had a very rich dragon fountain chi. It was Cui Xiao, who was ranked 15th in the last hidden dragon rank. After devouring his opponent's dragon fountain chi, Yi Qin's dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 12 meters. Among all the young warriors he was only second to Tua Baku. Lynch was not that powerful after all. He had lost 3 and won 3 out of the 6 battles, and his dragon-shaped shadow was still at 18 meters. Su Jing had won 6 battles in a row, and her dragon-shaped shadow was still at 19 meters. Soon, the 7th round of the competition had finished. The 8th round. Yi Chen's opponent was Gu Qing, who he had never fought before. Gu Qing was ranked 10th in the last hidden dragon rank. His dragon-shaped shadow was originally 21 meters long, but after winning 7 battles in a row, it had grown to 21 meters. Take my blue cloud 9 attacks. Gu Qing had no reason to give up right away. In fact, he really wanted to fight against Yi Qin, who was good at attacking the weak spots. Only battles like this would allow him to notice some of the flaws that he had not been able to notice and perfect them. Qin. Taking out his star scar sword, Yi Qin held the long sword in his hand and pointed in the air. Gu Qing's continuous stick art had been broken immediately. He had only performed 1 attack and the other 8 attacks had all been blocked. How is this possible? Gu Qing was shocked. The blue cloud 9 attacks were all connected. If it were the last few attacks that had been broken, he would have been able to understand it, since the later attacks would be harder to control and there might be flaws. However, the first few attacks did not have any flaws at all. Yi Qin said, "I have seen the blue cloud 9 attacks once. It is indeed a very powerful attack. Each stick attack is faster than the last, but the first to the second attack is the slowest part. As long as the sword speed is fast enough, you will be able to find that crucial point. Right now, what you need to pay attention to is not the speed, but how to make it uneven so that people will not be able to grasp the pattern." Thank you. Gu Qing thought about it. Just like what Yi Qin had said, the previous blue cloud 9 attacks had been connected one after another, and each stick attack was faster than the last. However, the first to the 9th attack would take time, and people would not be able to watch you perform it all the way until the 9th attack. If you wanted to increase your speed, the weakness would still be there, but it would be reduced by a lot. After all, there would always be people who were better than you. No matter how fast your attacking speed was, there would always be people who were faster than you. Therefore, if you wanted to make up for this weakness, the only way would be to make people unable to grasp the pattern. Thinking about that, Gu Qing could not help but admire Yi Qin. The first few attacks of the blue cloud 9 attacks were not fast, but it was actually already very fast. Only his opponent could find the gap and hit the crucial point with 1 sword attack. I give up. There was no need to compete anymore since Gu Qing had already learned a lot. Whoa. Gu Qing had just finished speaking when the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Chen's body jumped over. When it came back, the 43 meters dragon-shaped shadow had already grown to 57 meters, which had surpassed Tua Baku and was the same as Murong Qingqing. Chapter 266. This dragon fountain chi has the effect of nourishing the spirit and chi. When the dragon-shaped shadow was only 43 meters long, it was only good for the condition, as it would not be easily affected by negative emotions. However, after growing to 57 meters, the spirit and chi that Yi Qin had lost had obviously been replenished. Spirit and chi were the most important things in the human body, and would be consumed in everything they did. For example, raising one's hand would consume a little bit of spirit and speaking a word would consume a little bit of spirit and chi. However, the consumption was so small that it could be completely ignored. But what was undeniable was that spirit and chi were indeed being consumed all the time, and would need to be replenished through careful rest. Otherwise, it would have a big or small effect. After 7 or 8 battles, Yi Qin had consumed a little bit of spirit and chi, but right now it had been replenished completely. Thinking about it, Yi Qin could easily think of training. Training for warriors would consume a lot of spirit and chi. Ever since he had the spirit replenishing pellets, chi replenishing pellets and spirit replenishing pellets, Yi Chen's training speed had increased drastically. He was no slower than any of the martial geniuses. The reason why he could reach late clasping Yuan realm within 1 year was all because of these 3 pellets. Right now, with the dragon fountain chi that could replenish his spirit and chi, together with the spirit and chi replenishing pellets, his training speed would definitely increase to the next level. No wonder the warriors in the last hidden dragon rank could train faster than the others. It must be because of the dragon fountain chi. Yi Qin thought to himself. The 10th battle, Gu Yuyun against Qian Yun. Gu Yuyun was the second disciple of the floating martial school. Just like Qian Yun, she did not make it into the last hidden dragon rank. She was only 19 years old and she was very small and pretty just like the girl next door. She did not seem to have the Stone King bloodline at all. Compared to Gu Yuyun, Qian Yun looked more arrogant and aggressive. Whenever he opened and closed his eyes, there would be a bright light shining. The two had formed a huge contrast. I don't care what Stone King bloodline you have. I will beat you. Qian Yun naturally knew that it was Gu Yuyun who had stolen his seated contestant status. He planned to use all of his power to beat her and show everyone that only he could be a seated contestant. Please. Gu Yuyun cupped her fist. Qian Yun said impatiently, there's no need for pointers. You and I have to decide who's the winner. Take this. Yelling in a low voice, Qian Yun extended his body and appeared in the sky above Gu Yuyun. He threw out a palm attack. This palm strike was like a thunderbolt, as if it had stirred up all the clouds in the sky. It was the top-rank Earth Realm martial art of the Sunset Martial School, the Purple Sunset Thunder Palm. Crack. Gu Yuyun was not surprised at all. She swung her fist to meet the attack. With a loud bang, the two of them flew backward. Cloud Shadow. Since his palm attack had failed, Qian Yun performed his high-rank Earth Realm flying art, Phantom Cloud Shadow. His body flashed once and disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already right next to Gu Yuyun. Then his body was like a ghost, like a cloud, circling around Gu Yuyun. Bang 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 bang. Being caught off guard, Gu Yuyun was hit 6 times in a row. Her protective Jin Qi was almost shattered, and her blood and Qi were boiling. It looked like she was going to lose. Stone King Protective Fist Art. In that critical moment, Gu Yuyun stabilized her Qi and blood. She lowered her center of gravity and pushed out all of her Jin Qi, throwing it out along with her fist aura. After throwing out one punch, her protective Jin Qi had increased by 1%. By the third punch, her protective Jin Qi had increased by 3%. Qian Yun had not only failed, but had also lost his balance because of the fist power. It is the Stone King's unique martial art, the Stone King Protective Fist Art. This fist art is different from most other fist arts. It focuses more on defense, but its attacking power is weaker. With this fist art, it would be impossible for Qian Yun to finish the battle quickly. Now, let's see who has more stamina. Qian Yun had never seen such a weird fist art before. It could actually strengthen his protective Jin Qi and shake away part of his power. Then let's see if your Stone King Protective Fist Art is more powerful, or my Purple Sunset Thunder Palm. Giving up on using his flying art, Qian Yun threw out all of his attacks, attacking towards Gu Yuyun one after another. Pow, pow. Within a blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of attacks. The sky was filled with palm shadows and fist shadows. Thunder 4 movement. As the battle reached its climax, Qian Yun yelled out and threw out both of his palms. All of a sudden, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The sound was not any weaker than the thunder in the sky. There was obviously the poetic perspective of thunder contained within. The protective Jin Qi layer outside of Gu Yuyun's body started to peel off layer by layer. It started to weaken rapidly as she backed out 4 steps, leaving 4 deep footprints on the battling platform. Sunset 5 movement. Qian Yun was not going to let his opponent go easily. Before the Thunder 4 movement was finished, he performed the last movement of the Purple Sunset Thunder Palm, the Sunset 5 movement. Compared to the Thunder 4 movement, the Sunset 5 movement's attacking speed was much faster, and it had endless power. Gu Yuyun did not even have the chance to fight back. She could only passively step back, and step back again. Even with the Stone King Body Protective Fist Arts buff, the Jin Qi layer outside of her body had already been weakened to the point where it could break at any second. In everyone's eyes, Gu Yuyun was basically going to lose. Only Yi Qin and a few other people could see that something was not right. Every time Gu Yuyun backed out, a wave of power would be accumulated inside her body. This power was not released at all, but it was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, it was already showing signs of breaking through. Waiting until the last movement of Qian Yun's Sunset 5 movement landed, Gu Yuyun did not back out. Instead, she moved forward and fought back like a thunderbolt. The aggressive fist power was like a collapsing mountain. The Stone King's anger. It was said that the Stone King was a good-tempered man back in the day, and would not get angry easily. No matter how his opponents tried to provoke him, he would not fight back. However, once his emotions had accumulated to the limit, anyone who tried to provoke him again would face the Stone King's anger. Not many people knew how horrifying an angry Stone King could be because they were all dead. Strangely, the good-tempered Stone King ended up with enemies everywhere. After his death, even his bloodline was almost wiped out. No one knew why. The Stone King Protective Fist art was a top-rank Earth Realm fist art created by the Stone King. The Stone King's anger was one of the top 3 ace attacks. Right then, she performed it with a horrifying aura, as if the space was about to be shattered by her. Puking out a large amount of blood, Chen Yun was blown backward. This little girl is not simple. She is able to stay so calm and turn the situation around at the last second, beating Chen Yun. Unless she could easily break through Gu Yoyun's protective Jin Qi layer, once the Stone King's anger comes out, anyone who is more powerful than her would lose. There are not many people who could break through her defense. Gu Yoyun's defense is even more powerful than Bing Ling's. The Stone King Protective Fist art is not something to be trifled with. Everyone was quite impressed with the Stone King's martial art, so they could not help but think more highly of Gu Yoyun. A part of his dragon fountain chi had been taken away, and Chen Yun's heart was bleeding. He had lost the battle that he was so confident in, and in such a strange way. Thank you. Gu Yoyun looked like she was from a powerful family. She held her fists together again before leaving the stage. However, this made Chen Yun even angrier as he thought she was mocking him. It was already the afternoon, and the competition had already reached the 19th round. Yi Chen had won 18 battles, and his dragon-shaped shadow had finally reached beyond 5 meters, reaching 21 meters. However, Tua Baku had also caught up, and was at 21 meters, while Murong Qingqing was at 63 meters. The three's dragon fountain chi was almost the same, and they could easily surpass any warrior with a rich dragon fountain chi. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had encountered a young warrior who was ranked 14th in the last hidden dragon rank. After taking away his opponent's dragon fountain chi, his dragon-shaped shadow had grown again, reaching 24 meters. Judging on the amount of dragon fountain chi, he was already in the top 20 of this hidden dragon rank. Su Jing had won 15 out of 18 battles, and her dragon-shaped shadow was 12 meters long. Lynch had won 9 out of 18 battles, and his dragon-shaped shadow was around 25 meters. As for Xikong Sheng and the rest of the warriors, their growth was very small. Xikong Sheng was still 24 meters, while Yan Qihua was 25 meters, Li Daoxin was 24 meters and Lin Yun was 24 meters. All of them had grown within 1 or 2 feet, and could not be like Yi Chen and the rest who had grown at an insane speed. When the 21st battle had ended, the sky had turned dark. The head judge announced that the battles for the day had ended, and it would continue tomorrow morning. Under everyone's expectation, the long night had passed by slowly. The second morning, battles continued to happen on the battling platform. The 22nd battle had ended. The 33rd battle had ended. The 38th battle had ended. Until the 39th battle had ended, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Chen's body had grown to 24 meters, only 1 step away from 24 meters. Up until now, there were only 10 warriors who had reached 24 meters in dragon-shaped shadow. Among them, 6 of them were old top young warriors, and the other 4 were the top 10 young warriors in the last hidden dragon rank. They were quite lucky as they had not encountered any top young warriors, and were still undefeated. As for Tua Baku, Murong Qingqing and Gu Yuyun, they were just like Yi Chen, still not able to reach 24 meters. Zhang Feng, who was ranked 9th in the last hidden dragon rank, and Gu Qing, who was ranked 10th, could have made it, but unfortunately, they had lost to Tua Baku and Yi Chen respectively. Right now they were only around 6 meters, which was still a long way away from 24 meters. The 5th battle of the 40th round, Yi Chen against Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was indeed the young warrior who was ranked 13th in the last hidden dragon rank, and whose dragon-shaped shadow had reached 22 meters. However, when he found out that his opponent was Yi Chen, he could not help but feel nervous. Although he knew that there would be a battle when the time came, he was still a bit annoyed. Increasing his Jin Qi layer to its limit, Lu Chuan stared at Yi Chen cautiously. Facing this year's top young warrior, it was not that he did not want to be lucky. Sky-shattering clouds. Yi Chen did not plan to waste any more time. He held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. Thunder and lightning appeared in the sky and the wind started to pick up. An invisible massive sword chi was thrown out with the sky full of thunder and lightning. Lu Chuan, who was prepared for this, was shocked. He had only managed to dodge half of the attack, while the other half had completely shattered his Jin Chi layer. Half of his body had gone numb, and he had lost the battle within a second. Whoa. The dragon-shaped shadow jumped onto Lu Chuan's body, then turned back. Right now, the dragon-shaped shadow was 23 meters long. Chapter 267. The 20 zhang long dragon-shaped shadow had a huge body and a majestic look. It circled around outside of Yi Chen's body and roared towards the sky. The powerful dragon roar had even attracted the dragon-shaped shadows of Sikong Shing and the other 8 warriors to roar as well, as if they were competing with each other. This feeling is so strange. My spirit, chi and soul are not damaged at all. Instead, they are getting stronger and stronger. My condition has reached another level. Before, in order for Yi Chen to maintain his peak condition, he would have to use his sword intent to cut out all the distracting thoughts and get rid of all the negative emotions. But now, with the rich dragon fountain chi, he would not have to worry about his condition declining anymore. He would be able to stay at his peak condition all the time, and it would even increase steadily. I wonder what would happen when the dragon-shaped shadow reaches 90 zhangs. 9 was the highest number in the world. Before, it was almost impossible to reach 90 zhangs. However, this year's hidden dragon rank would be the most popular one in the past 1,000 years, so it would not be impossible for it to reach 90 zhangs. The 9th battle of the 40th round, Su Jing against Wei Renjie. 3 battles away from Yi Chen, Su Jing appeared. Her opponent was Wei Renjie, who had reached the entry-level blade intent. He was ranked 37 in the last hidden dragon rank. According to Yi Chen's estimation, he should be able to make it into the top 25 this year, which would be a powerful opponent for Su Jing. The dragon-shaped shadow outside of Wei Renjie's body was also 50 zhangs long. Together with his muscular body and the long blade in his hand, he looked like a powerful blade artist. Chin. Taking out his long blade, the blade light was like water. Wei Renjie said to Su Jing, "You are worth my full power." There were not many young warriors who were worth Wei Renjie's full power. Those top young warriors were not worth it anymore, they were simply unbeatable. He would not be interested in those who were too weak. Although Su Jing was not as powerful as Yi Chen and Tua Baku, she was definitely one of the top warriors among the young generation. If he did not use all of his power, Wei Renjie might lose. Even if he used all of his power, he would not have the confidence to win against Su Jing. Su Jing said lightly, "You are worth my full power as well." The two stopped talking and stared at each other. Wei Renjie made the first move. Driven by his small success saber intent, his sharp saber chi was like a peerless fierce dragon, slashing towards Su Jing, who was dozens of meters away. Before the saber chi arrived, the air around Su Jing's body had already started to disintegrate. Her soft long hair fluttered in the wind along with her white clothes. Vast divine fist. Su Jing took a step forward and the air vibrated. Her jade-like fist drilled out of her sleeve and punched the incoming blade chi. Crick. The blade chi twisted and shattered, turning into specks of white light. "All right, raging waves." Wei Renjie boldly rushed up and slashed with his saber in the air. The saber light was like a tide rolling and surging. That kind of artistic conception that could drown and devour everything was obviously the artistic conception of water or the artistic conception of the sea. It was majestic and magnificent. This Wei Renjie is indeed powerful. Although he isn't at the level of the young giants, there aren't many who can beat him in blade techniques. That's right. Besides the fire spirit prince, Yan Qihua, there aren't many who can compete with him in blade arts. I wonder, between him and Su Jing, who would be better. The warriors in the audience seats were all discussing. Facing this blade attack, Su Jing looked very serious. She made a fist with her right hand, and there was a golden light moving around inside as if she was holding a golden flame. She threw out a punch toward the incoming saber light. Rumble. This punch was extremely powerful. The saber light had a gap in it and the saber intent realm had a flaw. It was not able to form a complete attack. Even though the saber intent had been broken, Wei Renjie was not happy or angry. He turned his body and flew towards Su Jing like a dragon. His majestic step art was also quite ingenious. It contained the snake movement, which was powerful while the snake movement was tricky. The combination of the two seemed to be quite contradictory. Mid-rank Earth Realm flying art, dragon snake step art. Su Jing felt the difficulty of this step art. She kept backing out, trying to avoid the best rhythm of the dragon snake step art. She did not want to give Wei Renjie any chance to attack. Flying dragon riding the clouds. Seeing that he could not attack, Wei Renjie changed his step art. He got rid of the tricky snake movement and changed it to the majestic dragon movement. With one step he appeared above Su Jing and threw out 3 blade attacks in a row. Unexpectedly, Su Jing was already prepared. Once she saw her opponent change his step art, she changed it as well. Her toes touched the ground and she jumped up into the sky. Her right fist carried a soaring aura as it exploded. Clang. The fist and the blade clashed together, causing sparks to fly everywhere. So powerful. Wei Renjie's arm had gone numb, and he had almost lost his grip on his great blade. He could not help but be shocked as he threw out a punch with his left hand. Su Jing used the same move as before. She blocked with her right arm, blocking Wei Renjie's punch. Boom. The two of them separated right after they clashed. Neither of them could do anything to the other. This is my self-created swimming dragon blade art. I hope you can block it out. Once his feet landed on the ground, Wei Renjie combined with his blade. His body was like a dragon and his blade was like a dragon. He threw out a blade attack towards Su Jing. There was no poetic perspective, no sound or light. It was just a smooth movement. What? Wei Renjie can create his own blade art? He is only at the clasping yuan realm. Normally, astral reaching realm warriors would not create their own martial arts, because it would not only take a lot of time and effort, but it would also take a long time to perfect it. It would not be worth it unless he could make sure that the created martial art was almost perfect. While everyone was talking, Wei Renjie's attack had already arrived. With a clanging sound, Su Jing's gloves emitted a blazing flame, and she was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Her body staggered unsteadily. Aha, take another one of my attacks. Wei Renjie was not going to stop. He performed his swimming dragon blade art again and again. Each time he would be able to push Su Jing back for dozens of steps. His blade aura was like a rainbow. Off the stage, Yi Qin studied Wei Renjie's swimming dragon blade art carefully. He eventually realized that it was not a complete blade movement. A complete blade movement would have to have a matching Jinqi route and poetic perspective. The swimming dragon blade art not only lacked poetic perspective, but also did not have the best Jinqi route. Even so, Wei Renjie was able to create a blade movement which was already something to be proud of. Of course, Yi Qin also had the ability to create 1 or 2 movements. In fact, if he wanted to create a sword movement, it would definitely be twice as powerful as the swimming dragon blade art. But right now, no matter how powerful Yi Qin's sword movement was, it would still not be as powerful as the lone peak kill and the sky-shattering clouds. Wei Renjie was Wei Renjie, but Yi Qin was him. The swimming dragon blade art might be powerful for Wei Renjie, but it was nothing special for Yi Qin. If it were him instead of Su Jing, he would only need one glance to find the weakness and beat Wei Renjie. Therefore, either he did not create his own martial art or he had to create a martial art that would be useful to him. Otherwise, he would not do something that would not bring him any benefits. For him, time was extremely precious, and he did not have that much energy to waste on things that could not help him increase his power. Backing out again and again, Su Jing soon reached the dark blue light wall. There was nowhere else for her to go. Lose. Wei Renjie yelled as he threw out a smooth blade attack towards Su Jing. Boundless killing fist art. At that critical moment, Su Jing had finally found the weak spot of the swimming dragon blade art. She had prepared for it in advance, throwing out a punch with a powerful destructive poetic perspective onto the blade light. Boom. The blade light was shattered. Blood leaked out from the corner of Wei Renjie's mouth as his body was blown away. As Su Jing had beaten Wei Renjie, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of her body had stolen her opponent's dragon fountain chi. It had expanded to almost 15 meters. The 40th round had ended, and the 41st round had begun. Yi Qin was facing Qian Yun. Mad Thunder 4 movement. Without any intention of testing, Qian Yun threw out all of his attacks, aiming at the weak spot of Yi Qin's protective Jinqi layer. Although the movements are powerful, they are a bit messy and not pure enough. Shaking his head, Yi Qin took out his Star Scar sword and threw out a sword attack at Qian Yun's weakest spot, breaking his Mad Thunder 4 movement instantly. Before his opponent could react, Yi Qin threw out a sword light and pierced through his protective Jinqi layer. Instant kill. Qian Yun was not Bing Ling had a powerful Jinqi layer, but Qian Yun did not. Therefore, in front of Yi Qin he could only be killed within a second. Since the fast sword was not a secret anymore, it did not matter how many times he used it. Plus, facing Xikong Sheng and the others, the effect of the fast sword would be limited. Not only did the younger generation suck in a breath of cold air, but most of the cultivators in the spectator stands were also dumbfounded, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Chen Yun, who had almost become a seeded contestant, could not even survive one sword attack from Yi Chen. If it were before, they would definitely think that it was fake news and would not choose to believe it. But right now it had happened right in front of their eyes and they could not help but believe it. How powerful is Yi Chen? Comparing sword arts and eyesight, Wei Renjie, who had created his own movement, is no different than a kid in front of him. This is the real killing sword art. Gu Yoyun's eyes were wide open as well. Chen Yun, who she had spent so much effort to beat, could not even handle one sword attack from Yi Chen. What a monster. After devouring Chen Yun's dragon fountain chi, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow did not grow that much. It had only grown from 21 meters to 21 meters. However, his opponent's dragon-shaped shadow did not decrease much either. If Yi Chen wanted to increase his dragon-shaped shadow drastically, he would have to beat the top young warriors who had the most powerful dragon fountain chi and the other 3 warriors who were ranked 10th or so and had better luck. Time passed by quietly. The second day had passed quickly, and it was already the afternoon of the third day. After beating the other 3 warriors whose dragon-shaped shadows had reached 21 meters, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow had never been so powerful before. It had grown to 25 meters. Of course, the top young warriors from the last hidden dragon rank had also grown. Xikong Sheng had reached 24 meters, Yan Qihua had reached 29 meters, Li Daoxin had reached 28 meters, and Lin Yun had reached 28 meters. Bing Ling and Mo Yen were slightly weaker. Right now they were only 26 meters, which was not that far away from Yi Chen. Tua Baku and Murong Qingqing had also caught up. One was 23 meters and the other was 24 meters. Gu Yiyun was right behind them, who was 22 meters. The rest of the warriors had lost too many battles, so none of them had reached 22 meters. The Dragon Fountain Chi had basically gathered on the top 10 seeded contestants. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but when the third day had finished, there had been 62 rounds of battles, and there were exactly 9 rounds of battles left. In the last 9 rounds of battles, the top 10 seeded contestants would not run into anyone else. There would be battles against each other and none of them would be missing. Because in the previous 62 rounds of battles, they had already beaten 62 people. There were only 9 seeded contestants left besides themselves. All of the warriors who were watching the battles felt their blood boiling. By the next morning, they would be able to see the battles between the top young warriors. One battle after another, it would be hard for them not to be excited. Chapter 268. Early in the morning, the whole hidden dragon ancient city was boiling. Looking down from the sky, one could see countless streams of people moving towards the battling field in the central area. Right then there was still some time before the battle began. Yi Chen, just try your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. In the yard, everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School had already finished washing up. Luo Xinglia said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Leader, don't worry. What should be mine will be mine. Since he had joined the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, Yi Chen's goal was to be the champion. It was very simple. Alright, let's go. On the battling field, everyone's eyes were all on the top 10 seeded contestants. The rest of the young generation had become the background. The 13 judges are indeed very good. The top 10 seeded contestants had not lost a single time in the previous 62 battles. There is no doubt that they will be in the top 10 this year. I thought Chen Yun would have the chance to be in the top 10. Who knew that he had not only lost to the top young warriors, but also to Gu Yiyun, Yi Chen, Tua Baku and Murong Qingqing. He would not be able to be in the top 10 at all. It is the first time that a disciple from the Sunset Martial School has not been in the top 10. What else can we do? This year's young generation is just too shocking. Chen Yun's power is a bit weak after all. He is not as powerful as the head disciple of the Sunset Martial School. While everyone was discussing, the first beam of sunlight shone over from the east and landed on the battling platform. The head judge stood up. The 63rd round of the battles begins now. The first battle was not a battle between top young warriors. It was the third knight from the Moon Pavilion and Wei Renjie. The third knight was tall and skinny with a normal appearance. He looked to be around 22 or 23 years old, and his power was much higher than the fourth knight. After dozens of rounds, the third knight had barely won against Wei Renjia. The second battle was also not a battle between top young warriors, which made everyone a bit disappointed. It was not until the sixth battle that two top young warriors got on the stage. They were Tuo Baku and Gu Yuyun. Tuo Baku's background was mysterious and no one knew where he came from. In all of the previous battles, his defense was very famous. Even the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Mo Yen, could not break through his defense. Towards the end, Mo Yen had made up his mind and tried to take out Tuo Baku's eyes. Unfortunately, he had still lost to Tuo Baku, which made the audience have a new understanding of Tuo Baku's defense. As the descendant of the Stone King, Gu Yuyun was not as bright as Xikong Sheng, and her talent was not that amazing either. However, the Stone King's bloodline had brought her a huge potential, which allowed her to catch up and become one of the top young warriors. With her Stone King body protective fist art, she had beaten Chen Yun, who was a threat to her, and made it into the top 10. The battle between the two had aroused countless people's interest. Everyone wanted to know which one was more powerful, Tuo Baku's defensive martial art or Gu Yuyun's Stone King body protective fist art. Please enlighten me. Gu Yuyun was still polite as she clasped her fists. Tuo Baku laughed. Why would there be so many rules in a martial competition? But your power is not bad and so is your Stone King body protective fist art. Take one of my fist attacks first. Without performing his savage godly fist art, Tuo Baku threw out a brutal fist attack with only his own power and Jin Qi. The fist power was like a mountain. Boom. Gu Yuyun threw back a fist attack. The two were evenly matched. Alright. Now I would like to try your ace attack and see how powerful the Stone King's anger is. Tuo Baku jumped into the air and threw out his Ruin 18 fist attacks. Boom. 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 The Ruin 18 fist attacks were one of the ace attacks of the Ruin godly fist art. Each movement did not carry any fancy tricks. It was all about brutal power and overwhelming aura. There were only two ways to break the Ruin 18 fist attacks. One would be to use an even more powerful power to shatter Tuo Baku's fist aura, and the other would be to use an extreme technique to break it. Both of them were extremely difficult. Tuo Baku's fist art was already powerful and heavy, and it would be impossible for Gu Yuyun to surpass him in this aspect with her current power. But the extreme technique would be even more difficult, since once the power reached a certain level, the warrior would have the power to beat everything. Under such circumstances, the technique would have to reach another level in order to be able to break the Ruin 18 fist attacks. Obviously, Gu Yuyun had not reached the requirement in both areas. Therefore she had to perform the Stone King's exclusive martial art, the Stone King body protective fist art, in order to strengthen her protective Jin Qi. Tuo Baku's fist aura was getting more and more powerful, more and more brutal. Chen Yun's Thunder 4 movement and Sunset 5 movement were like a kid holding a wooden hammer in front of him. So powerful. In Gu Yuyun's eyes, Tuo Baku was like a mountain, a wild mountain that was rushing towards her at a high speed. Not to mention fighting back, she could barely even defend. Her chi and blood had been shaken by the fist aura, and her Jin Qi was boiling, almost exploding out of her body. The 16th punch. Tuo Baku threw out a punch. The air was torn apart, bringing up a series of booming sounds. Crack. Her protective Jin Qi layer was about to shatter. Gu Yuyun bit on her lower lip, trying her best to defend. She thought to herself, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. The more pressure I get, the more powerful the Stone King anger will be. The 17th punch. A dragon roar and tiger roar was heard. Tuo Baku's punch seemed to have brought Gu Yuyun back to the ancient times, where danger was lurking everywhere. Boom. Gu Yuyun's protective Jin Qi layer had finally been shattered. However, by then, her fist aura had already accumulated to its limit. The Stone King anger took the opportunity to explode. It had not only shattered Tuo Baku's fist power and aura, but had also been thrown back along with the Stone King anger. Facing this horrifying punch, Tuo Baku's protective Jin Qi layer had been shattered, and his body had been blown away. Testing the attack with his own body. This Tuo Baku's defense is indeed powerful. Yichen was extremely observant. Although the power of Tuo Baku's Savage 18 fist art had not been reduced by much, its speed had obviously been reduced. Plus, the power of the 17th punch and the 16th punch were almost the same. He must have saved some of his power. Otherwise, Gu Yuyun would have been defeated by the 17th punch, and there would be no chance for her to perform the Stone King anger. Tuabaku had done this because he wanted to see how powerful the Stone King anger was. Lynch was surprised. You mean Tuabaku did it on purpose? He was extremely talented in blade arts, but he was slightly weaker in other areas. Before Yi Qin could answer, Su Jing said, "It is not entirely on purpose. Gu Yoyun's protective Zhenqi layer and the Stone King anger are indeed very powerful. Tuabaku did not underestimate her. When he performed the 17th punch, he had already prepared to defend, using all of his power to block out the power of the Stone King anger. Stepping on the dark blue light wall, Tuabaku flipped his body and landed on the ground. He looked down at his chest, where his clothes had already been torn apart, and there was a light fist mark on his muscles. It was black and blue. He could not help but praise, "Impressive. Luckily I had prepared my defense beforehand." Seeing that the Stone King anger could not do anything to Tuabaku, Guyun let out a sigh of relief and said, "You win." Tuabaku chuckled as the dragon-shaped shadow outside his body jumped towards Guyun. After devouring a part of the dragon fountain chi, it had grown to 26 meters, which was even bigger than Yi Qin. The two got off the stage and the 7th battle began immediately. The 11th battle, Murong Qingqing against Bing Ling. Just as the head judge finished his sentence, a huge commotion came from the audience seating. Among the top 10 seated contestants, there were only 3 young girls, Murong Qingqing, Bing Ling and Gu Yoyun. Gu Yoyun's temperament and appearance were not as good as the other two, so naturally her popularity was not as high as theirs. Murong Qingqing was one of the top 2 beauties of the Black Dragon Empire. Although she was wearing a light veil that covered half of her face, only the shape of her face was enough to shake people's hearts. Combined with her mysterious and noble temperament, she had won over countless young warriors. Bing Ling's temperament was completely different from Murong Qingqing. The former was mysterious while the latter was cold. Her delicate facial features and cold aura combined together, making her look like a snow lotus that grew in an ice mountain, cold and elegant. Both of them had reached the top young warriors level, and their appearances were also extremely beautiful. Once they got onto the stage they had caused a huge commotion. Bing Ling is one of the top young warriors from the older generation. Murong Qingqing is not really a rising star, but she has also just started to rise this year. I wonder who will be more powerful. It does not matter who wins or loses. Among the young generation of girls in the South Rudra region, they are the top 2. If I could get their attention, I would be willing to lose 10 years of my life. If you are willing, why would they not be willing? But you are right. Murong Qingqing and Bing Ling could be considered as the top 2 martial geniuses in the South Rudra region. In the recent generation of the True Spirit continent, I think they are only second to Xianhou. Xianhou is not someone that a country or a region could compare with. She is not only the number 1 martial genius in the past 1,000 years, but also the number 1 beauty of the True Spirit continent. Compared to her there would be a huge gap. Even martial geniuses like Xikong Sheng would be beaten by her. No one would be able to call themselves the number 1. The number 1 martial genius in 1,000 years. She would not be inferior even in the ancient era. Xianhou had indeed made all the other martial geniuses feel hopeless. I wonder who would be able to break this record. Alright, the competition is about to start. Xuanhou's name was known by everyone in the True Spirit continent. As long as someone talked about top martial geniuses, people would subconsciously compare her to them. Everyone watching the competition was no exception. Murong Qingqing's body flashed, her purple clothes fluttering in the air. She disappeared from where she was standing like a bubble. When she reappeared, she was already on the stage. In front of her, Bing Ling's body was surrounded by a freezing cold qi. Wherever she went, the water yuan qi in the air would be frozen, turning into tiny ice crystals that fell onto the ground. Glacier break. Feeling the pressure brought by Murong Qingqing, Bing Ling attacked first. She performed the ace movement of her ice break fist art. When the freezing fist power was still 10 meters away from Murong Qingqing, it suddenly exploded. Sky Demon catch. The Sky Demon power field gathered on her palm. Murong Qingqing took a step forward, grabbing towards Bing Ling who was dozens of meters away. Crack. The stage was shattered, but Bing Ling managed to dodge it in time. While she was in midair, she made a grabbing gesture in the air with her right hand. An ice blade that was made of freezing Zhenqi was thrown out. Murong Qingqing looked very calm. She pushed out her long and slim palm, shattering the ice blade instantly. In the next moment, a wave of invisible ripple instantly landed on Bing Ling's protective Zhenqi layer, bringing up piles of ice shards. Such a powerful attack had shocked a lot of young warriors. The Sky Demon power field was shapeless and hard to defend against. In the previous competitions, most of the people had been caught by Murong Qingqing through the air, which made them feel dizzy. Chapter 269. Ice Sky Crack Cut. The Ice Break Fist art was a top-rank Earth Realm fist art. There were 14 movements in total, and the last 3 killing movements were extremely hard to train. Until now, Bing Ling could barely perform the third last movement, the Ice Crystal Fist. Although this Ice Sky Crack Cut was not a killing movement, its power was way more powerful than the Ice Break art, and was only weaker than the top 3 killing movements. Swoosh. The perfect ice blade appeared in front of Bing Ling's body. After a slight pause, it flew out with a power that seemed to be able to cut through the air. Because of its high speed and low temperature, it actually left a white ice trail in the air, which was beautiful and dangerous. Murong Qingqing did not dare to underestimate the ice blade. She reached out both of her hands and gripped in the air. The Sky Demon power field burst out. Squeak! The ice blade's speed suddenly slowed down, and its surface started to twist slightly. Break! Murong Qingqing saw Bing Ling's movement again, so she frowned. Her Sky Demon Zhen Qi disappeared like water, turning into the invisible Sky Demon power field. Bang! Ice shards flew everywhere. Right then, Bing Ling had already prepared a new ace attack, which was the Ice Spirit exploding spell that she had used on Yi Qin. The crystal ice ball spun faster, shooting towards Murong Qingqing as fast as lightning. Sky Demon Palm Print. Destroy. Although Murong Qingqing had never experienced the power of the Ice Spirit exploding spell herself, but from the battle between Bing Ling and Yi Qin, she could tell that it was definitely not a normal ace attack. It was a killing attack. The Sky Demon power field could defend against that explosive power, but it could not defend against the horrifying low temperature. Without thinking about it, she immediately cancelled the Sky Demon power field and poured all of her Zhen Qi into her right arm. Her slim palm carried a power that was as deep as the ocean and attacked in the air. Boom! In front of his palm, all the ice crystals within 100 meters floated up and turned into nothingness. The ice ball, on the other hand, seemed to have sunk into a swamp, and its speed slowed to a terrifying degree. Then, it exploded with a bang and was completely annihilated. If it was in the past, Murong Qingqing would consume too much of her true qi after using this move, and her combat power would be sharply reduced. However, since the Great Heavenly Devil technique had been upgraded to the 10th stage, she could now easily use the Great Heavenly Devil palm print, and the consumption of true qi was no more than 10% of her total true qi. Demonic palm print, Heaven's Rebuke. Before she retracted her right palm, Murong Qingqing's left hand struck out. A shocking scene happened. Bing Ling seemed to be repelled by this space. Her whole body was thrown out uncontrollably, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her body twisted a couple of times in the air before Bing Ling landed on the ground steadily. She said, "The Great Heavenly Devil art is indeed worthy of its reputation. I have lost." The Sky Flying Demon Martial School had 2 top martial arts. One was the Sky Demon art and the other was the Great Heavenly Devil art. The Sky Demon art was good at seeing through weaknesses and killing with one attack. The Great Heavenly Devil art was a martial art that mainly focused on attacking. Not only could it train the Sky Demon power field, it also contained the accompanying martial art, the Great Heavenly Devil palm print. Among all the top-rank Earth Realm martial arts in the South Rudra region, it was one of the top ones and extremely hard to train. Although Bing Ling's Ice Break Fist art was powerful, the Great Heavenly Devil art was the bane of it. Bing Ling could not even get close to Murong Qingqing. "Thank you for letting me win." Murong Qingqing held her fists together. As the two got off the stage, the audience seating was still very lively. 4 of the top 10 seeded contestants had already been eliminated, and there were still 6 contestants left for this round. Among the 6, 5 of them were super popular, such as Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, Lin Yun, and Yi Qin. As for Mo Yen, because he had lost to Tua Baku, his popularity had dropped drastically, and he was not as popular among the top young warriors. The 15th battle, Li Daoxian against Yan Qihua. Oh. The battling field was silent for a second, then a shocking wave of voices exploded. Yan Qihua was ranked 2nd in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and was the #1 blade artist among the young generation in the South Rudra region. His blade art was extremely powerful and aggressive. Even the older generation of blade artists could not compete with him. Before Yi Qin showed up, Li Daoxian was the #1 sword artist among the young generation in the South Rudra region. His sword art was sharp and ruthless, and he could kill with every movement he made. He was called the emotionless sword artist. One was the #1 blade artist, and the other was the #1 sword artist. The battle between the two could ignite the blood in the hearts of the warriors watching the battle. A lot of people felt their throats go dry, their eyes wide open as they stared at the two on the stage. You and I have not fought for 3 years. I wonder if your emotionless sword art could break my blade art. If Xikong Sheng was the king warrior among the young generation, then the fire spirit prince, Yan Qihua, would undoubtedly be the tyrant warrior among the young generation. His aggressiveness was born naturally and he could look down on the whole world. We will know after we try. Li Daoxian was wearing blue robes, looking very skinny. Standing there, he looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, once his sword appeared in his hand, a sharp and ruthless sword intent spread out. The whole world seemed to be covered by his sword intent, cutting everything in its way. Yan Qihua glanced at Li Daoxian and said proudly, 3 years ago you were not my opponent and 3 years later, you will not be my opponent either. Right now, I will let you attack for 3 times. Within these 3 attacks I will not take out my blade. If you can win even 1 or 2 attacks from me, I would not mind losing to you. Li Daoxian frowned, there is no need to let me win. I will let you take out your blade for the first attack. Haha, bring it on then. If I cannot even let you have 3 attacks, how could I compete for the #1? Without saying a word, the blade aura around Yan Qihua's body had increased a little bit. His blade was not out of its scabbard yet, but it gave people the feeling of a long blade piercing through the air, which was extremely aggressive. Clang. Li Daoxian's sword had been taken out of its scabbard. The blade could not be seen, only a faint sword light could be seen sweeping out and flashing. Break for me. Yan Qihua shouted loudly. His red Jin Qi shot up into the sky, turning into a huge burning blade that was 30 meters long, and slashed heavily in the air. The sword light was like the wind, invisible and formless. Although Yan Qihua's burning huge blade, which was made of Jin Qi, had shattered the sword light instantly, but in the next second, the sword light had gathered together again, slicing towards his opponent's face. Such a sharp sword move and such a strange wind mentality. Yi Qin squinted his eyes. The sword light that Li Daoxian had waved out was like a gust of wind. Even if the wind dispersed, it was still the wind. Or, it could be said that the wind would never disperse, it would always be there. So what if you have the wind mentality? Help me with my blade aura. Yan Qihua's right hand sucked in the air, and the sword light was pulled over. Immediately, beams of red blade light shot out from his palm. The blade light was like fire. After swallowing Li Daoxian's sword light, it became even more powerful, and rushed back towards Li Daoxian like a forest fire. Once this move was performed, half of the top young warrior's expressions suddenly changed. How overbearing was this? He had taken the opponent's attack as his own. Li Daoxian's expression was extremely serious. After 3 years, Yan Qihua's blade art had reached an incredible level. Just relying on the wind mentality would not be able to force him to use his real power. Kill. Once the emotionless sword art was performed, Li Daoxian had thrown away all his emotions. He was like an ancient well without any ripples. His sword did not have any emotions either. All it had was an endless sharp light, cutting everything in front of it. Break it for me just the same. Without taking out his long blade, Yan Qihua's attacking power had been reduced drastically. Facing Li Daoxian's second sword attack, he pushed his spirit, qi and soul to the peak. Using both of his arms as blades and both of his hands as blades, each of them had thrown out a couple of meters long red blade light, clashing together in the air. The surface of the platform was instantly filled with hundreds of holes. Sword qi and blade qi were flying everywhere like a hornet's nest had exploded, which was extremely spectacular. The third sword attack. Kill. Once this sword attack had been performed, the air had strangely calmed down. The sword light pointed right at Yan Qihua. Yan Qihua kept backing out. He had let Li Daoxian attack 3 times, not only because he was confident, but also because he wanted to challenge his own limit. If he could handle 3 sword attacks from Li Daoxian safely, then he would be qualified to challenge Xikong Sheng. Otherwise, there would be no need to even talk about challenging Xikong Sheng. This sword attack from Li Daoxian was extremely sharp and sharp. No matter where Yan Qihua backed out to, he felt like he was being stabbed by a needle, making his hair stand up. Right then Yan Qihua was finally ready to use his great blade. Without taking it out of the scabbard, he directly threw out a horizontal attack with the blade still in the scabbard. That red blade light spread out, giving people a horrifying illusion of a volcano eruption and lava shooting up into the sky. It clashed with that heart-piercing sword light. Boom. Two colors appeared on the 300 meters long battling platform. One was a light silver color, and the other was an endless red color. They were clearly separated, and neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Right then, everyone held their breaths and did not even blink their eyes, afraid that they would miss the most crucial moment. In their eyes, Yan Qihua was unbelievably powerful. Without taking out his great blade, he was able to handle 3 sword attacks from Li Daoxian without falling into a disadvantage. It was indeed horrifying. Yi Chen's opinion was slightly different from everyone else's. Although Yan Qihua's blade art was powerful, Li Daoxian was not bad either. The reason why Yan Qihua was able to handle 3 sword attacks from Li Daoxian was not only because of his extremely powerful power, but also because he knew everything about Li Daoxian. If it were another unfamiliar sword artist who was at the same level as Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua would not have been so careless. Besides these reasons, there was another reason. As everyone knew, 3 attacks was neither too long nor too short. When 2 equally powerful sword artists and blade artists were fighting against each other, if one of them did not carry a blade, then his attacking power would be greatly reduced. However, it would not be a problem for him to hold out for 3 attacks, since he still had the mentality of his blade art. What he lacked was only the attacking power and aura. It would be impossible for one of them to lose immediately without a weapon. Of course, Yan Qihua's power was that he did not fall into a disadvantage within 3 attacks. The number 2 of the last hidden dragon rank was indeed not a normal warrior. 3 sword attacks have passed. 3 sword attacks were already Yan Qihua's limit. He took out his great blade without any hesitation and continued to attack along with his previous blade aura. He had pushed the mentality of volcano eruption to another level, which had shattered Li Daoxuan's sword aura within a second. It was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, rushing towards Yan Qihua. Empty kill. In the previous 3 sword attacks, Li Daoxian did not seem to hold back at all. However, facing a blade artist who did not even take out his blade, his attacking power had subconsciously weakened a lot. Maybe he thought that it was not a fair win. Right then, as Yan Qihua threw out his blade attack, Li Daoxuan's sword aura had reached another level, his sword intent surging. Ding, dang, dang. Within a couple of blinks of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of attacks. Burning sparks flew everywhere and no one could even see where the 2 of them were. That kind of soul-stirring battle had even made the audience forget to breathe, their faces turning red. The sparks did not disappear, and the 2 had exchanged more and more attacks at a higher frequency. For the first time, Mo Yen, who had been operating his sky demon eyes, felt a bit sore in his eyes. Swoosh. A human shadow flew out. It was Li Daoxian. There was a burnt mark on his shoulder, and his clothes had been burned into ashes. Chapter 270. Looking at Yan Qihua again, he was perfectly fine. However, there was a strand of hair missing from his temple, which was flying in the wind and falling onto the ground. Taking my ace attack and not dying. You are the first one in the past 3 years. Putting his long blade back into its scabbard, Yan Qihua touched his temple, which seemed to still have Li Daoxuan's sword intent. Cough. Li Daoxian puked out a mouthful of blood. What a shame. I was still 1 point away. On the 198th attack, he threw out his sword first, cutting off a strand of Yan Qihua's hair. After that, Yan Qihua's attack arrived right at his shoulder. At the critical moment, it was flicked away by Yan Qihua's finger, saving him from a serious injury. However, that burning hot blade light still brushed past his body, causing some damage to his meridians. In the battle between the 2, Li Daoxian had lost by half an attack. Whoa. The dragon-shaped shadow on Yan Qihua's body jumped towards Li Daoxian. When it came back, it had expanded from 29 meters to 22 meters, getting closer and closer to Xikong Sheng. Amazing. Yan Qihua is indeed worthy of being the top young warrior who is only below Xikong Sheng. Even Li Daoxian could not stop him. It is indeed amazing, but I could not see through anything at all. I wonder how they managed to decide the winner at the last moment. If even you could see through it, how could it be amazing? Waiting until the 2 got off the stage, everyone's heart was in their throat again. There were still 2 more battles between top young warriors in this round, and no one knew who would be fighting who. The 16th battle was Su Jing against the 4th Knight. The two styles were quite similar, choosing to fight with brute force. In the end, it was still Su Jing who was slightly better and beat the 4th Knight. The 17th battle was between Gao Feng and Wei Renjie. Gao Feng's sword art was superb, not sticking to a single style, while Wei Renjie's blade art was big and bold, with the demeanor of a master. The two of them fought for more than 30 rounds, and Gao Feng used his sword to knock away Wei Renjie's long blade, and the tip of his sword landed on Wei Renjie's neck. The 18th battle was between Mo Wuxia and Lynch. As an experienced warrior in the Hidden Dragon rank, although Mo Wuxia had just comprehended the blade intent not too long ago, his cultivation was way higher than Lynch's. The two had exchanged hundreds of attacks, but Mo Wuxia's skills were still better than Lynch's. The 19th match. After the 25th match, the audience burst into cheers. Yi Chen was one of the two contestants, and his opponent was the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, the Demon Eyes Mo Yen, who was ranked 8th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Ever since Mo Yen had lost to Tua Baku, his popularity had dropped a bit. However, some of the powerful clasping Yuan realm warriors would not underestimate him. The reason why he had lost to Tua Baku was because his opponent's defense was on the higher side, and it would not be easy to see through his weaknesses. Otherwise, if it were someone else who was at the same level as Tua Baku, it would be hard to tell who would win. After all, as an experienced top young warrior, the Demon Eyes Mo Yen would not be easy to deal with. Of course, no one would dare to underestimate Yi Chen even more. Since the beginning of the elimination battles, he had been winning all the battles without losing a single one. His sword art skills were just as powerful as the heartless sword artist, Li Daoxian. Plus, he had the 50% sword intent plus his extremely calm personality. In other words, Yi Chen was one of the most horrifying young warriors in this year's young generation. He and Tua Baku were the two new top young warriors. His popularity was right behind the top young warriors like Xikong Sheng and the others. What caught people's attention even more was that the Demon Eyes Mo Yen had trained the Sky Demon art, which allowed him to see through weaknesses. Once he attacked, it would be aimed at his opponent's vital parts. Judging from the previous battles, Yi Chen's ability to see through weaknesses was just as horrifying. What was different from Mo Yen was that Yi Chen was good at seeing through the weaknesses of martial arts. As long as he got serious, his opponent would not be able to perform a complete martial art. Bing Ling and Chen Yun were the best examples. On the battling platform, Yi Chen and Mo Yen stood 80 meters away from each other. Just like a small portion of the people, Yi Chen would not underestimate Mo Yen. In fact, among the top young warriors besides Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, and Murong Qingqing, Mo Yen would be ranked number 1 in terms of battling with him. Even Tua Baku and Lin Yun would be slightly weaker than him, because Yi Chen was a martial artist himself, while Tua Baku and Lin Yun were not as good at it. However, Yi Chen also knew that Tua Baku and Lin Yun were more powerful than Mo Yen, since the two of them had both reached the 11th realm of their martial arts, which made them extremely powerful. The Sky Demon eyes are very mysterious. They can see through the weaknesses of things and nothing can hide. Yi Chen's protective Jinqi layer is a bit weak. I am afraid this battle will not be easy. Indeed. Among the top young warriors, there are a few who could counter each other. For example, Tua Baku could counter Mo Yen, and Murong Qingqing could counter Bing Ling. In a way, Mo Yen could counter Yi Chen. You are right, but Mo Yan's movements might also be seen through by Yi Chen and it would not work. Without a real battle, no one would know what would happen. The battle had not started yet, but everyone was already expressing their opinions. He had never expected that Yi Chen would be able to see through his mysterious spirit finger attack with only one glance. Cutting open the finger light, Yi Chen said lightly, "I said it before, your attack will not touch me even once." Arrogant. Mo Yen was furious. He put up his index and middle fingers, stabbing out at Yi Chen. It was indeed the mysterious spirit 7 fingers that had shaved off one of Tua Baku's eyebrows. Ding, ding, ding. There was no need to throw out 7 sword attacks. Yi Chen had only thrown out 3 sword attacks to cut open the finger light one by one. Moreover, he did not even move an inch. After doing all that, Yi Chen's body moved, flying towards Mo Yen at an extreme speed. Back out. Mo Yen switched to his more powerful mysterious spirit finger attack, attacking towards Yi Chen from a distance. It was Yi Chen's Jinqi shadow that had been shattered. His real body was already less than 1 meter away from Mo Yen. His blue robe danced in the air as he waved the long sword in his hand 4 times. Ghost shadow perplexing step. His body turned into a black chi flow and disappeared. Mo Yen pushed his Jin Qi and appeared behind Yi Chen within a second. However, what was waiting for him was also a beam of sword light. His protective Jin Qi layer had been cut in half. Mo Yen was shocked. Right then he looked like he had just seen a ghost. No one had ever been this relaxed in front of him, as if he was in control of the whole situation. Meanwhile he was like a bug on a spider's web. No matter how hard he struggled, it would all be futile. This kind of feeling annoyed him even more. I do not believe that you can predict my attack route again. Mo Yen continued to perform his ghost shadow perplexing step. His whole body turned into a black chi flow, surrounding Yi Chen. Looking over, one could only see countless black lines, but not a single human figure. Yi Chen took 3 steps to the right, then suddenly turned his body. The Star Scar sword combined with the fast sword poetic perspective throughout an attack. No sword light could be seen, only blood spilling everywhere. Mo Yen did not believe it, so he pushed his ghost shadow perplexing step art to its limit. Towards the end, Yi Chen was surrounded by layers of black chi flow. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. The Star Scar sword flashed once again. Another stream of blood spilled out. This time it was even more serious than before. When Yi Chen waved his sword for the 3rd time, Mo Yen froze on the spot, unable to move. It was not that he could not move, but that he did not dare to move. Because the tip of Yi Chen's sword was pointed at his throat. The sharp intent had even pierced through his skin a little, and a drop of blood came out. It would be fine if you do not move. Once you move, you will have a lot of weaknesses. Hearing him, Mo Yan's face turned red. From the beginning to the end, he had been under Yi Chen's control. His sky demon eyes had indeed seen through all of his weaknesses, but it was still useless. Unless he did not attack at all, once he did, all of his weaknesses would be exposed, and he would not even be able to threaten his opponent. Taking back his Star Scar sword, Yi Chen shook his head. Among the young generation, unless they were at the same level as him, it would not take much effort to take care of their opponents. Mo Yen was no exception. The dragon-shaped shadow outside his body had devoured part of Mo Yan's dragon fountain chi. It had expanded to 28 meters, its shape clear and majestic. The audience was dead silent. In the battle between Yi Chen and Mo Yen had lost completely. In front of Yi Chen, Mo Yan's sky demon eyes did not have much of an effect, because all of his attacks had been seen through by Yi Chen. In other words, compared to Tua Baku, Yi Chen was more like Mo Yan's nemesis. Chapter 271. So scary. He could even see through Mo Yan's movements. How did he do it? A lot of people could not understand. If it was because he could see through other people's movements, then it would be because they had not fully mastered their martial arts yet. However, Mo Yen had trained the Sky Demon Eyes, and had a deep understanding of martial arts movements. He belonged to the skillful martial arts school, so how could he be beaten by another skillful martial artist so easily? Phantom Spirit Finger, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Step, they were both seen through. Mo Yen lost completely. They are not even at the same level. Right next to Li Daoxian, a core disciple of the Heartless Martial School asked, "Head disciple, do you know what is going on? Could it be that Yi Chen's martial art realm is way beyond Mo Yan's, and he has already reached another level?" It is for sure that Yi Chen's martial art realm is beyond Mo Yan's, but the difference is not that big. The reason why Mo Yen lost was because he was not fast enough and he was not powerful enough. As one of the top sword artists in the young generation, Li Daoxuan's eyes were obviously better than others. Not fast enough? Not powerful enough? That disciple was still a bit confused. Li Daoxian explained, it was not fast enough, which caused Mo Yen to be one step slower. Although he had attacked first, he could not reach first. That was the key. It was not powerful enough because the Sky Demon art was slightly weaker in terms of attacking power, and focused more on techniques. Therefore he was not as powerful as Yi Chen in either aspect. Naturally, he would not be able to pose much of a threat to Yi Chen. Hearing Li Daoxuan's explanation, the disciple finally understood. I see. If he was fast enough, then even if Yi Chen could see through the weaknesses of his movements, he would not be able to react fast enough. However, if he was powerful enough, then he would not need to care about weaknesses, and could choose to fight head-on. Otherwise he would not be an opponent for Yi Chen at all. Yes, that should be it. On the surface, Bing Ling's fighting ability is weaker than Mo Yan's, but Bing Ling can exchange a lot of moves with Yi Chen. Mo Yan can't. Li Daoxian was more or less right. No one knew his own situation better than Yi Chen. Mo Yan's weak point attack might seem very strong in other people's eyes, but Yi Chen was not afraid of this kind of opponent. If Mo Yan was a little stronger, he could at least exchange a few moves with him. Of course, there were some differences. Comparing Mo Yan, Tua Baku and Lin Yun together, Yi Chen still thought that Mo Yan would be more difficult to deal with. The latter two were indeed powerful enough, but Yi Chen did not need to spend any effort at all. As long as he increased his attacking power to a certain level, he would be able to hit them easily. When facing Mo Yan, Yi Chen did not choose to use his sky-shattering clouds, which was a head-on attack, because he knew that it would be very hard to hit Mo Yan. Therefore he might as well use his fast sword poetic perspective, which was not as powerful. Facing different people he would use different battle plans. This was Yi Chen's style. Obviously attacking head-on would be the easiest. Excluding the top three, Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian and Murong Qingqing would be the real tricky ones. It would be impossible for Yi Chen to win against them easily. He would have to use his own power to fight against them, since it would be impossible for him to control the whole situation. However, Yi Chen still had some ace up his sleeve, such as his 70% sword intent. This guy is a special one. Those who are not as powerful as him would basically be crushed within one attack. There is no doubt about it. The head judge finally opened his mouth. Hearing him, the other judges nodded. In their eyes, Yi Chen was indeed different. Normally, if a powerful warrior wanted to beat a warrior who was not that much weaker than him, it would not be a one-sided situation. It would take at least dozens of attacks to decide the winner. However, Yi Chen was able to ignore this rule. Those who were not as powerful as him would not even have the right to bother him. The battle has ended. Let's announce the next battle. The head judge said. A judge next to him stood up. Yi Chen wins the 27th battle. The battle continued and Yi Chen went back to the audience. Originally, after beating Mo Yan, he should be the center of attention. However, right now it was not him but Xikong Sheng and Lin Yun. More specifically, Xikong Sheng. So far, 8 of the top 10 seeded contestants had appeared, and the remaining 2 were indeed Xikong Sheng and Lin Yun. Xikong Sheng, the head disciple of the Floating Mountain Martial School, was 20 years old this year. He had participated in 3 Hidden Dragon rank competitions in total. The first time he participated in the competition he was only 15 years old. It was a dark horse and he had won the second place. What was even more frightening was that he had not even reached the Clasping Yuan realm back then. He had beaten a lot of young warriors who were at the Clasping Yuan realm with his late condensing reality realm cultivation. Since then his name had spread across the whole South Rudra region. In the second Hidden Dragon rank competition he was only 18 years old. He had thought that there would be a fierce battle, but he had used his indisputable power to go through all the obstacles. He had beaten the top young warrior of the previous Hidden Dragon rank, the Fire Spirit Prince Yan Qihua, the eldest prince of the Black Dragon Empire, and the Heartless Sword Artist, Li Daoxian and the others. He had become the king warrior of the young generation in the whole South Rudra region. His fame had spread across the whole South Rudra region. This was the 3rd Hidden Dragon rank competition he had participated in. No one knew his real power, but it was said that he had already reached the limit of the Clasping Yuan realm, and was training his Zhen Qi to prepare for the astral reaching realm. No matter what, Xikong Sheng's power was obvious to everyone. Everyone thought that he would still be the king of this year's Hidden Dragon rank, and no one would be able to shake his position. Although the head disciple of the Skyfall Martial School, Lin Yun was not as bright as Xikong Sheng, and not as aggressive as Yan Qihua, he was still ranked 5th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. As the top martial genius of the South Rudra region, who knew what kind of progress he would make in the next 3 years? Just like Murong Qingqing 3 years ago, she was only ranked 27th at that time. But this year she had suddenly become one of the top young warriors, and was one of the most popular candidates for the top 5. Lin Yun, who was ranked even higher than Murong Qingqing, would not be easy to deal with. The title of the top young warrior in the South Rudra region was way too famous, and there would definitely be a lot of people staring at it. If Xikong Sheng wanted to keep his position he would have to have enough power. Right now his first challenge had come and it was Lin Yun who was not friendly at all. The battle between the two had attracted a lot of people's attention. The 31st battle, Xikong Sheng against Lin Yun. As the battles had ended one after another, the head judge had finally announced the winner of the 31st battle himself. Boom. Not only the warriors who were watching the battle, all of the young warriors had their eyes fixed on the battling platform without blinking. The sound of their heartbeats could even be heard. Sikong Shing has finally shown up. Even if Lin Yun could not win, he would at least be able to force out most of his power. Someone said. Indeed. If it were someone else, it would not be worth watching anymore. I wonder how far Lin Yun could push Sikong Shing. Let's wait and see. After hearing his name, Lin Yun's aura exploded. His body flashed once, shooting out like a meteor onto the battling platform. His aggressive posture was shocking. Different from Lin Yun's arrogance, Sikong Shing did not seem to care about Lin Yun at all. He put his right hand behind his back and walked right in front of Lin Yun with one step. The two top young warriors had officially confronted each other. Sikong Shing, I thought our battle would last until the end. I did not expect it to be brought forward. This is good as well. It would save me the trouble of hiding my power. The clothes on Lin Yun's body started to vibrate as his chi power was ready to explode. A burning hot chi that was completely different from Yan Chihua spread out. Sikong Shing put his right hand behind his back while his left hand was casually placed on the side. He said lightly, "You are not my opponent. If it were Yan Chihua, I would be interested to have a try. I will let you know my real power." Lin Yun's eyes shone with a bright light, which contained the poetic perspective of a meteor falling from the sky. It attacked towards Sikong Shing aggressively. At the same time, he roared as an iron spear appeared in his hand. The iron spear was covered in a dark red flame as he threw out a spear attack. Sky Fire 4 Spear. As soon as the spear was thrown out, the dark red flame started to spin crazily, turning into countless fire patterns and shooting out. The burning temperature had even ignited the fire yuan chi in the air, adding to its power. Destroy. Sikong Shing reached out his left hand, his 5 fingers opened as he grabbed towards the fire patterns in the air. The fire patterns had been extinguished. Right then Lin Yun's following 3 spear attacks had arrived. Each spear attack was more violent and faster than the previous one. A huge amount of fire yuan chi had turned into pure fuel, merging into the spear aura. It had turned a small half of the battling platform into a world of fire. Inside the world of fire, 3 meteor-like spear lights shot out. Interesting. Sky Pushing Palm. The Sky Pushing Palm was a top martial art of the Floating Mountain Martial School, but it was not the top martial art. It was only at the high-rank Earth Realm level. However, when Sikong Shing performed it, the whole space had been cleared out instantly. The flames had been pushed back, unable to move any further. Meanwhile, those 3 meteor-like spear light had been shattered bit by bit under the vibration of the palm power. They then disappeared completely. The other leaders of the Rank 6 martial institution's pupils shrank. Sikong Shing's martial art mastery had obviously reached perfection. The wonders of the Sky Pushing Palm had been fully displayed. Skyfall Attack. His attack had been dissolved, so Lin Yun took a deep breath and poured all of his Zhen Qi into his iron spear. He and the spear had become one, bringing with them an unstoppable aura as he attacked out. The young warriors who were close to him had been affected by the poetic perspective. They felt like they were in a world of chaos, and huge flaming meteors had appeared in the sky. With his right hand still behind his back, Sikong Shing's expression started to turn serious. His left palm turned into a fist, holding it tightly together as he threw out a punch. Sky Tyrant Fist. As he threw out this punch, the surrounding sky and earth seemed to have been merged into the fist aura, carrying the will of the sky as it attacked towards Lin Yun. The air in front of him twisted and turned blurry. The space vibrated, and the people under the stage could not even see where Lin Yun was. They could only see Sikong Shing standing there quietly like a king on the stage. Boom. A crack appeared on the tough battling platform. Lin Yun held the iron spear in his hand as he puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown back. His poetic perspective had been completely destroyed. Sky Tyrant Fist. This is the secret martial art created by the mysterious king. Combined with Sikong Shing's status as a king warrior of the young generation, no one would be able to compete with him. Lin Yun was able to force Sikong Shing to use his Sky Tyrant Fist. He did not lose too badly. He could only blame Sikong Shing for being too powerful and being above the young generation. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.